Chapter 293. In the eyes of others, Long Chen was definitely dead this time. This Lord's seventh commander was famous for his decisiveness in killing. Last time, a heavenly river tier cultivator caused trouble at the city gates, and the seventh commander killed him with a single move. What Long Chen was doing now was even more excessive than the last time, so he was definitely going to die. The seventh commander took a look at the scene, and actually knew what was going on. At this moment, he no longer cared about the embellishments of his subordinates, and instead walked to a spot 5 meters in front of Long Chen. He was expressionless, and sized up Long Chen for a while. From the seventh commander's body, Long Chen felt a tremendous pressure. This pressure was basically no different from what Elder Yen and the others gave Long Chen, so Long Chen knew that this seventh commander was definitely at the same level as Elder Yen, at least at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Right now, Long Chen was no match for him. In the end, the seventh commander said, "Before you die, what do you have to say?" Of course, Long Chen had something to say. He was completely unafraid, and said directly, "My name is Long Chen, and I am a celestial tier divine guard recruited by the 9th prince in Origin Spirit City. A few days ago, I rushed to Baiyang Imperial City with His Highness the 9th prince. Because of special reasons, I was separated from the 9th prince, so I need to find His Highness the 9th prince." If he mentioned the 9th prince, Long Chen believed that the 7th commander would definitely not dare to do anything to him. The 9th prince. Hearing this name, the 7th commander was a little stunned. A few days ago, he had already heard the news that the 9th prince had been assassinated near Baiyang Imperial City. The special reason that Long Chen mentioned was that the 9th prince had been assassinated. "How do I know if what you said is true?" the 7th commander said in a low voice. If what Long Chen said was true, then it seemed that he could not do anything to Long Chen today. The 9th prince personally selected Celestial Tier Divine Guards. Celestial Tier Divine Guards were directly under the Imperial family, and were much more popular than the Imperial Guards. If what Long Chen said was true, then he would not dare to provoke Long Chen. "I will follow you into the city. You only need to send someone to inform the 9th prince and have him send someone over. Then we will know at a glance," Long Chen said. The 7th commander sized Long Chen up, his heart filled with bewilderment. He originally wanted to directly kill Long Chen, but since Long Chen said so, he had no choice but to say, "Follow me into the city. Everyone else, return to your posts. Sun Qin, clean up this place." Everyone's ears were wide open, listening to the conversation between the 7th commander and Long Chen. They did not expect that after only a few words, the 7th commander had already made arrangements. From his words, everyone understood that Long Chen had escaped this calamity. How is this possible? There was an uproar among the guards. They had always been united against a common enemy, and today, their own brother was injured and killed, while Long Chen could continue to be free and unfettered. How could they endure this? However, they did not dare to disobey the commander's order. They could only look at Long Chen with righteous indignation, wishing that they could skin Long Chen alive. As for the onlookers, they were even more shocked. "I dare to bet that this brat's background is definitely not simple. To be able to defeat the Imperial Guards, he must at least be a noble in the Imperial City. Isn't that obvious? This brat is already a Heavenly River tier cultivator at such a young age. Although this kind of talent is much inferior to the youths of the Imperial family, it is enough to compare with some of the disciples of the 3 great clans." It was fine for others to talk about Long Chen. Right now, on the one hand, he had already taught a harsh lesson to the stubble-bearded officer who had designs on Lingxi and wanted to kill him. On the other hand, he could use the 7th commander to get the 9th prince to take him directly. This would save him a lot of trouble. The 7th commander brought Long Chen to a courtyard, and said coldly, "You just stay here. The 9th prince's men will probably arrive in about 2 hours. If I find out that you are lying, you will definitely die a terrible death. Long Chen could not be bothered to listen to his threats. Only then did the seventh commander leave. In the courtyard, Long Chen and Lingxi chatted for a while. During this time, Lingxi was hungry, so Long Chen shared the delicacies of the goldfish island that he had prepared with her. He suddenly felt that such peaceful days were really not bad. No wonder when Li Xuanji had left, she had asked him and Lingxi to find a place to live in seclusion and not care too much about the matters of the outside world. That way, they could have a happy life. However, this was ultimately not what Long Chen loved. He was a restless person. There were too many people pressing down on him now, and he was a little breathless. Thus, he needed to step on all these people one by one. If these were all challenges, then Long Chen was not afraid of challenges at all. Ling Qing, one day, I will appear in front of you with little Shi. Long Chen secretly vowed. 2 hours quickly slipped away. At this time, Long Chen had already stood up, because he knew that someone had come. At this time, the courtyard door was pushed open, and 2 people walked in. The one in front was a white-haired old man in black clothes. It was Elder Yen, who followed the 9th prince. As for the other person, it was obviously the 7th commander. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to really survive. Almost 20 days have passed, and you still haven't come to the imperial city. His Highness thought you were already dead. Elder Yan's words were a little surprised, but also a little blaming. I'm sorry, Elder Yan. Because of cultivation, I was delayed for a few days, Long Chen said. Hearing the word cultivation, Elder Yan sized up Long Chen, nodded, and said, however, you should have reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Your speed of progress is faster than most of the geniuses in the Imperial City. His Highness is very optimistic about you, so don't let him down. Now, he is waiting for you in Prince Yu's mansion. I will take you back. Thank you, Elder Yan. Long Chen cupped his hands. Lady Lingxi is also fine. Very good, very good. His Highness will be very happy to see you. I'm really sorry for making His Highness worry. When I go back, I will ask for his forgiveness. Long Chen said seriously. However, he was thinking about what Elder Yan had just said. The Celestial Realm Divine Guard was Long Chen, so Lingxi and the 9th prince had nothing to do with each other. Why did the 9th prince care about Lingxi? Long Chen was secretly on guard. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, for the sake of the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit, I have to go in, Long Chen thought secretly. The conversation between Elder Yan and Long Chen was seen by the 7th commander. At this time, he was completely sure that what Long Chen said was true, and from the original words, he could see that the 9th prince seemed to think very highly of Long Chen. Long Chen's strength at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, to be honest, was not considered high among the 9th prince's subordinates, and was even a little low. This meant that Long Chen conquered the 9th prince with his potential. In the remote origin spirit city, there was actually such potential. This really shocked the 7th commander. He secretly remembered this person, Long Chen. Following Elder Yan, Long Chen boarded a luxurious carriage. This carriage was directly carried by demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were extremely fast, and more importantly, they were very intelligent. Although they were walking on the street, they wouldn't cause any trouble. When your Highness was 15 years old, because of your outstanding performance in the written and martial examinations, you were directly conferred the title of Prince Jade by His Majesty. Therefore, you did not live in the Imperial Palace. Outside the Imperial Palace, there is a mansion that is much more magnificent than the Jade Imperial Palace. It is called the Prince Jade Mansion. This is where your Highness usually handles affairs. Your Highness is knowledgeable, but your experience is very limited. In addition, you are quite talented in battle. In these 2 years, you have been highly regarded by His Majesty, and your popularity has also increased. If it wasn't for the 9th Prince's growing reputation, why would the people of Heaven Demon Palace target your highness and make a move in front of the Imperial Palace? Elder Yen said with some pride. Elder Yen, what was the result of the last assassination? Long Chen remembered what Elder Yen said and then asked. That scoundrel was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Even in the Imperial Palace, this kind of expert is very rare. Therefore, your highness and I were no match for him. We could only escape back to the Imperial Palace and let the guards in the city kill him, Elder Yen said. Elder Yen, what kind of force is Heaven Demon Palace? How dare they go against the Imperial family? Long Chen seized the opportunity to ask. Heaven Demon Palace is the biggest enemy force of the Imperial family, and they are eyeing the rule of the Imperial family covetously. Their forces are spread all over the Zhangyan Kingdom, and there are many experts among them. This is the only force that the Imperial family is afraid of. I only heard that their headquarters is on Mount Demon, which is to the west of the Imperial Palace. Mount Demon is extremely dangerous, and the Imperial family has sent experts to exterminate it more than once. However, every time, they returned in failure. It is not that Heaven Demon Palace is very powerful, but they have the advantage of terrain, Elder Yen said solemnly. Elder Yen was a member of the Imperial family, and he had to maintain the dignity of the Imperial family when he spoke. Therefore, he would slightly flatter the Imperial family. Long Chen thought for a while and roughly understood that Heaven Demon Palace definitely had the power to go against the Imperial family. In the future, if you encounter people from Heaven Demon Palace, be careful. They are all ruthless people who will achieve their goals. If you encounter them, it is no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, Elder Yen said calmly. Long Chen nodded his head, but he didn't say anything. For me, this imperial city is just another wolf's den. One day, I will turn all these wolves into insects under my feet. Long Chen clenched his fist and thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Prince Yu's mansion. Long Chen raised his head and felt shocked. The imperial family was indeed the imperial family. The scale of this Prince Yu's mansion was much larger than the Jade Imperial Palace built in Yuanling City. Just the 2 huge stone lions at the entrance were emitting a heavy and sharp aura, and no one dared get close to it. These stone lions are made from Heavenly River Star stones. If you don't break through to the Divine Core Realm, you will be easily injured by their sharp energy. That's why I suggest you protect Miss Lingxi. Elder Yen explained. Even the 2 stone lions at the entrance could make anyone below the Divine Core Realm stop. The dignity of the Imperial family was displayed in front of Long Chen. Follow me, His Highness is waiting for you. Chapter 294. After walking into Prince Yu's mansion, Long Chen finally saw the grandeur of the royal capital. The buildings and flowers were definitely not on the same level as Yuanling City. Elder Yen had a high status in Prince Yu's mansion. When the surrounding maids and guards saw Elder Yen bringing a strange young man in, they all looked at Long Chen. After Long Chen left, they started to point at him privately and discuss about his appearance. However, they didn't care much. There were people visiting Prince Yu's mansion every day, but there weren't many who were personally led by Elder Yen. His Highness is waiting for you in his study. Elder Yen pointed in a direction with no expression, and then led Long Chen there. Along the way, he didn't say anything, but he looked at Lingxi a few more times. There was an unknown light flowing in his eyes. After walking into this Prince Yu's mansion, Long Chen felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to be higher than outside. There was a warm power flowing in the air. Under the nourishment of this power, the coldness of spring seemed to have completely disappeared. Breathing in the air here, Long Chen felt comfortable all over. What caused this situation? In such an environment, ordinary people can live for at least a few years. Long Chen carefully observed his surroundings. What caused this situation? Lingxi was now an ordinary person, so she could feel the warmth of the surrounding more. She had a lot of knowledge, so she told Long Chen, it should be a fire attribute yang treasure. It has the effect of dispelling the coldness. At the same time, cultivating around this treasure will yield twice the result with half the effort. I see. I don't know if it is useful for Xiaolang. Long Chen said in a low voice. Seeing that Long Chen was looking around, Elder Yen turned around and asked, do you feel that there's something different around here? Long Chen nodded. People who come to Prince Yu's mansion for the first time will have this feeling. In a while, you will be able to see what you want to see. Elder Yen said with some pride. I don't know what it is, Long Chen asked tentatively. This is not a secret. When His Highness reached adulthood, His Majesty the Sword Emperor bestowed him 10 fire essences. Fire essences are rare earth fire essences that exist in the depths of the underground lava. Not to mention 10, it would be difficult to find one. It can be seen that His Majesty the Sword Emperor values the 9th prince very much, Old Yen said with a faint smile. The Sword Emperor was the current emperor of the Cangyang Kingdom. Because of his outstanding achievements in the Sword Dao, he was respectfully addressed as the Sword Emperor. Long Chen knew that the reason why the royal family was so powerful and dominated the entire Cangyang Kingdom was because of their cultivation system. In the Cangyang Kingdom, there were a total of 3 main types of warriors. The most common ones were the ordinary warriors, and there were also the beast warriors. Most of the people in the Beast Soul Palace in Yuanling City were beast warriors. The last type of warrior was called the soldier warrior. Regarding the soldier warrior, Long Chen had only heard of its name, but he had never seen a real soldier warrior. According to legend, in a battle of the same level, the beast warriors were usually superior to the ordinary warriors, but the soldier warrior was superior to the beast warriors. If Long Chen, who inherited the essence blood of the dragons, was not included, the soldier warrior was usually the most powerful existence in theory. The beast warriors needed talent, but the soldier warrior needed more talent, which was the one soul in the Dantian. A human soul could be divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. Since the birth of the soldier warrior, there was an extra soul in the Dantian. This was the one soul in the Dantian, also known as the soldier soul. The warriors who had the soldier soul could integrate the soldier soul into their weapon. In this way, the weapon would basically become a part of the warrior's body, and from this, the warrior would be able to exert more powerful fighting power. Moreover, the soldier warrior also had many other magical abilities, but the current Long Chen did not know about it. Some soldier warriors only used one weapon in their life, but the weapon would become stronger along with the master. If the master's strength reached a very high level, even an ordinary weapon could become a real divine weapon. Moreover, many divine weapons were directly nurtured by the soldier warrior's own soldier soul. According to Long Chen's knowledge, the royal family of the Cangyang Kingdom was a typical soldier warrior family, and everyone in the family used a sword. They had a complete and rich inheritance of the Sword Dao, and belonged to the mainstream sword warriors among the soldier warriors. The emperor of the royal family was even directly addressed as the Sword Emperor. Out of the 10 fire essence, 9 of them were used by His Majesty to forge a high-level earth-rank divine sword for your highness. This is your highness's current sword. With this divine sword embedded with 9 fire essence, your highness can fight against elites in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, Old Yen said with some emotion. From Old Yan's words, Long Chen obtained some useful information. For example, the 9th Prince Lin Cangtian's strength was in the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, and he also possessed a high-level earth-rank divine sword. One had to know that even the Blue Dragon Halberd was only in the middle level of the earth rank. With the strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, coupled with a high-level earth-rank divine sword, Long Chen could only play the role of an errand boy for the 9th prince. But so what? Long Chen had no fear in his heart. Old Yen, do you mean that I will be able to see the last fire essence in a while? Long Chen asked tentatively. You will be able to see it when you raise your head now, Old Yen said indifferently. Long Chen raised his head. In front of him was a building that occupied a vast area. It was probably the 9th prince's study room. Above this study room, there was the highest roof. When Long Chen saw this place, he felt that it was a bit dazzling, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. However, he knew what he saw. It was more or less what he imagined. This was a palm-sized bead that emitted a blazing light, making it hard for people to look directly at it. Long Chen did not see the appearance of the fire essence clearly, but he was confident that he would at least be able to recognize it the next time he saw it somewhere else. With this fire essence embedded in Prince Yu's residence, evil spirits will not be able to invade, and ghosts will not be able to disturb. The yang energy will be awe-inspiring, and the maids and workers in the residence will not be afraid of the cold. In fact, the fire essence can even trigger the fire energy in the air, allowing our cultivation to be twice the result with half the effort. Old Yen said. When he saw this fire essence, Xiao Lang's eyes burst out with a blazing light. Long Chen listened to Old Yen and saw Xiao Lang's eyes. He knew that this fire essence would be similar to the 8-clawed fire centipede and would bring great benefits to Xiao Lang. Long Chen finally felt the heaven-defying nature of the sun-devouring demon wolf. Along the way, he had found 2 things that were suitable for the sun-devouring demon wolf, the demonic beast core and the fire essence. Moreover, he would encounter more in the future. If the sun-devouring demon wolf devoured these things, its strength would only grow faster, and it might even bring great benefits to Long Chen. Xiao Lang, don't move. Now is not the time. Long Chen whispered to Xiao Lang. Xiaolang's soul was hidden in the sun-devouring demon wolf's body. When something happened, Xiao Lang knew what to do. This wasn't something that Long Chen could take away at the moment, so he could only stay there obediently. We've arrived at the study room. Go in, Old Yen said and walked to the door. Just as he was about to knock, he heard the 9th prince shout, "Come in." Old Yen didn't say anything and just nodded. He pushed open the door and led Long Chen and Lingxi in. Xiao Lang naturally ran with his 4 legs to keep up with Long Chen. When they entered the study room, Long Chen found that it was more spacious and luxurious than he had imagined. Since it was called a study room, there were of course many books. However, there were also the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. There were also vases and other antiques that added a lot of color to the study room. Long Chen found the 9th prince on a chair in the middle of the study room. He was being served by a group of maids while drinking tea and reading a book. When Long Chen brought Lingxi in, he waved his hand at the maids. The beautiful maids nodded and carefully left, closing the door behind them. Long Chen and Miss Lingxi, please sit down. The 9th prince sat up straight on the chair and looked at Long Chen, then glanced at Lingxi, but his expression didn't change. Thank you, Your Highness. For the sake of the 9 heaven celestial fruit in Ni Yang's fairyland and for the complete recovery of Lingxi, even if this imperial city was an abyss of hell, Long Chen would still break in, not to mention the 9th prince's Prince Yu's mansion. Holding Lingxi's hand, Long Chen sat at the side. Lingxi was naturally powerful in the past, but now she was completely powerless. She had learned to be more obedient. When there were outsiders present, she would usually not say a single word. However, she could keenly sense that there seemed to be a fiery gaze staring at her in the dark. It's the 9th prince. She looked over in confusion and saw that the 9th prince was chatting with Long Chen. He was looking at Long Chen and didn't look at her, Lingxi. Lingxi thought that she was thinking too much. Long Chen, 17 days have passed since we were separated. I went back to look for you, but you were no longer in the same place. I've been asking around for news about you these few days, and you really made me look for you. The ninth prince's words were filled with dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry. I was worried that the people who tried to kill me would find trouble with me, so I went into hiding first." Although he said that, Long Chen didn't feel apologetic at all. He had always done things his own way, and naturally wouldn't listen to the ninth prince. He stayed here purely for the 9 heaven celestial fruit. "Tell me what you've been through these past few days," the ninth prince said casually. Long Chen thought for a moment, and still didn't plan to tell the ninth prince about what had happened on the Goldfish Island. Frankly speaking, Long Chen didn't really trust him. "I felt that I was about to break through, so I found a random place to cultivate. I only came to Baiyang Imperial City when I reached the second level of the Heavenly River tier," Long Chen said. His mind was calm, and even if he was lying, it was almost as if he was telling the truth. Moreover, he had indeed reached the second level of the Heavenly River tier. From the Heavenly Core advanced level to the second level of the Heavenly River tier, you actually spent such a short time. The ninth prince was slightly surprised. When he had decided to leave Origin Spirit City 3 days later, Long Chen was only at the Heavenly Core advanced level. He didn't think that in the blink of an eye, Long Chen would already be at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. This forced the ninth prince to re-evaluate Long Chen's potential. Chapter 295. Your Highness, when will I enter Ni Yang's fairyland? After the ninth prince finished his question, Long Chen went straight to the point and asked. "Actually, your luck is not bad. If you come back tomorrow, you might have to wait for a month. The shift of the Ni Yang celestial realm is a month, and today is the end of the month. Speaking of which, the other celestial realm divine guards under my command should also be free to return to the prince's mansion today." The ninth prince smiled, and his eyes swept across Ling Xi's beautiful face. Ling Xi sat quietly and looked at Long Chen silently. From her eyes, the ninth prince saw the light of happiness. Seeing that Ling Xi was looking at him, Long Chen smiled at her, and then asked the ninth prince, "That is to say, I will start to serve as a fairyland divine guard and enter Ni Yang's fairyland tomorrow." The ninth prince was looking at Ling Xi, and after being interrupted by Long Chen, he quickly turned his head and replied, "Well, tomorrow is the beginning of the month, and the month after that is February. February is a double moon, and it will be my men's turn to enter Ni Yang's fairyland. You will follow them in tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to let you go to Uncle's place to register." Although time was a little tight, Long Chen did not think too much about it. The sooner he entered Ni Yang's fairyland, the sooner he could find the 9 heaven celestial fruit, leave Baiyang Imperial City, and live freely in the world. It seems that Miss Ling Xi is deeply in love with Long Chen. Unfortunately, you will be separated for a month. The ninth prince's eyes returned to Ling Xi. Separated. Long Chen was startled, and then he quickly accepted it. Ni Yang's fairyland was a treasure land that belonged to the imperial family. Even Long Chen had to register when he entered as a fairyland divine guard. Not to mention that Ling Xi could not enter, even Xiao Lang could not enter. Chen. Hearing this news, although Ling Xi wasn't surprised, she was still a little flustered. Right now, her biggest support was Long Chen. If Long Chen wasn't by her side, she would lose all her sense of security. All of you can be at ease. It's not like we'll be separated forever. How about this, Long Chen? During the time that you're in the Ni Yang's fairyland, Lady Ling Xi can stay in my Prince Yu's mansion. I can guarantee her safety, the ninth prince said seriously. Looking at the ninth prince, Long Chen didn't speak immediately. From the ninth prince's eyes, Long Chen couldn't see a trace of ill intentions. However, he had a bad feeling. He believed that the ninth prince did not have good intentions towards him. At this time, Ling Xi clutched the corner of his clothes tightly. Long Chen was faced with a choice. If he wanted to go to Ni Yang's fairyland and find the 9 heaven celestial fruit that could truly allow Ling Xi to be reborn, he had to leave Ling Xi in this Prince Yu's mansion. He didn't trust the ninth prince at all, so he was a little hesitant. Chen, Xiao Lang said he would protect me. Lingxi whispered in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen knew that if he went to Ni Yang's fairyland, he would definitely leave Xiao Lang here. He still had absolute trust in Xiao Lang. For him, this was a gamble, a huge gamble. If anything went wrong, he would be severely blamed by himself, so he had to consider many things. At this time, there was a burst of laughter from outside, which helped Long Chen out of his predicament. The ninth prince said that he wanted Lingxi to stay in Prince Yu's mansion, but Long Chen didn't reply. However, he didn't seem to care. When there was laughter from outside, he smiled faintly and said, "Long Chen, my other celestial realm divine guards are here. Most of them are members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang who sought refuge with me a few days ago. Their personalities are a little hard to understand, but they are also straightforward people. From now on, you will follow them." As soon as the ninth prince finished speaking, a group of tall figures knocked on the door a few times. Then, with the permission of the ninth prince, they walked into the study. Long Chen looked over and found that the group of big men were between 20 and 30 years old. They had a huge similarity, which was that they were all tall and sturdy. They were all about 2 meters tall, and the muscles on their bodies were frighteningly strong. One look and one could tell that they were people with extraordinary strength. The most obvious thing was that they were all bald. Their heads were shiny, and their upper bodies were tattooed with blood-colored wolf patterns. They looked very ferocious and terrifying. At this time, although they weren't laughing, the smile on the corners of their mouths gave off a sinister feeling. "Everyone, what are you laughing at?" The ninth prince smiled faintly. It seemed that he was very lenient towards his subordinates. "They are all discussing which girl is strong enough to withstand their attacks all night long. Your Highness, let me tell you, that Oiran looks..." The one who followed the ninth prince's words was a bald man who was older. He had a fierce face and blood-red eyes. Although he was joking, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was obvious that he had killed a lot of people. Long Chen could tell that this person should be the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Gang's Immortal Realm Divine Guards. His strength seemed to be the strongest. When this person said that, he noticed that there were other people in the study. He originally wanted to say that the Oiran was devastatingly beautiful. However, after seeing Lingxi, he swallowed his words. Compared to the shock he felt when he saw Lingxi, that Oiran was no different from a pile of shit. There were a total of 7 bald men who were full of blood qi. After seeing Lingxi's face, they were all stunned and then swallowed hard. Anyone who saw a legendary fairy-like woman suddenly appear in front of them without any warning would have the same expression on their faces. "Let me introduce you. This is the Immortal Realm Divine Guard I recruited in Yuanling City, Long Chen, and this is Miss Lingxi." The ninth prince seemed to have a good relationship with these people and said with a smile. They only reacted after the ninth prince spoke. The bald leader's eyes flashed quickly between the ninth prince and Lingxi. When he saw the faint smile on the ninth prince's face, he immediately reacted and shouted, "Fuck off, stop looking. Are your dog eyes blind? Such a beautiful girl is not for you pile of shit to look at." After being scolded like this, the others surprisingly did not get angry. Their eyes bypassed Lingxi and looked at Long Chen, their new companion. Long Chen was also sizing them up. He was not a fool. Sure enough, the ninth prince is thinking about my Lingxi. This bald man is belittling others to let others know that Lingxi is the ninth prince's target. He is telling them not to covet swan meat. You are all smart people, but I am not a fool. Long ago, when the ninth prince saw Lingxi for the first time, he already had a strange look in his eyes. A graceful and virtuous woman was a gentleman's desire, especially a woman like Lingxi, who could cause the downfall of nations. The ninth prince believed that his status and identity were higher than Long Chen's, so how could he be willing to let such a rare beauty follow Long Chen? At first, he had indeed valued Long Chen because of Long Chen's potential, but when Lingxi appeared, all this had changed. After thinking this through, Long Chen felt some pressure in his heart. Many thoughts quickly turned in his mind, and he already had a plan in mind. He had already guessed the crux of the matter, and was somewhat on guard. The next thing to do was how to solve this problem. Thus, he pretended not to know the hidden meaning in their words. At this time, the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang began to size up Long Chen. They were well aware of the relationship between Long Chen, Lingxi, and the Ninth Prince. In their hearts, Long Chen was only a pitiful worm. Especially when they saw that Long Chen's strength was at most at the first or second level of the Heavenly River tier. All of you, introduce yourselves. In the future, Long Chen will join your team. You have to teach him well. If you lead him astray, I won't forgive you, the Ninth Prince said with a smile. After hearing the Ninth Prince's words, they all introduced themselves. From then on, Long Chen learned that the leader's name was Yu Tao, and his strength was terrifying at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. The others were also at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there was only one at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, he was a youth about the same age as Long Chen. Long Chen acted very low-key. He didn't speak much, and in the process of their conversation, he would only respond symbolically when they mentioned him. The Ninth Prince had a surprisingly good relationship with them. At this moment, when they were chatting, there was a burst of laughter. Yu Tao, before we go to the Ni Yang Celestial Realm tomorrow, properly explain the rules of the Ni Yang Celestial Realm to Long Chen. Also, bring him to my imperial uncle to register, the Ninth Prince instructed again. Don't worry, I have already remembered it clearly. I guarantee that nothing will happen to this brat. However, with his strength, in the Ni Yang Celestial Realm, even if he is only at the initial level of the domain, it seems to be a little dangerous. Your Highness, are you really sure that you want him to enter the Ni Yang Celestial Realm? A sliver of disdain flashed past Yu Tao's eyes. That is why I want you to pay more attention, the Ninth Prince said. Many conversations were carried out between the two of them. As for the others, they turned a blind eye to the existence of someone like Long Chen. To them, Long Chen was only a tragedy that was bound to happen in the future. This Xiao Lang is not bad. He seems to be a demon beast, and he doesn't look weak at all. At this moment, the youngest among the bald men, a young man at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River Realm, said. Although he was a young man, his body was 2 times thicker than Long Chen's. Of course he's not weak. This demon wolf is a 2nd-rank Earth-rank demon beast. As for what kind of breed it is, I don't know, but it should be a mutated breed, the Ninth Prince said casually. It's true. The young man shouted out in surprise, then he laughed out loud and said, You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Big brother, 3rd brother seems to have reached the Heavenly Core Realm, and he is about to step into the Heavenly River Realm. We, the Heavenly Wolf Sect, are the best partners of wolves. Since we have wolves as our name, the most suitable beast soul is also a wolf. This demon wolf's beast soul can be gifted to 3rd brother. The big brother that this young man mentioned was Yu Tao. It turned out that the eldest and youngest men in this group were actually brothers. No wonder they looked so similar. Long Chen, my 3rd brother really needs the Earth-rank demon wolf's beast soul. I wonder if you can give it to me? Yu Tao looked at Xiao Lang with a fiery gaze and asked. Chapter 296. To Long Chen, killing Xiao Lang, and then giving Xiao Lang's beast soul to them was no different from farting. Frankly speaking, these guys' disregard, and the way they looked at him like he was an idiot, had long since angered Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the last laugh was the best, but before that, he didn't mind showing them that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Faced with Yu Tao's overbearing demand, Long Chen's tone was a little cold, and he said, that's impossible. Xiao Lang has gone through fire and water with me many times, and is my sworn brother. How could I let him be your third brother's source beast soul? Long Chen's direct refusal made Yu Tao, and even the members of the Heaven Wolf gang, feel a little embarrassed. In their eyes, Long Chen was a living, pitiful worm, and now, this pitiful worm actually dared to hoot at them. This was purely seeking death. To be honest, before they submitted to the Ninth Prince, they were all bandits who killed people like flies. It was only because they were concerned about the Ninth Prince's reputation that they became more restrained. However, this didn't mean that they could be provoked by Long Chen. The beast soul of a demonic beast is very important to my third brother. Long Chen, are you sure you don't want to give it to him? Yu Tao said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the Ninth Prince was here, with his strength at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, he would have already charged over and slapped Long Chen. If I want this brat's life, will you give it to me? Long Chen wasn't afraid of him at all. He pointed at the youth at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier who had spoken just now, who was also Yu Tao's second brother. Long Chen's words also expressed a message. To him, Xiao Lang was like a real brother, or even closer than a real brother. Seeking death? You mean, you want to fight with me? Long Chen's condescending finger made the young man so angry that he sat up from his chair. He didn't say anything and was about to charge at Long Chen. Yu Chong, sit down, the Ninth Prince said calmly. Since the Ninth Prince had spoken, he had no choice but to return to his original position. Although he didn't dare to move again, the fierceness in his eyes towards Long Chen grew stronger and stronger. Yu Tao, didn't you want the beast soul of an Earth-rank demonic wolf? I'll send someone to find one tomorrow. Let's just leave it at that. No one is allowed to find trouble with each other and ruin the harmony. Do you understand? You are all my immortal realm divine guards. If you don't get along with each other, I, Lin Santian, will lose face. The Ninth Prince's words became colder and colder. If you don't get along, you'll lose my face. The Ninth Prince's words became colder and colder. They originally thought that Long Chen didn't have any status, but now it seemed that he did. However, when they saw Lingxi's unhappy expression, they realized that the real reason why the Ninth Prince was angry was that they had made Lingxi unhappy. It seems that His Highness is going to put in a lot of effort for this beautiful woman. Miss Lingxi obviously likes this useless Long Chen. The Ninth Prince is different from a common person like me. He wants not only the person, but also the heart. If we cause trouble for Long Chen now, it will only make Miss Lingxi hate His Highness. That was close. After thinking for a while, Yu Tao understood this point. If that's the case, we brothers will take our leave first. We'll come back tomorrow to take Long Chen away. After this incident, Yu Tao was worried that his hot-tempered subordinates would cause more trouble, so he had to leave with them. The Ninth Prince was about to nod, but he heard Long Chen suddenly say, "Wait." The Heavenly Wolf gang was stunned. They were about to get up from their chairs, but under the signal of the Ninth Prince, they had no choice but to sit back down. "What's the matter?" the Ninth Prince asked curiously. "I've thought it through. Since we're going to fight side by side in the future, we're brothers, right? If a brother needs something, I naturally can't be stingy. However, Xiao Lang and I have many years of feelings, and it's not easy to part with each other. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me something." Long Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the Heavenly Wolf gang. "What is it?" Long Chen was suddenly a little confused. Yu Tao was a little confused. Just now, Long Chen was as sharp as a hedgehog. Why did he think it through now? Yu Tao was afraid. "It's very simple. If he can defeat me, I'll give this demon wolf to you with both hands." Long Chen's gaze was sharp. His finger circled around, and finally stopped on Yu Tao's second brother, Yu Chong. Everyone was stunned, and then began to laugh involuntarily. The one called Yu Chong laughed the most miserably. Yu Tao held back his laughter, and patted Yu Chong's shoulder as he said, "Second brother, stop laughing. Quick, let the guests from afar see what kind of extraordinary methods the heroes of our heavenly wolf gang have." "Yes, big brother. I'll perform to your satisfaction." Yu Chong forcefully held back his laughter, and said. Long Chen's words really surprised them. They had originally thought that Long Chen was a thorn, and slightly difficult to deal with. When Long Chen stated his conditions, everyone finally realized that he was actually a stupid donkey who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang were so powerful that they could almost challenge those at a higher cultivation level. Long Chen, a country bumpkin who had just reached the second level of the Heavenly River tier, actually declared that he wanted to challenge him. This was the biggest joke they had heard today. Even Yu Tao, who had a mature mind, couldn't help but laugh. "Bastard, we are all warriors under the command of His Highness. You should be merciful and not overdo it. Don't hurt the harmony between us," Yu Tao pretended to reprimand him sternly. Of course. Yu Chong finally stopped laughing. He looked at Long Chen with great interest. He wondered how Long Chen's brain had grown to be as stupid as a donkey's. The ninth prince and Elder Yen, who was behind him, exchanged a look. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang laughed, but they didn't. With his understanding of Long Chen definitely wouldn't act so arrogantly just because he was angry. The ninth prince was clear about Long Chen's deeds. From entering Origin Spirit City as a nameless nobody to killing Origin Spirit City's strongest expert, Emperor Yuan. In Origin Spirit City, Long Chen was a legendary person. The ninth prince didn't believe that Long Chen had no other purpose. Sure enough, at this moment, Long Chen continued, "Since this is a gambling battle, I have already put up a stake. You guys should also put up some stakes to make this battle fair. Logically speaking, you are all my brothers, so I believe you won't mistreat me, right?" The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang thought about it and agreed. Of course, they didn't think that Yu Chong would lose. Yu Tao said casually, "Kid, what you said makes sense. Of course, we won't mistreat you. What do you want? Sky River Pill, Earth-grade divine weapon, combat skill, or spiritual medicine? As long as you say it, we can find it for you." In their opinion, Long Chen probably didn't even know what an Earth-grade combat skill was. That was why he dared to say this so unscrupulously. Long Chen had no interest in their things. At this moment, he turned his head to look at the ninth prince and said directly, "I want the refined fire essence above this study. I wonder if your highness can part with it." His eyes sparkled as he looked at the ninth prince. He was the real reason why he wanted to keep the Heavenly Wolf Gang here. When Long Chen made his request, the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang were stunned, looking at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that Long Chen would make such a request. This was something that belonged to the ninth prince, it had nothing to do with them. No matter how arrogant they were, they wouldn't dare to use something that belonged to the ninth prince as a gambling stake. That won't do. This belongs to His Highness. Long Chen, say something else. Yu Tao said impatiently. Long Chen didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on the ninth prince. Fine. The ninth prince's calm face finally revealed a smile. Since Long Chen has requested it, I'll join in the fun. After all, this is my territory and you are all my capable subordinates. Since Long Chen wants the refined fire essence, I'll treat it as a wager for Yu Chong. I'll also be your witness. If Yu Tao wins, Long Chen will have to hand over the demon wolf. If Long Chen wins, the refined fire essence will be yours. Long Chen smiled. He knew that the ninth prince would agree. Most of the battles were just psychological games. He had guessed correctly that the ninth prince wanted to see his battle with Yu Chong so that he could understand him better. Therefore, he directly demanded an exorbitant price and asked for the fire essence, which the ninth prince agreed to. "If that's the case, we thank your highness." Yu Tao nodded gratefully at the ninth prince. Then, he looked at Yu Chong and said, "Second brother, you know what to do, right? If his highness loses something, I'll cripple you. Big brother, don't worry. Don't you trust me?" Yu Chong rubbed his palms together and looked at Long Chen excitedly. "Chen." Lingxi was a little worried. "Sit down and watch how I bully the bad guys." Long Chen stood up and lowered his head. His mouth was right next to Lingxi's face. Then, with lightning speed, he kissed Lingxi's jade-white cheek. Being kissed by him in public like this, Lingxi immediately blushed to her ears. She lowered her head, wishing that she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Long Chen's action caused a cold killing intent to flash across the ninth prince's eyes. Seeing this, Yu Tao lowered his head and said to Yu Chong, "His highness is angry. He's going to be ruthless." "Understood." Yu Chong rubbed his fists and licked his thick lips with his scarlet tongue. "Long Chen, follow me out of this study." After saying this, Yu Chong took a step forward. There was an empty space outside the study, and it was enough for him to fight with Long Chen. Following him, Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and walked out. The others also came out one after another. With the ninth prince in the lead, they surrounded Long Chen and Yu Chong. Xiao Lang saw all this. He raised his head and glanced at Hu Lianjing, who was on the roof. A sliver of gratitude and satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He knew that it wouldn't be long before this would be his. Aside from Lingxi, no one understood Long Chen's abilities and talent better than he did. Third level of the Heavenly River tier. Frankly speaking, Yu Chong was even more powerful than Emperor Yuan. Moreover, he was not that old. In terms of cultivation and age, he was basically about the same as Long Chen. He should be considered a top genius. However, Long Chen was not afraid of him. "Let's begin," Yu Chong said excitedly. "From today onwards, there will be a stable of 3 to 4 chapters a day, forever. On the birthday of dragons, readers, you can release a chapter. Explosive power exists. Everyone, do your best." Chapter 297. Although he was confident, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. After all, Baiyang Imperial City couldn't be compared to Origin Spirit City. Long Chen was the most absolute genius in Origin Spirit City, but after coming to Baiyang Imperial City, with his current cultivation of the second level of the Heavenly River tier, he could only be considered average. Any random person from Prince Yu's residence would be about the same as him. In this battle, Long Chen used Xiao Lang's life as a wager. He had to win. Of course, he dared to boast because he was confident. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the battle officially began. It was just the beginning, and Yu Chong and Long Chen had both completed their transformations. Facing an opponent with a cultivation level higher than his, and a battle that he had to win, Long Chen didn't dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness, and immediately displayed his strongest side. And Yu Chong had completed his beast spirit transformation. It could be seen that his earth-ranked source demonic beast was also a demonic wolf. At this time, the muscles all over his body had grown, and his height had also increased. Sharp silver fur had sprouted from his body, and claws as sharp as blades had pierced out from his fingertips, carrying a blood-red edge. His height extended from both sides to more than 3 meters, and Yu Chong turned into a hunched giant. Looking at Long Chen, who had transformed into a tiny Yu Chong was much more majestic than Long Chen in terms of aura alone. "This is an Earth-grade Silver Moon Demon Wolf, and this is your Earth-grade Source Beast Spirit. What beast spirit is this, and what grade is it? Looking at it, could it be a lizard?" After Yu Chong finished speaking, he laughed loudly. In his opinion, a country bumpkin was a country bumpkin. Even if it was an source beast spirit, it couldn't be taken out. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang who heard Yu Chang's words also roared with laughter. The ninth prince didn't laugh, because he was also very concerned about the problem of Long Chen's beast spirit. He knew that Long Chen had been using this beast spirit since the Dragon Vein tier, but strangely, it seemed that this beast spirit was still very powerful. In the ninth prince's opinion, Long Chen was somewhat mysterious, and this was one of the mysteries of Long Chen. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as he could. This was Long Chen's goal. Be careful, Long Chen said faintly as he dashed forward. His speed was like a phantom, and in an instant, a whirlwind was formed. Yu Chong was still mocking Long Chen. However, when he saw Long Chen's speed, his eyes flashed coldly. As he charged forward, the blue dragon halberd appeared in Long Chen's hand. Without saying a word, Long Chen brandished the blue dragon halberd and charged at Yu Chong frantically. The sharp edge of the halberd left afterimages around him. Trying to snatch a woman from His Highness, you really don't know what's good for you. Yu Chong licked his lips and the beast spirit chi on his body burst out. A wolf tattoo appeared on his body, followed by a threatening murderous aura. His heels stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot towards Long Chen like a cannonball as he slashed out with his claw. The ground shook from his stomp. Go to hell. Tearing heaven and earth, tearing heaven claw. The light and shadow changed, and the light of a claw pressed towards Long Chen at high speed. One look and you could tell that it was not a simple combat skill. It was at least at the elementary level of the Earth class. Blue Dragon Combat Technique, Dragon Battles the Star Field. As soon as the move was used, the afterimages of the halberd clashed with Yu Chang's claw. As they clashed again and again, there was a sharp sound of friction. Yu Chang's claw was harder than Long Chen had imagined. After clashing with the blue dragon halberd several times, he was not injured at all. However, the two were evenly matched, and in the end, the other party was sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. After retreating over a dozen steps, the two of them finally stopped, looking like they were evenly matched. It was not surprising that Long Chen had retreated so much, but Yu Chong was also in such a sorry state, which made the members of the Heaven Wolf Gang feel a little puzzled. At this moment, Yu Tao scolded, "Brat, did you not eat lunch? Or did you spend all your energy on a woman's belly last night? Why do you only have so little energy? If you embarrass His Highness, I'll definitely skin you alive." Yu Chong felt very wronged. He was sure that he had used his full strength, but still could not deal with Long Chen. He was also very puzzled about this. Long Chen was obviously at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, so why did he have the power of the third level of the Heavenly River tier? Moreover, in terms of pure strength, Yu Chong was at the highest level of the third level of the Heavenly River tier, so why was it that Long Chen could match him? Motherfucker, I don't believe this. I'll kill you in one move, lest the night is fraught with trouble. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Yu Chang's eyes. His body was like a phantom, charging towards Long Chen again. At this time, Long Chen had just recovered from the previous attack. Demonic Wolf Secret Technique, Silver Moon Slash. In an instant, Yu Chang's huge body suddenly turned into a huge saber light, charging towards Long Chen. This saber light had a terrifyingly sharp aura. Indistinctly, the faces of countless demonic wolves appeared in this saber light, making the power of this saber light even greater. 9 Spins Fire Shield. This time, Long Chen did not choose to clash head-on with him. Instead, he used the 9 Spins Fire Shield. Compared to the time when he was fighting against Emperor Yuan, Long Chen had a much easier time using the 9 Spins Fire Shield this time. Previously, he could only use the 6th spin, but after this period of training and pondering, he could already use the complete state of the 9 Spins Fire Shield. In the continent, offensive battle techniques were as common as dogs, but there were not many defensive battle techniques. Moreover, every defensive battle technique was of the finest quality, and this 9 spins fire shield was even more so. It was an Earth-rank mid-level defensive battle technique. Through the frenzied spinning flame vortex, it could divert a large portion of the attack in all directions. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the silver moon slash and the 9 spins fire shield collided with a loud bang. The spinning of the flames created a whistling sound of wind, and bursts of true energy spread out, causing the surrounding smoke and dust to scatter in all directions. Time's up. Long Chen's eyes flickered. Although the pressure coming from the 9 spins fire shield was great, it couldn't be broken at all. Long Chen was still confident about this. However, with the 9 spins fire shield between them, it didn't seem easy for Long Chen to injure Yu Chong. But this didn't mean that Long Chen didn't have any ideas. It's time to try this move. After thinking of this, Long Chen smiled when he sensed that Yu Chong wanted to break the 9 spins fire shield in a frenzy. Divine Fire Avatar, activate. At this moment, a flame suddenly burned on his body. Then, in the next moment, the flame left his body and turned into a blazing flame avatar. This was the Divine Fire Avatar. After a period of practice on Goldfish Island, Long Chen finally condensed a true fire seed and planted it in his acupuncture points. Today, he used it. When the Divine Fire Avatar came out, only Yu Chong and the others couldn't see it. Yu Tao and the others didn't know what the Divine Fire Avatar was, so they just had some doubts. But for the 9th prince, it was different. It should be known that Long Chen had only obtained the 9 spins fire shield and the Divine Fire Avatar for a short period of time. But now, Long Chen even used the Divine Fire Avatar, which showed his talent. It should be known that even the 9th prince had only recently completed the first level of the Divine Fire Avatar. If he wanted to use it in a battle, he didn't know if it would work. Your Highness, do you want me to erase it? Old Yen noticed the abnormality of the 9th prince, so he asked. Nonsense. Let's not talk about it now. Let's watch the battle, the 9th prince said in a low voice. Big brother, what is that brat executing? Why does it seem to be some sort of innate technique? Why does this country bumpkin have so many treasures? Mid-level Earth-ranked offensive battle techniques, defensive battle techniques, and even a mid-level Earth-ranked divine weapon. The person who spoke earlier felt his eyes turning red with envy. He is now one of your Highness's people. Without your Highness's permission, we'd better not move. Remember that, Yu Tao said, frowning and looking at the battlefield. At this time, Long Chen's Divine Fire Avatar had finished condensing. Without hesitation, the Divine Fire Avatar jumped into the 9 spins fire shield and disappeared. The Divine Flame Doppelganger possesses 1/5 of the original's power. This is already more powerful than the first rank of the Heavenly River tier. You can still withstand such an unexpected attack. Long Chen sneered inwardly. Under the great pressure of the silver moon slash, Long Chen began to retreat step by step. I'm defeated. Yu Chong, who was crazily using the silver moon slash, was indescribably excited when he saw that victory was in sight. He was just about to follow up with another attack when, at this time, a fiery figure suddenly jumped out from the 9 spins fire shield. Yu Chong didn't even have time to resist, and his forehead was directly punched. Boom! A wave of flames swept over Yu Chong's body, quickly burning his wolf-shaped demonic beast's fur. Yu Chong was sent flying by the punch, and at this time, Long Chen withdrew the 9 spins fire shield and suddenly rushed at the injured Yu Chong. The halberd slashed down, smashing into Yu Chong's lower abdomen, and this huge body was slashed to the ground. Boom! Yu Chong smashed into the ground and let out a scream. At this time, the flames on his body were forcibly extinguished, but when he could see clearly, he felt a little cold at his throat. When he opened his eyes, it turned out that Long Chen's blue dragon halberd was already pressed against his throat. You lost. Long Chen said indifferently. Yu Chong looked at all this in disbelief, his eyes were wide open, but the residual burning pain on his body told him that Long Chen wasn't lying, he was indeed defeated. Impossible. Yu Chong tried to struggle. If you move again, believe it or not, I will chop your head off. Long Chen looked at him with a playful look and said with a smile. This scene was seen by everyone. Yu Tao and the others felt the same as Yu Chong. At first, they couldn't believe it, then they became angry, and finally, they felt guilty because they were about to lose one of the ninth prince's fire essence. The ninth prince looked at Long Chen indifferently, his hands were behind his back. Only old Yen could see that the ninth prince's fists were tightly clenched. Chapter 298. In fact, for the ninth prince, this fire-refined essence was superfluous, which was also the reason why he placed it in the study. The reason why his heart was filled with killing intent was not because he was about to lose the fire-refined essence, but because Long Chen had already given him pressure. For him, Long Chen's growth was too much. From a nobody, a character that could be easily killed, he was quickly closing in on him. Watching Long Chen defeat Yu Chong, everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, who were laughing at Long Chen just now, seemed to have been slapped by Long Chen. The burning sensation on their faces made the anger in their hearts gradually burn. The weak, the timid, will only suffer endless bullying and humiliation. If I didn't take the risk to fight with this boy today, I'm afraid I would never be able to raise my head in front of these guys. But now it's different. Long Chen thought in his heart. He removed the dragon soul transformation, put away the blue dragon halberd, and no longer looked at his defeated opponent, Yu Chong. Instead, he said to the ninth prince, Your Highness, you are the witness. Now the battle situation should be very clear. Yes, you defeated Yu Chong. According to the agreement, this fire-refined essence belongs to you. Elder Yen, go up and take it. The ninth prince concealed the emotions in his heart and said with a faint smile. Elder Yen nodded, looked at Long Chen, and then rushed up to the roof. Under the somewhat guilty eyes of the people of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, he handed the fire-refined essence to Long Chen. The heat of this fire-refined essence was not low, and it also burst with a strong light. Long Chen hurriedly put it into his cosmos sack, otherwise, Lingxi's eyes might be damaged. Thank you, Your Highness. Also, when I go to Ni Yang's Wonderland, Lingxi and Xiao Lang can stay in Prince Yu's mansion. After Long Chen expressed his gratitude, he suddenly said so. Oh. The ninth prince had already known that Long Chen would not agree. After all, Long Chen had yet to truly trust him. How could he hand over the person closest to him to the ninth prince? If that's the case, then it's fine. Don't worry, Miss Lingxi is in my residence. I can assure you that she's absolutely safe, the ninth prince said with a smile. There was a mysterious light in his eyes. At this moment, when the members of the Sky Wolf Gang saw that they had nothing to do, they glared at Long Chen, then left with the ninth prince. It's getting late. I'll send someone to arrange accommodations for you. After the people from the Heavenly Wolf Gang left, the ninth prince made arrangements for Long Chen and Yi Zichen before leaving. In a luxurious and cozy room, Long Chen leaned against the wall with Lingxi in his arms. Little Shi, are you sure you want to stay in Prince Yu's mansion? Long Chen asked worriedly. Long Chen was well aware of the ninth prince's attitude. Placing Lingxi here was no different from sending a lamb into a tiger's den. Previously, he had agreed to the ninth prince's request purely because Lingxi had hinted from the side. Chen, you have no confidence in me. Big brother Chen, don't you have any confidence in me? You're merely at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. What can you do to me? Moreover, don't you have little wolf? Moreover, even if I can't preserve my life, I'll just abandon this physical body and return to the Lingxi sword. In any case, you're going to obtain the 9 heavens celestial fruit for me. This mortal body is filled with many troublesome matters, so it's fine if I don't want it, Lingxi said mischievously. That's indeed the case. However, it wasn't easy for me to obtain this mysterious heaven jade lotus, and I could be intimate with you for a while. It would be a pity if I lost it. Only now did Longchen understand Lingxi's thoughts. The 9th prince had his eyes on Lingxi. However, he didn't use extreme methods like directly killing Longchen and forcefully occupying Lingxi. This meant that a proud person like him wouldn't stoop to such a thing. What he wanted was Lingxi's heart, and Lingxi's heart was already with Longchen. How could he snatch it away? Even if he went crazy in the end, Lingxi could simply abandon the mysterious heaven jade lotus and return to Lingxi's sword. There was no one here who could touch the Lingxi's sword. There's nothing we can do about that. Previously, we didn't think that this 9th prince was a bad person. It's only today that he accidentally exposed himself. If we had known that Xiao Lang and I would be staying on the Golden Fish Island, we wouldn't have come in. Now that we've been targeted by him, with his ability, he'll be able to find us no matter where we go. We might as well just stay here and wait for you to return with good news. Lingxi was worried that Longchen would be under a lot of pressure, so she carefully analyzed the situation for him. Their relationship had already reached an incredibly solid level since they had come from Baiyang town. After listening to Lingxi's words, Longchen's heart was very clear. He was no longer worried about the things that he was originally worried about. Anyway, no matter what, it was impossible for the 9th prince to have his way, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. As long as he obtained the 9 heavens celestial fruit, he could go far away. When that time came, he would be strong enough. If the 9th prince tried to stop him, he could just stab him to death with his halberd. 9th prince, oh, 9th prince, you let me become a divine guard of the divine realm and gave me the opportunity to go to Ni Yang's divine realm. If you're really a good person, I'd be willing to be friends with you and repay you in the future. However, since you've set your eyes on my treasure, then don't blame me for being cruel and merciless. Longchen had never been a person who would allow others to bully him. Today, he was living under someone else's roof, so he endured it. However, if he was given the opportunity to soar to success, regardless of his identity, Longchen would definitely take revenge. Lingxi was the biggest taboo in Longchen's heart. Other men, let alone touching her, even if Longchen just had the slightest idea, he would directly kill them. However, the 9th prince actually dared to do such a thing, which was really a taboo for Longchen. Therefore, in his heart, Longchen had already set a death sentence for him. Little Shi, you and Xiao Lang just stay here obediently. I'll soon obtain the 9 heavens celestial fruit, then I'll take you away from here. Moreover, with the speed of my cultivation, at that time, there might not be anyone who can stop me. Just from inheriting the inheritance blood essence, Longchen had become very confident. Chen, I know, you're really long-winded, just like an auntie. Lingxi made a funny face. Good, Lingxi, you're the auntie. No, I have to turn you into an auntie. Longchen's mood became a lot more relaxed, and he laughed mischievously. How? Lingxi asked foolishly. Just watch and you'll know. Longchen let out a strange laugh, and carried her soft body horizontally. With a whoosh, he moved to the side of the bed, then placed Lingxi down, opened his arms, and threw Lingxi into his embrace. What are you doing, Chen? You're so heavy. Feeling Longchen's warm aura, Lingxi was a little flustered, and her face flushed red. She hurriedly stretched out her hands, wanting to push Longchen away, but with her mortal strength, she couldn't move Longchen at all. Lingxi's body had the fragrance of a lotus. For Longchen, this was the source of temptation. At this moment, looking at the girl in his embrace who was scared and shy, and the faint mist in her eyes, as well as the faint sound of her breathing, all of this caused Longchen's blood to boil. Lingxi, I want to ask you something. Long Chen knew that Lingxi was a very traditional person, and he didn't dare to do anything that would leave a shadow in her heart. After all, the current her didn't seem to understand anything. What is it? As long as she was pressed by Long Chen and felt his warmth, Lingxi felt her whole body heat up. This kind of feeling made her a little eager, but also a little uncomfortable. Her whole heart was hanging in the air, unable to go up or down. When have you decided to consummate your marriage with me? Long Chen asked shamelessly. Lingxi had occasionally heard about consummating their marriage. It seemed that after consummating their marriage, she would transform from a girl to a woman. Lingxi roughly knew what Long Chen was referring to. Bastard, scoundrel, wait until you're dead. Long Chen's words scared her, and she pushed him even harder. Sure enough, she still couldn't accept it. I'll die now. Long Chen laughed and was about to scare Lingxi when Xiao Lang walked in from the outside. Long Chen was shocked and jumped out of the bed at lightning speed. He looked at Xiao Lang awkwardly, and his old face was red. The wolf cub stayed where it was. Its dark eyes widened as if it had been startled. Then, it immediately turned around and ran away with a whoosh. Chen, you go out. This scene was seen by Xiao Lang, and Long Chen was a little embarrassed, let alone Lingxi. Seeing that she was a little angry, Long Chen quickly comforted her and ran out. Although Lingxi had changed a little more mature, she was still a little scary when she got angry. When he found Xiao Lang outside, Long Chen pretended that nothing had happened. He looked at Xiao Lang for a while and asked, "You've swallowed the fire essence and reached the 4th grade of the earth rank." Xiao Lang nodded. After getting confirmation, Long Chen was a little stunned, and then he sighed in his heart. No wonder the Burning Heaven Demon Emperor praised Xiao Lang's talent so much. As long as a demonic beast like the sun-devouring demonic wolf had enough fire attribute treasures, its growth rate would be extremely fast. It was hard for ordinary demonic beasts to advance, but when it advanced, it was even more terrifying than a human. Sitting on a green stone, Long Chen looked at the starry sky and said, "Tomorrow, I'll enter the Yang immortal realm. You stay by Lingxi's side at all times and protect her. When I get the 9 heavens immortal fruit, we'll find a place to cultivate, and when we're strong enough, we'll come back to avenge you. What do you think?" Xiao Lang nodded, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. It should be known that he was going to face the imperial family, and Long Chen did not hesitate to say that he would help him take revenge. "We'll cultivate the divine fire clone together, and I succeeded first. I'll tell you my cultivation experience now, and if there's anything good in the future, we brothers will also cultivate together." Xiao Lang might really have the talent to cultivate battle skills. Although the meridians of wolves were different from those of humans, they were also spiritual creatures born from heaven and earth. Xiao Lang was originally a human, and he might really succeed after some exploration. In the process of communicating with the wolf cub, Long Chen continued to condense the true fire seed. For him, the most difficult part of the divine fire doppelganger was condensing the first doppelganger. Next, he only needed to repeat the original process. After accompanying Lingxi for a night, the next day, Long Chen set out on the road to the Yang immortal realm. Chapter 299. Long Chen had told Lingxi and Xiao Lang everything that needed to be said. Early the next morning, Long Chen did not let Lingxi and Xiao Lang send him off. He went directly to Prince Yu's residence. The others had not arrived yet. Long Chen stood where he was for a while. At the end of the street, the figures of the heavenly wolf triad finally appeared. "This brat actually wants us brothers to welcome him personally. He is really arrogant. I will teach him a lesson," a bald, burly man said with some savagery. "Don't be rash. If you want to fight, do it in the Wonderland where there is no one. You don't have face, but His Highness does. Don't cause trouble for His Highness," Yu Tao said angrily. When they were not far from Longchen, Yu Tao shouted at him, "Brat, follow me outside the city. Ni Yang's wonderland is outside the imperial city." From their words, Longchen guessed this, so he walked behind the heavenly wolf triad. They could not be bothered with Longchen, and Longchen naturally could not be bothered with them. His indifferent attitude made Yu Chong, who was walking beside Yu Tao, more and more murderous. "Brother, promise me that you will kill this Longchen in the wonderland," Yu Chong said in a low voice. "What's the hurry? I already looked for His Highness last night. His plan is to spend a month with Lady Lingxi and see how things go. If we kill Longchen now, His Highness is worried that Lady Lingxi will guess the truth and bear a grudge against His Highness. So it is best for us to bear with it. Whether to kill Longchen, we have to wait for a month," Yu Tao said seriously. "I do not understand. Did His Highness bring this Longchen back from Yuanling City for Lady Lingxi? Why did he not kill Longchen in Yuanling City?" Yu Chong asked. "In the beginning, His Highness valued him because of his potential, but my guess is that because of Lady Lingxi, His Highness knew that Longchen would never be loyal to him, so he decided to give up on Longchen. Why go through so much trouble? The way I see it, we might as well just kill off Longchen. She's just a woman. Can't we just take her?" Yu Chong said in a somewhat depressed tone. "Nonsense. As a prince, His Highness only has his own pride. How can you compare him to us? However, I reckon that if Miss Lingxi's determination is firm, His Highness will go crazy sooner or later. Longchen will die sooner or later. What are you worried about?" Yu Tao said in a low voice. Yu Chong finally understood. After leaving Jade Core Imperial City, Longchen followed them under Yu Tao's lead, and they headed east. All along the way, the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang gathered together and chatted loudly, and they'd completely overlooked Longchen's existence. Longchen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and he was happy to be left alone. After walking for about 20 kilometers, an emerald green forest appeared in front of them. At this time, Yu Tao walked to the side of Longchen and said condescendingly, "We will reach Ni Yang City soon. When we reach Ni Yang City, I will take you to see the legendary Lord Sword Devil. At that time, you better speak less and don't move. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for not warning you." "Don't you want me to die?" Longchen smiled and said indifferently. "What do you mean?" Yu Tao said with a gloomy gaze. Longchen shrugged and no longer answered. He only cared about walking on his own path. "Boy, you can be cocky now. A mere country bumpkin dares to go against His Highness. You really don't know life from death." Behind him, Yu Tao sneered. Soon, they arrived at the Ni Yang City that Yu Tao had mentioned. This Ni Yang City was completely different from the Baiyang Imperial City. Ni Yang City was entirely black in color, and it looked just like a battle fortress. It was ferocious and domineering, and it had sharp edges and sharp curves. It revealed a terrifying and breathtaking aura. The entire Ni Yang City actually only had a ring-shaped city wall. However, there were countless densely packed rooms within the city wall. When Longchen saw it from afar, he was able to tell that there were at least several tens of thousands of soldiers stationed within the city wall. You shouldn't underestimate these Ni Yang army. 50,000 Ni Yang army, even 150,000 Baiyang Imperial City's garrison army would not be a match for them. The lowest requirement to become a member of the Ni Yang army is to be at the Earth Core realm. The 5 great leaders of the Ni Yang army and the Supreme Imperial Uncle, the Sword Demon, are not people that the 7 great commanders of the Imperial City's garrison army can compare with. Indistinctly, Longchen heard the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang discussing this issue. Within the Imperial City, the garrison army was guarding the perimeter. However, within Ni Yang City, there were actually 50,000 Ni Yang army soldiers. Moreover, every single one of them was an existence above the Earth core realm. Moreover, there were even the 5 great leaders, the Sword Demon, and other experts keeping watch. From this, it could be seen how strict the imperial family was in guarding the Ni Yang Immortals realm. It seems that it won't be easy for me to find the 9 heaven celestial fruit in the Ni Yang Immortals realm. Long Chen began to have concerns in this aspect. Following Yu Tao, Long Chen began to enter Ni Yang City. The city gate of Ni Yang City was guarded very strictly. Immortal Realm Divine Guards could only enter after showing a white identity card. Originally, Long Chen didn't have the qualifications to enter Ni Yang City. However, Yu Tao told the gatekeeper that Long Chen was a Immortal Realm Divine Guard newly recommended by the 9th Prince. Only then did the gatekeeper agree. However, he needed a small team of Ni Yang army soldiers to personally lead Long Chen to the place where the Sword Demon was. Confirming identity and registering. This strict system caused Long Chen's heart to turn cold. If one were to look towards the inside of Ni Yang City, one would be able to see that the entire Ni Yang City was surrounded by a gigantic lake. That lake was clear and transparent, just like a tranquil mirror. Only when people entered the lake one by one would faint ripples appear, which would then disappear in an instant. Within Ni Yang City, all the members of the Ni Yang army wore black battle armor. Even their heads were covered by heavy armor. Only the Immortal Realm Divine Guards wore different kinds of clothes. Among those who had sunk to the bottom of the lake, none of them wore black battle armor. Therefore, Long Chen could be sure that these people should be Immortal Realm Divine Guards. In other words, the entrance to the Ni Yang Immortals realm should be in the middle of this lake. This is the Moon Compassion Lake. The entrance to the Ni Yang Immortals realm is in the middle of this lake. You can become a Immortal Realm Divine Guard and enter the Ni Yang Immortals realm. I really envy you. Right at this moment, one of the black-armored men said. He could tell that although the men from the Heavenly Wolf Gang had brought Long Chen here, they weren't in the same group as Long Chen. How many years have you been here? He could tell that this black-armored Ni Yang army soldier was a young man, and he should be around the same age as Long Chen. 3 years. Ever since I was young, my dream has been to become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard. However, because of my own innate talent, I'm still at the initial Heavenly Core realm. That's why I can only be a member of the Ni Yang army. However, compared to you, I have my advantages. I don't have to face any dangers. In this world, there is no one who dares to attack Ni Yang City and seize the Ni Yang Immortals realm. As for you, in the Immortal Realm, not only will you face the threat of immortal beasts, you will also have to fight against each other and kill each other. I think you should be more careful. While saying this, the black-armored young man subconsciously looked at the Heavenly Wolf Gang and continued, I know this group of people. They used to be horse bandits, and they have killed many people. However, after they became the 9th Prince's subordinates, they restrained themselves a lot. But, a leopard cannot change its spots. Thank you. Long Chen nodded his head in response to the young man's advice. He could tell that this black-armored young man was a kind-hearted person. It was rare to see such a sincere person. I've said too much. Hee, we're almost at Lord Sword Devil's palace. Speaking of which, I've been here for 3 years, but I've never seen him with my own eyes. But, you've already seen his face the moment you arrived. Sword Devil, Long Chen had some impression of this man. Before Xiao Lang became the sun-devouring demon wolf, Long Chen had asked him who his enemies were. Sword Devil's name was one of them, and he was one of the main perpetrators. Lord Sword Devil is the younger brother of the current Sword Emperor. His cultivation level has already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. In the entire Xiangyang nation, he can be ranked in the top 3. With him guarding Ni Yang City, there's absolutely no danger. These 2 people are the pillars of the Xiangyang nation, and I've admired them since I was young," the black-armored young man said emotionally. It could be seen that this young man was probably a little stifled. After chatting with Long Chen for a while, he immediately changed the topic. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Gang did not tell Long Chen anything about the rules of the Ni-Yang Immortals realm. Thus, for some information, Long Chen could only find out from this black-armored young man. After a while, they finally arrived at Sword Devil's palace. This legendary expert known as the Sword Demon lived a very simple life. In front of them was a simple black iron tower. The iron tower was a little old, but it could not conceal its sharpness. The sharp aura pierced Long Chen's skin and made him feel a little pain. Just the place where he lives has such a sharp sword. I'm afraid it's not too much to call this person Sword Devil. An expert should be worthy of my respect. However, you are Xiao Lang's enemy, and this is another matter. After sending Long Chen here, the black-armored young man had no choice but to leave. Today was the beginning of the month. During this month, there were many people who joined the Immortals Realm Divine Guards. At this moment, there were already many people waiting at the door. In front of Sword Devil's palace, Yu Tao did not dare to be too presumptuous, and warned Long Chen in a low voice, "Stay here first. When everyone is here, all of you will have to go through Lord Sword Devil's personal inspection." Long Chen raised his head, and in front of him was a closed iron door. He's really arrogant. After coming to this Ni-Yang city, Long Chen truly felt what kind of power the imperial family had. This Ni-Yang city was only a corner of the imperial family, but it was already so terrifying. What Long Chen did not lack was patience. Time passed bit by bit. He came here in the morning, and it was only in the afternoon that the iron door opened. It was dark and cold inside. When the door opened, a strong wind blew out. Long Chen stood in front of it, and he was the first to bear the brunt of it. He quickly circulated his true qi to resist it. After the strong wind passed, Long Chen found that his clothes had been cut open by the strong wind. This was just a natural strong wind. Because of the expert swordsman inside, it naturally formed. When the door opened, it naturally blew out. Long Chen was a little scared. Newly promoted Immortals Realm Divine Guards, come in. Chapter 300. Long Chen and the other 8 new Immortal Realm Divine Guards entered the Iron Tower. As for Yu Tao and the others, they could only wait outside. It seems that this sword demon is really famous. These guys didn't even say a word. As Long Chen walked in the pitch-black passageway, he sized up the few people beside him. Among them, 2 people caught his attention. One of them was clad in black armor, and was dressed in the typical attire of the Ni-Yang army. Long Chen reckoned that this guy was originally a member of the Ni-Yang army. Then, because of his outstanding performance, his strength rose rapidly, and he was promoted to an Immortal Realm Divine Guard. As for the other one, he was a short and skinny man. He was only about as tall as Long Chen's chest. His face was a little pale, but he had delicate features. His appearance was not bad, but he had an arrogant look on his face. Even in front of the sword demon, he could not hide his arrogant character. This guy should be from the Wu tribe. When they were outside, this guy was also very dazzling. There were several Immortal Realm Divine Guards escorting him, and all of them bowed and scraped to him. After listening to the description of the people of Golden Fish Island, Long Chen felt enmity towards the Wu tribe. Along the way, they were silent. Soon, they walked into a large hall. The walls of the hall were dark, and there were 4 huge torches burning in the 4 corners, illuminating the dark hall. In front of the hall, there was a seat in the middle, and there were another 5 seats scattered on both sides of the seat in the middle. At this time, there were a total of 6 seats, all of which were occupied. In Long Chen's mind, the sword demon and the 5 great magnates that the black-armored youth had mentioned previously appeared. These should be the 6 most powerful experts in Niyang City. Long Chen's gaze was first attracted by the figure at the top. This was a white-haired martial artist with a youthful face. Time did not leave any traces on his face. He was just sitting there, but Long Chen could feel an oppressive aura pressing towards him. When his gaze swept over him, Long Chen felt a tingling sensation on his skin. This should be the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon's age was estimated to be in his 40s. However, he was able to maintain the appearance of a young man, which was very rare. From this, it could be seen that the Sword Demon was definitely extraordinary. Below Sword Devil sat 5 middle-aged men with different appearances. They gave Long Chen a feeling that they were inferior to Sword Devil, but they were still much stronger than Long Chen. Sit down. The white-haired young man in the middle. Sword Demon softly spat out 2 words. Long Chen suddenly felt an invisible force binding his body and pushing him to a seat not far away. There were a total of 9 people, and each of them had their own seat. Long Chen glanced around and discovered that he was sitting at the very back, and beside him was the black-armored warrior. Song Yufeng, come up. Sword Demon glanced around and his gaze stopped on the short man. Before entering the Iron Tower, the short man's expression was filled with arrogance. However, after entering, he was completely suppressed by Sword Demon. At this moment, he could only lower his head and obediently listen to Sword Demon's instructions. Yes. The short man named Song Yufeng stood up and trembled as he walked towards Sword Demon. Because of fear, his face was somewhat pale. At this moment, below Sword Demon, a short and fat middle-aged man hurriedly smiled and said to Sword Demon, "Lord, this is my son, Song Yufeng. He is 16 years old today and is already at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier." Your son. Sword Demon looked Song Yufeng up and down, nodded, and said, reaching the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier at the age of 16 is already similar to a disciple of the imperial family. Not bad. Since he is your son, there is no need to check. Song Yufeng, you can leave. Yes, thank you, Lord. Finally, not having to face the pressure of this terrifying Sword Demon, Song Yufeng hurriedly nodded and bowed, then eagerly returned to the distance. Long Chen indifferently watched this scene. Among the 5 big shots, there was a person from the Wei clan. Long Chen was surprised. After all, the Yamato clan was one of the 3 big clans of Baiyang Imperial City. As one of the 3 big clans, it was not surprising for them to occupy a position here. At this moment, another person had already gone up to accept the Sword Demon's check. Sword Demon only used his palm to walk 1 round around his body, touched the place with the star veins, and then it was done. At this moment, the black-armored martial artist beside him suddenly asked Long Chen, "Brother, do you know what he is checking?" His hand touched the star veins, so he must be checking the nature of true qi. "We are all recommended, so there should not be any problems," Long Chen said after thinking for a while. He then sized up this black-armored martial artist. Because of his relationship with the black-armored youth, Long Chen felt a sense of familiarity with this black-armored martial artist. Moreover, this black-armored martial artist's gaze was firm and pure, and did not look like someone who could not be befriended like Song Yufeng. What Long Chen lacked the most now was friends, so he would not let go of anyone who could become a friend. "How should I address you?" It was not their turn yet, so Long Chen turned around and asked him. "Zhang Yuanteng, how about you?" "My name is Long Chen." "You should have been in the Niyang army, right?" Long Chen asked. "Indeed. My aptitude was not good before, but recently I have improved and reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, I have some understanding of the Niyang Immortals realm, so an exception was made for me to be promoted to a divine guard of the Immortals realm," the black-armored martial artist, Zhang Yuanteng, lamented. "You have a very good understanding of the Niyang Immortals realm. I followed the 9th prince here from Yuanling City, and everything here is very unfamiliar to me. Since you know so much, tell me about it, Long Chen said softly with a smile. Following the ninth prince and being able to receive the appreciation of the imperial family, it seems that your talent is really not bad. What you have said, I am naturally willing. When I go out, I rely on my friends. I feel honored to be able to serve you, haha. Although this Zhang Yuanteng had not spoken previously, once he spoke, it was obvious that he was definitely a straightforward and forthright person. Long Chen chatted with him, asking about the Ni Yang city, the Ni Yang Immortals realm, and finally, the 5 big shots. The 5 big shots are all at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Among them, the 2 on the left are members of the Imperial family, and the other 3 on the right are members of the Imperial family. Now, they are members of the 3 great clans. That Song Yufeng's father is the clan leader of the Yamato clan, Zhang Yuanteng said in a low voice. Because the sword demon and the others were at the end of the great hall, they did not dare to speak too loudly when they spoke. Very soon, it was Zhang Yuanteng's turn. Zhang Yuanteng had started from the Ni Yang army, so naturally, there would not be any problems. Thus, he quickly came down and switched with Long Chen. In this dark and deep great hall, Long Chen stepped on the shiny black floor. Under the gaze of 1/9 level of the Heavenly River tier and 5/8 level of the Heavenly River tier, he arrived in front of the sword demon, and then stopped in his tracks. Unlike Song Yufeng's submissive attitude, although the person standing in front of him was a top-notch elite, Long Chen did not have the slightest bit of fear. That was because there were many things in this world that caused him to revere, but it was definitely not an expert at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier in front of him. The sword demon paid attention to Long Chen's eyes, and then, without saying another word, reached out his hand, and rolled it 1 round in front of Long Chen's chest and abdomen through his clothes. Long Chen felt a wave of hot air rise from his hand, and then engulf Long Chen's body. Within the star vein, it very quickly went through a cycle, and returned to the sword demon's hand. So you are the Long Chen that little Nine recommended. Looking at Long Chen, the sword demon was a bit puzzled. He was indeed insisting on the nature of true qi, and wanted to see if there was any demonic qi in Long Chen's true qi, and whether he was a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace. He did not discover any demonic qi in Long Chen's true qi, but the nature of Long Chen's true qi was currently 4 times that of others, so the feeling he gave the sword demon was different from others. Yes, Lord Sword Demon, what's the matter? Long Chen nodded. Nothing, you may leave. The sword demon shook his head. He only felt that it was a bit strange. Long Chen then left. Getting close to this enemy of Xiaolang, Long Chen felt even more that he was asking for a fight. The sword qi on his body seemed to be all-pervasive, entering into Long Chen's body. Just getting close to him made Long Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. When Long Chen left, the 9 people had already finished the examination. At this time, the sword demon did not announce the end of the examination. Instead, he directly walked in front of Long Chen and the others, and said, "There is no problem with your background. However, the Ni Yang celestial realm requires battle prowess, and battle prowess and cultivation level are not completely equal. Now, I need to examine your battle prowess. The first level of the Heavenly River tier is the lowest standard for a celestial realm divine guard. However, even if you are at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, if your strength is not enough, you have to get out of here." His eyes swept over the 9 people, and that cold gaze made everyone involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to look at him. The rules are very simple. I will not make a move, and you will use your strongest moves to attack me. I will be able to tell whose attack is not strong enough, and who has no battle experience. So, all of you, stand up. Since he was called the Sword Demon, he definitely had a unique and crazy personality. Just now, the Sword Demon was still calm, but now, his voice was filled with coldness, and his whole person was like a sharp unsheathed sword. Just by standing here, he was swallowing and spitting out a suffocating sharpness. Among the group, Long Chen was the first to stand up. His determination was stronger than the others, especially since the sword demon had a grudge against Xiao Lang. Long Chen did not fear him, so he was not afraid of him. As for the others, even Song Yifeng, who was at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, when he stood up, his legs were trembling. The sword demon shook the ground, and the luxurious chair was instantly turned into dust, and the hall suddenly seemed empty. Celestial Realm Divine Guards not only have to pay attention to battle, but also have to pay attention to cooperation. From now on, the 9 of you will form a group, and attack me with all your strength. Whoever is not crazy enough, or doesn't know how to cooperate, will immediately get out of here. The 9 people looked at each other. In order to not get out, they were all like cornered dogs, jumping over a wall. Chapter 301. When the sword demon finished speaking, everyone no longer cared about their identities. With the sword demon's strength, it was impossible for him to injure them, so they could do whatever they wanted. Hey! After Song Yuefeng thought this through, he was the first to attack. He was the only 5th level Heaven River tier cultivator present, and his status was also the highest. His father was watching his performance from the side. Thinking back to what his father had said to him before, Song Yuefeng knew that he had to perform his best this time. He had to be the most superior, and it would be best if he could obtain the sword demon's praise. Thus, even though he had a delicate appearance, once his violent nature was triggered, he would become the craziest. With a dagger in hand, Song Yuefeng used his fastest speed to pass through the crowd and attack the sword demon. Indeed, in the face of great pressure, everyone could go crazy. However, the scene was a mess, and there was no cooperation at all. Only Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng advanced shoulder to shoulder. They looked at each other and prepared to take care of each other. Secret technique, vortex will stab. After rushing to the front, Song Yuefeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. True qi erupted from his body, and the dagger in his hand spun. Instantly, it was as if his entire body had turned into a whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, the blade flashed continuously as it pounced towards the sword demon. Seeing such an attack, Long Chen was secretly shocked. This move was definitely a medium earth tier battle technique, and combined with Song Yuefeng's cultivation at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, the destructive power was so great that Long Chen guessed that even if he used the 9-spiral fire shield at full strength, it would be very difficult to block it. From this, it could be seen that there were countless true geniuses in the Imperial City. How will the sword demon counter this move? Long Chen stared at Song Yuefeng's vortex will stab, which was about to hit the sword demon's body. The sword demon's expression was indifferent. Just as he was about to be injured, he slowly extended his hand. It seemed slow, but in reality, it was incomparably fast. An arm, without any true qi, directly pierced into the vortex will stab. How is that possible? Long Chen was taken aback. That was because he saw that the attack that he couldn't block had been easily broken by sword demon. He used his hand to reach into the vortex and grabbed Song Yuefeng's wrist. With a shake, he threw Song Yuefeng out. So strong. Long Chen's eyes darkened when he saw this. Even Song Yuefeng was directly thrown out. The others were even worse off. Their attacks did not even get close to Sword Demon before they were all thrown out by him. Sword Demon's eyebrows were furrowed from beginning to end. It seemed that no one could satisfy him, not even Song Yuefeng. After being thrown out, Song Yuefeng panicked. He quickly got up and charged at the Sword Demon again. His previous performance was nothing special. Hence, he had to make a stunning performance in order to gain the recognition of the expert before him. At this time, among the 9 people, 6 had already been thrown out. Long Chen had already taken out his blue dragon halberd as he rushed forward. As for the abnormal amplification of the dragon soul transformation, he didn't need it yet. Brother Long Chen, I will cover. You attack. At the critical moment, Zhang Yuanteng suddenly said. All right. Long Chen decisively agreed and then took a step back. They both knew that since Sword Demon wanted to see them cooperate, they would cooperate for him to see. At the very least, with two people cooperating, they would be better off than the others who would be thrown out at the same time. Zhang Yuanteng took a step forward and blocked Long Chen's back. At the same time, he stood up and punched out a pitch-black fist mark towards the Sword Demon. Long Chen followed closely behind. When Zhang Yuanteng punched out, Long Chen's Blue Dragon halberd passed by his side. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon soars to the 9th heaven. Following closely behind Zhang Yuanteng, the dragon soars to the 9th heaven rose from a corner that Sword Demon couldn't see and attacked from below. Although it was the first time they met, their cooperation was quite tacit. At least, after Sword Demon blocked Zhang Yuanteng's punch and threw him out, it was already too late to resist Long Chen's dragon soars to the 9th heaven. A trace of praise flashed in his eyes. Not bad. Sword Demon suddenly turned around and used his movement technique to dodge Long Chen's dragon soars to the 9th heaven. At the same time, he grabbed towards Long Chen with lightning speed. All the people who attacked him were thrown out by him. Although Long Chen's attack gave him enough distance to dodge, Sword Demon didn't let him escape the fate of being thrown out. Want to throw me? Long Chen secretly chuckled. He withdrew dragon soars to the 9th heaven while retreating at high speed. At the same time, his body suddenly ignited with a red flame. A flaming silhouette suddenly rushed out from his body and collided with Sword Demon. It happened to block Sword Demon's path. Divine Fire Clone. Bang! The Divine Fire Clone suddenly exploded. This was the power of Sword Demon's move. However, before the Divine Fire Clone exploded, Long Chen had already successfully escaped. After rolling on the ground a few times, he was already out of Sword Demon's attack range. Raising his head, he saw that this man called Sword Demon had no intention of attacking. Instead, he looked at Long Chen approvingly and said, "Brat, there hasn't been anyone who can avoid being thrown out by me for over a year. You're only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, but you can do this." Not bad, not bad. 2 consecutive not bad words. This was about the highest praise he could give. This guy is really amazing. It's just that simple. I lost a true fire seed. I need to spend almost half a day to condense a true fire seed. Long Chen was a bit depressed. Long Chen didn't care much about Sword Demon's praise. He didn't know the meaning behind it, but everyone else did. At this moment, the 5 big shots were all looking at Long Chen, who was previously an inconspicuous character. Everyone was most optimistic about Song Yifeng. Unexpectedly, even Song Yifeng's performance was ordinary, while Long Chen had miraculously dodged Sword Demon's throw and even received his praise. Sword Demon stopped moving, which meant that this test was over. Long Chen had a little bit of limelight. He didn't think it was a big deal, but there was a youth that had already set his eyes on him. Song Yifeng was determined to show off in front of Sword Demon, attract his attention, and receive his praise. However, all of this was given to Long Chen, a nobody. Song Yifeng looked at Long Chen with a malicious gaze and secretly remembered Long Chen's appearance. "Idiot, if I caught you in the celestial realm, I would definitely kill you. You're only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and you dare to show off in front of me?" At this time, everyone was obediently lining up in front of Sword Demon. Zhang Yuanteng touched Long Chen's arm and said with a smile, "Your performance just now was not bad." "Actually, it was all because you covered for me before," Long Chen said honestly. "This is a small matter, not worth mentioning." "Oh, right, when we get out, don't leave first. I have something to tell you," Zhang Yuanteng whispered in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen nodded. At this time, Sword Demon looked around and said, I have seen your performance just now. In terms of cultivation level, you all definitely have the qualifications to be Celestial Realm Divine Guards. However, some of you did not pass the test in actual combat and need to go back and cultivate properly. Now, I will announce the name list of those who did not pass. The 9 people's hearts tightened as they listened carefully. These Celestial Realm Divine Guards were very important to Long Chen. Although Long Chen knew that if there were no accidents, he would definitely become a Celestial Realm Divine Guard, he was still a little nervous. Sword Demon quickly announced the results. Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng were not among them. Zhang Yuanteng's strength was not strong among them, but because of his cooperation with Long Chen, he received Sword Demon's approval. Among the 9 people, 3 were eliminated. Long Chen and the other 5 were divided into one group, while Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng were divided into the other group. From Sword Demon's words, Long Chen knew that Yang Immortal Realm was divided into 3 large areas, namely, the primary area, the middle area, and the high area. These areas were divided according to the strength of the immortal beasts in each area, as well as the preciousness of the spirit medicines and treasures. Although Song Yufeng's strength was at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, he had to stay in the primary area and go through a period of training before he could go to the middle area. As for Long Chen, it was needless to say. In the primary area, there were another 20 areas. This time, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng were assigned to the 18th area, the same area as the Heavenly Wolf Gang. However, Song Yufeng and the other 3 were assigned to the 17th area. After you have received your Jade identification cards, you may leave. The chiefs of the 17th and 18th areas are waiting for you outside. They will explain in detail how to become Celestial Realm Divine Guards, Sword Demon said indifferently as he sat back in his seat. The Jade identification card was actually the Jade card that Yu Tao and the others showed to the guards at the entrance when they entered Yang City. Every Jade card had a person's unique mark, and no one else could replace or use it. The Jade identification card was in the hands of Song Yufeng's father. A total of 6 people lined up to receive their Jade identification cards. When it was Long Chen's turn, one of the 5 big shots, the pudgy middle-aged man at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, who was also the clan leader of the De clan, Song Zhongcheng, raised his head and looked at Long Chen with a look of disgust. This damned fatty is hostile towards me. Long Chen could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. After receiving the Jade identification cards, everyone prepared to leave. At this time, Sword Demon suddenly said coldly, after receiving the Jade identification card, you are now members of our Imperial clan. In the future, you must be loyal to our Imperial clan for the rest of your lives. If you are found to have stolen the spirit medicine of the Celestial Realm, you will be killed without mercy. If you are found to have betrayed us, your 9 generations will be exterminated. This roar was like a sword, piercing into everyone's body. That vague pain made Long Chen feel very uncomfortable, as if there were really knives cutting his own flesh. Exterminating the 9 generations of the clan, exterminating the entire clan. Little Lang's Mo clan must have suffered such a severe punishment. It seems that the royal family is really not a good thing. With this thought, Long Chen walked out of the Iron Tower. Today, the 5th watch, commemorates the birth of my hardcore book group, Dragons. Those who want to join the Dragons, please look at the Dragons chapter. In addition, there were a few people who wanted to add me these few days, but because my phone is authenticated, I can't tell who they are. Therefore, brothers and sisters who want to join the Dragons, please join the group, 2816211106. Those who have not joined the group can add me again. Of course, if you dare to join the group, it is equivalent to everyone being willing to follow the rules of the Dragons. For details, please look at the Dragons chapter. To become a Dragons, please change your nickname to Dragons XXX. Chapter 302. As they exited the metal tower, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng walked behind. He was still thinking about what Zhang Yuanteng had just told him, and what he wanted to tell him. As they exited the metal tower, Song Yifeng, who was at the very front, turned back to look. There was a look of disgust in his eyes. Although it was just a quick glance, Long Chen was sure that he had not seen wrongly. "Brother Zhang, could it be that you want to tell me that this little shorty?" Long Chen asked, a little speechless. "That's right. You just stole his limelight, so he bears a grudge against you. Don't be surprised. You are not a native of the imperial city, so you don't know the vengeful nature of the Wu tribe. They are used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If they meet an expert, they will definitely shrink back and bow. However, if they meet the weak, they will definitely be arrogant and despotic. Their cruel methods are an eye-opener." Zhang Yuanteng's words were filled with disdain that could not be concealed. "This kind of tribe should really be exterminated," Long Chen said calmly. Because of his performance, he was hated by Song Yifeng, but Long Chen did not regret it. Long Chen had already massacred the Wu tribe once on Goldfish Island. Over 100 Wu tribe members had set foot on Goldfish Island, and not a single one had survived. If Song Yifeng really wanted to provoke him, Long Chen did not mind doing it again. Of course, the prerequisite was that Long Chen entered the celestial realm and found the 9 heaven celestial fruit as his strength increased. "I also want to exterminate them, but there are many experts in the Yamato clan. Apart from the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, there are no less than 10 7th level Heavenly River tier experts. The Wu tribe is as loyal as dogs to the royal family. In the Zhangyang nation, besides the royal family, no other force can completely exterminate the Yamato clan," Zhang Yuanteng whispered in Long Chen's ear as they were about to exit the door. He and Long Chen got along very well, so he spoke without restraint. "However, Long Chen, you better be careful. The Wu tribe likes to stab people in the back. Don't fall for their tricks," Zhang Yuanteng reminded. "Thank you, Brother Zhang. I will remember everything you said." At this point, they had already walked out of the Iron Tower. Yu Tao and the others were right in front of them, so Long Chen didn't say anything more. "Did you pass?" Yu Tao looked down at Long Chen and asked indifferently. "Is there any possibility of failure?" Long Chen said lightly. Yu Tao wasn't surprised that Long Chen was able to pass Lord Sword Devil's test. After all, Long Chen could defeat Yu Chong. If Yu Chong could become an immortal stage divine guard, then Long Chen could too. However, Long Chen's tone wasn't polite at all. Yu Tao could only bear with it as they were in a public place. He looked at Zhang Yuanteng and asked, "Do you also want to join the 18th District's Immortal Realm Divine Guards?" "Yes, you are the district chief of the 18th District, Yu Tao, brother Yu," Zhang Yuanteng said. Yu Tao nodded, looked at Long Chen again, and said, "Let's go. I will first bring all of you to Niyang City, to the residence that belongs to our 18th District. Tomorrow morning, I will then bring all of you into Niyang's Immortal Realm, to complete the task handed over to the previous team." Under Yu Tao's guidance, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng arrived at the residence. Every Immortal Realm Divine Guard was assigned a residence in Niyang City for them to stay when they were not on duty. After arriving here, Yu Tao and the others, who didn't get along with Long Chen, ran away. As for the rules of Niyang's Fairyland that Sword Devil had mentioned, he didn't tell Long Chen at all. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanteng had been in charge of the Niyang army in Niyang City for about 6 or 7 years. He knew some Immortal Realm Divine Guards and should know the affairs of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards like the back of his hand. In Niyang's Fairyland, because of the rich spiritual qi, elixirs and treasures can be seen everywhere. It is simply a sea of elixirs. The most common ones are yellow rank elixirs. In the primary domain, yellow rank elixirs are everywhere, and many of them can be trampled to death. Secondly, there are also many profound rank elixirs. Basically, no matter where you stand, there will be profound rank elixirs in your field of vision. The rarest ones are naturally earth rank elixirs. In the primary domain, there are many primary earth rank elixirs, and even medium earth rank elixirs. The task of our fairyland divine guards is to ensure that these earth rank elixirs are not snatched by the immortal beasts in the fairyland before or when they mature. Immortal beasts? Brother Zhang, how do immortal beasts exist in the fairyland? Long Chen asked with a frown. Immortal beasts are actually a type of demonic beasts that can be found all over the Ni Yang's fairyland. Because of the different regions, the strength of the immortal beasts that appear are also different. In the Ni Yang's fairyland, there is a thick fog that is completely formed by spiritual qi. Even an elite at the 6th or 7th tier of the Heavenly River tier would find it difficult to see through this fog, while immortal beasts can travel through the fog at will. Especially in some places where the fog is the thickest, it is the gathering place of immortal beasts. If you encounter a thick fog in the fairyland by chance, don't go in, or else it will be very dangerous. Do you know why the primary domain is set up to be the chief of the 5th tier of the Heavenly River tier? That's because even high-level immortal beasts are likely to appear in the primary domain. The more he listened to Zhang Yuanteng, the more interested Long Chen was in the Ni Yang's fairyland. If that was really the case, then the Ni Yang's fairyland was simply a treasure trove for him, especially those immortal beasts that were everywhere. Wasn't it the perfect help for him to use blood refining to increase his strength? I still have a question. Previously, Sword Demon said that those who hide the spiritual medicine in the fairyland will be sentenced to death. There are so many spiritual medicines in the fairyland, who can find them? Long Chen asked. Zhang Yuanteng smiled and said, I knew that you would have this doubt. Let me tell you, in fact, the reason why so many people want to be a divine guard of the fairyland is because there are also benefits to being a divine guard of the fairyland. In the Ni Yang's fairyland, as long as you don't completely remove the yellow rank or profound rank spiritual medicines, you can take as many of these spiritual medicines as you want. No one will say anything against you. For the current you, these spiritual medicines may be useless, but in the Cangyang kingdom, except for the imperial city, there are other places that have the real treasures among the profound rank items. The imperial family doesn't want the yellow rank or profound rank items. However, as long as it is an earth rank item, when it just emerges, someone will record its information. It is useless to pick the spiritual medicine before it matures, and if it disappears inexplicably, it will be easy to be investigated. Therefore, if you want to hide the earth rank spiritual medicine, it is nothing more than courting death. Brother Long, you don't have this intention, do you? Zhang Yuanteng joked. I'm here to be a divine guard of the fairyland, not to court death. Long Chen smiled and said. He secretly remembered Zhang Yuanteng's words in his heart and thought to himself, in the fairyland, if there is a 9-heaven celestial fruit, the imperial family must have recorded its location. If I can get the information recorded, it will be twice the result with half the effort to find the 9-heaven celestial fruit. The question was, where would the information be? Long Chen casually asked Zhang Yuanteng this question. Naturally, it is the guardian of the Ni Yang's fairyland, Lord Sword Demon. With his strength, no one can break into the Ni Yang's fairyland except for His Majesty the Sword Emperor. Zhang Yuanteng had some admiration for the Sword Demon. That guy. Long Chen sighed inwardly. For him, wanting to obtain any information from him was practically more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Thus, he gave up on that thought and decided to search for it in the fairyland with his own strength. Oh, that's right. There is one more thing that I have to tell you, and that is, if you kill an immortal beast in the fairyland, as long as you have the celestial pill as proof, you can exchange it for points in Ni Yang City. The points in Nanyang City can also be exchanged for many items. So, work hard, young man. Zhang Yuanteng laughed loudly as he patted Long Chen's shoulder. After being in the Nanyang army for so long, I've finally made it through. I can go to the fairyland, go on a killing spree, earn more things, and improve my strength from there. The second level of the Heavenly River tier is definitely not my highest peak. In the future, even reaching the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier will not be a dream for me. When he spoke of this, Zhang Yuanteng's eyes were surging with the light of excitement. After 5 or 6 years of lying dormant, he had finally made it through, and could properly start his own life. Zhang Yuanteng was a good person, very much to Long Chen's liking. Moreover, he had also told Long Chen so many things that he needed to know. At this moment, seeing that he was happy, Long Chen was also happy for him in his heart. Actually, there is nothing to be happy about. In the primary level regions, normally, you can only encounter demonic beasts in the top 3 levels of Earth rank, guarding the primary level of Earth rank. The true core of the fairyland is the high-level regions. That is the place that the imperial family truly pays attention to. The Celestial Realm Divine Guards. There are the elites among the Celestial Realm Divine Guards. As long as I can reach the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, I can become the true core of the Celestial Realm Divine Guards. At that time, it will be the time for me to truly soar. Just like my name, Zhang Yuanteng, I will soar into the distance. Truly surging with passion, when he first saw Zhang Yuanteng, Long Chen had thought that he would be a taciturn person. He had not thought that under his quiet appearance, there was such a fiery heart. Let's hope that he can succeed. This was his dream, and Long Chen also wished him well. As for himself, Long Chen knew that his goal was not as simple as reaching the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier and becoming the core of the Celestial Realm Divine Guards. Coming to Nanyang's fairyland, Long Chen only had one goal, and that was the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Time gradually passed, and early the next morning, there was a rumbling knock on the door. Long Chen was in the midst of cultivation, and had no choice but to stop. He knew that the time to enter Nanyang's fairyland had arrived. Opening the door, Yu Chong glared at him, and between his brows, there was an unfriendly message. Let's go. After saying this casually, he turned around and continued to loudly knock on Zhang Yuanteng's door. After Zhang Yuanteng also came out, he walked away with a gloomy face, and said in a low voice, "How unlucky, actually making me call you guys." Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng looked at each other and smiled. Following Yu Tao and the others, Long Chen looked at the calm lake in front of him. This was the entrance to Nanyang's fairyland. Chapter 303. At the bottom of the Moon Compassion Lake, there are about 50 passageways leading to Nanyang's fairyland. 20 of them belong to beginner domains. Today, we will be stationed in the 18th region. Now, we have to pass through the 18th passageway, Zhang Yuanteng said beside Long Chen. As for Yu Tao and the others, as well as the other guards of the 18th region, they did not care about Long Chen at all. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanteng explained a lot to Long Chen. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to enter Nanyang's fairyland without knowing anything about it. Following them, Long Chen began to dive into the Moon Compassion Lake. The Moon Compassion Lake was cool and seemed to be mixed with dense spiritual energy. Upon touching the lake water, Long Chen could feel the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Moon Compassion Lake was very clear. Long Chen could clearly see the bottom of the lake. In his field of vision, the bottom of the Moon Compassion Lake was a big dark green crystal that emitted a dark green light, turning the entire Moon Compassion Lake into a piece of green jade. In the middle of the dark green crystal, there were a total of 50 white crystals of various sizes, about a meter in diameter. There was a faint mist around the white crystals, making the crystals look like they were in the clouds. Although they were crystals, they looked more like passageways. Long Chen knew that this should be the entrance to Ni Yang's fairyland from the Moon Compassion Lake. Long Chen noticed that the closer the crystals were to the center, the bigger they were. The big white crystal in the middle was several times bigger than the others. Beside these big crystals, there were usually a few old men sitting cross-legged, guarding the crystals. It should be said that they were guarding the entrance to Ni Yang's fairyland. The closer to the crystal in the middle, the higher the grade of the area. The crystal in the middle directly leads to a high-grade domain. There are not many people who are qualified to enter there. As for these old men, they used to be divine guards of the fairyland. Because they are old, they have retired. However, their strength should not be underestimated. With their protection, it is difficult for unknown people to enter the fairyland. Zhang Yuanteng saw the doubt in Long Chen's eyes, so he explained. Long Chen realized that there seemed to be no freedom in the fairyland. At present, he could only follow the arrangements of the Sword Devil, the ruler of Ni Yang City, and enter the 18th district to receive the administration. Everyone, follow me to the 18th passageway. We will arrange the specific details of this month's protection in the fairyland. At this time, Yu Tao turned his head and said in a clear voice. After he finished speaking, he directly stepped on one of the white crystals and quickly disappeared. The others also followed suit and entered the Ni Yang's fairyland one by one. Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng were the last because they were newcomers. Just as they were about to enter, another group of people came down from Moon Compassion Lake and came to the crystal next to crystal number 18. That should be crystal number 17. Long Chen saw Song Yefeng from the Wu race among the group. Song Yefeng also noticed him immediately. Brat, what's your name? Walking to the front, Song Yufeng raised his chin high, pointed his nostrils at Long Chen, and asked arrogantly. Among the Wu race, although his appearance was somewhat wretched, it was considered the most outstanding. However, this arrogant look made it hard for Long Chen to compliment him. Long Chen was too lazy to care about him and directly followed Zhang Yuanteng. Without even looking at Song Yefeng, he stepped into crystal number 18. His actions immediately made Song Yefeng's face turn gloomy. Baka, this grandson, he actually dared to ignore my words. You went to the 18th district. Very well, see if I don't kill you. Long Chen suddenly felt a cold stream of water wrap around him, and at a very fast speed, he was sent far away. This feeling was very comfortable, and a rich spiritual energy rushed towards him. It didn't take long for Long Chen to find himself standing in the middle of a vast world. Ni Yang's immortal realm, worthy of being called the Immortal Realm City, there were yellow-ranked elixirs everywhere. This was not a false rumor, but it really appeared under Long Chen's feet. On the fertile soil, a medicinal fragrance hit his face. Looking up, the sky was dark blue, and there were many white clouds floating in between. Under the white clouds, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had condensed into a white mist. Between heaven and earth, everything in the distance seemed hazy, like a fairyland. This is Ni Yang's fairyland. The two newcomers, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng, could not help but start to appreciate the beauty of Ni Yang's fairyland. Frankly speaking, this was indeed the most beautiful place that Long Chen had ever seen. After looking around for a while, Zhang Yuanteng sighed, "This is the place that I have always dreamed of coming to. It is really wonderful. I really do not know how such a small world of heaven and earth was formed. It is really wonderful." Long Chen also sighed. "Oh right, Long Chen, your attitude toward Song Yefeng just now was a bit too much. You do not understand the character of the Wu people. If you are weak, you must bow and scrape to them. Otherwise, they will see you as their mortal enemy and kill you. Before you have the strength to defeat them, I suggest that you cater to them a little, so that you will not be in danger. Cater, bow and scrape." Long Chen laughed. "This is just a helpless action. The Wu people are like this, they have no humanity to speak of. In order to save my life, why not bow and scrape first? Zhang Yuanteng said helplessly. Brother Zhang, if a dog wants to bite you, will you still bow and scrape to it? By the same logic, I do not believe that I cannot kill this barking dog. Long Chen laughed. Zhang Yuanteng could not do anything about Long Chen's blind confidence, so he did not comment. After entering Ni Yang's fairyland, under Yu Tao's lead, they arrived at the base of the 18th district. As there were newcomers, Yu Tao barely pointed at the map on the wall and introduced the 18th district to Long Chen and the others. You two have just arrived, so you don't know anything, so listen carefully. There are a total of 8 Earth-class herbs that are about to mature in the 18th district. The number of guards will be the same as last month. Long Chen, Zhang Yuanteng, you two are new here, so you will have to join the extra patrol team. Each of you will be led by a brother. Yu Chong, you and Long Chen will be in one team. Jiang Shuai, you and Zhang Yuanteng will be in another team. The locations of the 8 Earth-level beginner herbs were marked on the map. However, guarding these herbs was not Long Chen's current responsibility. Patrol. Long Chen thought to himself. If he was fixed in one place, it would be difficult for him to find the 9 heavens celestial fruit. The patrol team could move freely, which made it easier. However, with Yu Chong, a loser, dragging him along, Long Chen thought for a while and knew that this guy would probably cause trouble for him. Can I be in a team with Zhang Yuanteng? Long Chen raised his head and interrupted. What nonsense are you talking about? Both of you are newcomers. Without anyone to lead you, do you know how to patrol? Yu Tao's eyes were wide open, and a murderous aura rushed towards them. Bringing it is the same as not bringing it. Long Chen knew clearly in his heart that when he came to Ni Yang's Immortal's realm, all the knowledge was given to him by Zhang Yuanteng. This Yu Tao had solemnly vowed that he would tell Long Chen the rules, but in reality, it was all bullshit. What did you say? Long Chen, in the fairyland, as long as you are in the 18th district, you have to listen to the district chief's orders. If you say anything else, I will kill you directly. Do you believe me? Yu Tao's eyes darkened. Can you kill me? A cold glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen, you are really seeking death. Yu Tao was a bandit in the first place, and did not have a good temper at all. At this moment, Long Chen actually did not give him face in public, and this had already angered him. Long Chen was merely at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and at most had the battle prowess of the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier, while Yu Tao's ability was definitely at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Seeing Yu Tao's aggressive attitude, Zhang Yuanteng hurriedly said, District Chief, you don't seem to have the right to make a move against Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen only asked a question, and did not make any mistakes at all. What right do you have to kill him? Are you not afraid that Lord Sword Demon will kill you? Indeed, as a celestial level divine guard, Long Chen was a direct force of the imperial family. He did not make any mistakes, and Yu Tao, who was also a celestial level divine guard, had no right to openly deal with Long Chen. All right, all right. Yu Tao laughed coldly, and forcefully swallowed his anger. He no longer cared about them, and continued to assign tasks. After about 15 minutes, the assignments were completed, and those who should be stationed gradually left. Long Chen noted down the patrol route, and then bid farewell to Zhang Yuanteng. Be careful, I see that these guys are not happy with you. Be careful that they do something to you, Zhang Yuanteng said in a low voice to Long Chen. Understood, I'm not rash. Zhang Yuanteng regarded him as one of his own, and Long Chen naturally regarded him as one of his own. Long Chen himself understood that the conflict between him and the 9th prince because of Lingxi would not erupt for the time being, but it would happen sooner or later. Yu Tao and the others were the 9th prince's minions, and a conflict with them was, in fact, a conflict with the 9th prince. In this conflict, it was impossible for Long Chen to yield. It seems that I have to quickly increase my strength in this celestial realm. Immortal beasts, kill them all. Yu Chong, who was in the same group as Long Chen, was exceptionally enraged when enemies met, not to mention that they were going to carry out official duties together. According to the patrol route, Long Chen walked in front, while Yu Chong gloomily looked at his back. This brat, he really doesn't know how pitiful he is. Moreover, it was purely your luck that I lost to you that day. If it wasn't for His Highness not allowing us to fight, I would definitely make you wish you were dead if we fought again. Along the way, the two of them did not speak. As Long Chen walked in this celestial realm, he had seen many things. Occasionally, he would also pick some matured mystic-level spiritual herbs and put them in his cosmos sack. As time passed, he had harvested quite a lot of spiritual herbs, but he did not encounter any immortal beasts. We're already halfway through. This route, how many rounds do we have to take? Long Chen looked around. Suddenly, he saw that the fog not far away began to gradually thicken. In the blink of an eye, it formed a pure white fog. Seeing this fog, Yu Chong's expression changed. Without saying anything, he directly turned and fled. What is that? Long Chen was shocked. Chapter 304. All of a sudden, a cloud of mist appeared, and Yu Chong actually fled without saying a word. What did this grandson discover? Long Chen was not a fool. Since Yu Chong had escaped, he was ready to run too. But at this moment, two demonic beasts had already rushed out of the cloud. They were similar to dogs, not tall, and not even half the size of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Their bodies were covered with long white fur, but there were black lines that looked like runes. Their eyes were also black, and their necks had a mane like that of a lion, which made them look exceptionally mighty. Immortal beasts. Long Chen stopped in his tracks, because he could feel that the realm of these two dog-type demonic beasts should be around the third grade of the earth rank. In the primary domain, it was very difficult to find a fourth grade of the earth rank demonic beast. What a waste. Just 2/3 grade of the earth rank demonic beasts, and he actually fled. No, it seems that Yu Chong is not afraid of these two demonic beasts. He just wants to use these two demonic beasts to get rid of me. His scheming is obvious. Although he knew Yu Chong's intentions, Long Chen still did not escape. For him, whether it was immortal beasts or demonic beasts, they were all great nourishment. In the 9-demon mountain, there were mutated poisonous beasts. Because of the wet terrain and other reasons, poisonous beasts were born with poisonous bodies. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Ni-Yang immortal realm was rich, and it was almost liquid. Bathing in such spiritual qi, even the demonic beasts became very graceful and spiritual. Under the nourishment of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, the violent aura of the demonic beasts was reduced a lot. These two dog-type demonic beasts were somewhat similar to the third grade of the earth rank cloud mist hounds in the records of demonic beasts. Presumably, they were originally cloud mist hounds, but after countless years of inheritance in the Ni-Yang immortal realm, they became like this. 2/3 grade of the earth rank demonic beasts, so Long Chen had to use all his strength to deal with them. Soon, he directly used the dragon soul transformation, and neat and regular red dragon scales completely protected him. Just by standing casually, he felt full of power. Roar! The two cloud mist dogs were originally heading towards the center of the 18th district. When they saw Long Chen, they immediately turned around, lowered their heads and roared, and rushed towards Long Chen. Since the imperial family took control of Ni-Yang's fairyland, the immortal beasts began to fight with the imperial family for countless years. Hatred had long been implanted in their bones, so when they saw Long Chen in this peripheral area, it was not easy for them to attack. This speed is almost the same as when Xiao Lang was still at Earth rank 3. It was no wonder that Yu Chong would flee. The Cloud Mist Hounds were considered to be relatively powerful demonic beasts in the 3rd grade of the Earth rank. Even Yu Chong didn't know if he could deal with one. It just so happens that Yu Chong isn't here. Let me test out this divine flame clone. Thinking of this, Long Chen released all the real fire seeds that he had condensed during this period of time. A total of 5 human-shaped flame clones stood behind him. After a period of training, Long Chen had successfully cultivated to the 2nd level of the divine flame clone. Seeing these 5 flame clones, the Cloud Mist Hounds were stunned for a moment, but they didn't stop. They only separated one of them and directly went to deal with the divine flame clone. The 5 divine flame clones completely trapped a Cloud Mist Hound and attacked continuously. For a moment, the flames danced wildly and completely blocked the Cloud Mist Hound. At this time, Long Chen used the blue dragon halberd to shake off the Cloud Mist Hound. In an instant, he pounced on the Cloud Mist Hound. The blue dragon halberd danced fiercely and stabbed towards the Cloud Mist Hound. The Cloud Mist Hound's advantage lay in speed and agility. Facing the speed of Long Chen's blue dragon halberd, it was able to dodge very little. With the support of its powerful beast energy, its claws and teeth were able to counterattack Long Chen time and time again, but it was able to completely avoid Long Chen. 9 Spiral Fire Shield. After pulling away the blue dragon halberd, Long Chen had an idea and directly used the 9 Spiral Fire Shield. Using it as a weapon, he pushed it towards the Cloud Mist Hound. This huge whirlpool of flames appeared out of nowhere, causing the Cloud Mist Hound to be unable to dodge in time. Furthermore, this was a mid-Earth class battle skill. How could it be so easy to deal with? The flames of the 9 Spiral Fire Shield caused the Cloud Mist Hound's white fur to burn. The Cloud Mist Hound let out a miserable howl and was about to run away to seek help from its companions. At this time, Long Chen pulled away the 9 Spiral Fire Shield and suddenly brandished the Blue Dragon Halberd. Blue Dragon Battle Skill, Dragon soars to the 9th heaven. The cyan-colored dragon soul soared into the sky and smashed the Cloud Mist Hound that was about to escape into the sky. Then, with a loud bang, it fell to the ground. When it fell to the ground, its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were already overflowing with black blood. Its eyes were wide open and it had already lost all signs of life. The other Cloud Mist Hound saw how miserable its companion was and immediately went crazy. Out of the 5 God Fire clones, 2 of them were destroyed in an instant. Long Chen did not stop. After killing one of the Cloud Mist Hounds, he pounced towards the other one. His true chi was not any weaker than the Cloud Mist Hound's beast energy. Furthermore, he also had a mid-Earth class weapon. Together with the obstruction of the 3 God Fire clones, he quickly used the same method and slaughtered this Cloud Mist Hound. Refining blood into chi. Directly using the inherited mystical power of the primordial blood spirit dragon, Long Chen completely absorbed the blood of the 2 Cloud Mist Hounds and transformed it into his own true chi. His star true chi was replenished, and instantly improved a little. Unfortunately, there's still some distance before I can reach the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. Looks like I can only use a 4th level Earth class immortal beast. However, I can't defeat a 4th level Earth class immortal beast. For Long Chen, this was indeed a matter that he was conflicted over. After digesting the blood of the 2 Cloud Mist Hounds, Long Chen cremated their charred corpses. He counted the time and looked in the direction he had just gone. He knew that Yu Chong should be about to return. This period of time was enough for him to return to the base, inform Yu Tao, and then come over to collect the corpses for Long Chen. Indeed, not long after, Yu Tao, Yu Chong, and a few patrolling celestial tier divine guards hurried over. From afar, they saw that Long Chen was standing there unscathed, and were instantly extremely shocked. Especially Yu Chong, whose face was filled with disbelief. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. Long Chen, where are the 2 Cloud Mist Hounds? As the district chief, Yu Tao hurriedly looked at the traces in the surroundings. Other than the traces of being burnt by flames, there was nothing else. What cloud mist hounds? Long Chen looked at him with a hint of a smile. Yu Tao turned around, and asked somewhat gloomily, Yu Chong, didn't you say that there were 2 third-level Earth-class cloud mist hounds here? It's true. I didn't see wrongly. There were definitely 2 cloud mist hounds. Why did they suddenly disappear? Even if they had been killed by Long Chen, where were their corpses? Could it be that Long Chen had burned them? Was Long Chen so powerful? He was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and he had directly killed 2 third-level Earth-class demonic beasts. Since when were there cloud mist hounds? We were patrolling here, and Yu Chong, you hurried back. I thought you were looking for a place to take a dump, haha. Long Chen laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Long Chen, what did you say? Yu Chong's expression was cold and stern. Forget it. Yu Tao shook his head, and pressed down on Yu Chong. He looked at Long Chen with a slightly doubtful expression, and said, since there are no cloud mist hounds, then everything will continue. You guys continue patrolling. Yes. Although everyone was shocked and doubtful, they did not dare to believe that Long Chen, a country bumpkin from a small place, could reach such a level in such a short time without being injured. Long Chen was thinking about the 9 heaven celestial fruit, and could not be bothered to pay attention to these clowns. Although there were clowns stronger than him, as a unique dragon martial artist, Long Chen would soon surpass them. Time passed day by day, and in the process of Long Chen's patrolling, he had killed quite a number of Earth-class demonic beasts from 1st level to 3rd level of the Earth class. His ability was only a hair's breadth away from the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. However, there was still no news of the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Long Chen knew that this would not do. On this day, when he was resting while patrolling, he finally could not help but ask Zhang Yuanteng. Brother Zhang, do you know if there are any famous treasures in Ni Yang's wonderland? Long Chen asked in a low voice. Treasures? I don't know about that. High-level domains are under the direct control of the imperial family, and everything inside is confidential. You are talking about treasures, but I know a legend. Legend has it that there is a spiritual talisman in a high-level domain. It is a very strange spiritual talisman that can be seen but cannot be touched, and no one can do anything about it. Spiritual talisman. This had nothing to do with Long Chen. He asked nervously, have you heard of the 9 heaven celestial fruit? No, what grade is this spiritual medicine? Zhang Yuanteng was startled. At that time, Long Chen did not ask Li Xuanji what grade the 9 heaven celestial fruit was. This was his negligence. However, he guessed that something that could restore Lingxi's physical body had to be at least in a high-level domain. Zhang Yuanteng did not know about the 9 heaven celestial fruit, which meant that the 9 heaven celestial fruit was precious. Do you think we can enter a high-level domain now? Long Chen asked tentatively. Of course not. Zhang Yuanteng smiled. High-level domains are under the direct control of the imperial family. There are countless secret treasures inside. If we enter, we will be killed without mercy. Long Chen, don't tell me you want to go to a high-level domain. Don't joke around, you will definitely die. Are you kidding me? Do I want to die? Long Chen said with a smile, but his heart sank. It seemed that the 9 heaven celestial fruit was more difficult to obtain than he had imagined. There are many powerful warriors in a high-level domain that can kill you. Immortal beasts above the 7th grade of the Earth rank are also very common there. If you go there, you will die if you meet anything. Zhang Yuanteng was worried about Long Chen, so he explained in detail. Do the 7th grade of the Earth rank demonic beasts always stay in the high-level domain? Long Chen asked suddenly. Normally, they stay in the high-level domain. However, there have been several immortal beast tides in the Ni Yang fairyland. In fact, it is a joint uprising of the immortal beasts. Every time there is an immortal beast tide, many powerful immortal beasts in the high-level domain will run to the low-level domain. Many people will die every time. Immortal beast tide. Since it was called a tide, there must be a lot of them. Chapter 305. When does the celestial beast tide usually occur? Long Chen asked. Zhang Yuanteng patted Long Chen's shoulder, and said with a smile, I'm not sure, but don't worry. When the celestial beast tide occurs, a protected area will usually open up in the elementary region. There are more powerful cultivators there, and as long as they reach the protected area in the shortest amount of time, they can seek protection there. The closest protected area to our 18th district should be at the intersection of the 17th and 18th districts. Once the celestial beast tide occurs, we just have to rush in that direction. However, Long Chen, you don't have to worry. The celestial beast tide is very rare, and has occurred a few times before. So, as the divine guards of the celestial realm, we are still very safe. Long Chen was only asking casually, and did not keep this celestial beast tide in mind. In the time that followed, Long Chen inquired about the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit from various sources, but in the end, it was to no avail. He gradually realized that if he wanted to get to the level where he could come in contact with the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit in Ni Yang celestial realm, his current strength was completely insufficient. At least, he needed the power of the 7th layer of the heavenly river tier. If I had known, I would have cultivated everywhere and only entered at that time. But fortunately, there are endless celestial beasts in Ni Yang celestial realm, and I am now almost able to break through to the 4th layer of the heavenly river tier. In terms of battle skills, the divine fire doppelganger improved by leaps and bounds. More and more seeds of true fire were condensed by Long Chen, and planted in his acupuncture points. Long Chen had also completed the cultivation of the last move of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. This was definitely a move several times more powerful than the dragon soaring 9 heavens, and was the complete essence of the Blue Dragon battle technique. There was another more important matter, and that was that Long Chen found that he could cultivate the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demonic pupil. Long Chen was already very familiar with the first 2 levels of the spirit-devouring demonic pupil, charm and spirit-devouring, and this 3rd level still did not have any actual attack power, but it could bring a very great supporting effect to Long Chen. The 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demon eyes was called Profound Insight. Long Chen discovered that when he used Profound Insight, the surrounding rooms, rocks, and so on all disappeared. In his field of vision, the most intense thing was people. In the eyes of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, these people were a strange gray fog. This should be the soul. Not only humans, as long as it was a life form, even a flying insect, it would be very clear in the eyes of the spirit-devouring demon pupil. When using the spirit-devouring demon pupil, even in the darkest environment, Long Chen could completely see the position and movement of the life form next to him. It was as if he had a pair of eyes that could directly see the soul. During this patrol, Long Chen was able to clearly see how many demonic beasts there were in the clouds from afar. He also knew exactly how strong these demonic beasts were. With this spirit-devouring demon pupil, if I fight in a dark environment, I'll have a great advantage. Furthermore, it can prevent others from sneak attacking me. No life form around me will be able to escape my eyes, Long Chen sighed. This spirit-devouring demon pupil was only at the 3rd level, but it was already so awesome. He really didn't know how powerful it would be in the future. The thing that Li Xuanji gave him shouldn't be simple. A month's time will pass in the blink of an eye. I can't feel at ease with little Shi in the Jade Prince manor. There's not much time left, so I must seize the opportunity to obtain the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit. However, patrolling this small place every day, when will I have the chance to enter the high-level domain to take a look? For the past few days, Long Chen had been thinking hard about this problem. On the 18th day after entering the Ni Yang immortal realm, Long Chen continued to patrol with Yu Chong under Yu Tao's arrangement. Patrolling was the job of the lowest-level immortal realm divine guards. Although Long Chen had seen a lot of profound-class spirit herbs after entering the Ni Yang immortal realm, he hadn't seen a single Earth-class spirit herb. If there was an Earth-class spirit herb, it would be tightly guarded by Yu Tao and the others. As for Yu Chong, he frequently provoked and framed him. If he wasn't in the Ni Yang immortal realm, Long Chen couldn't wait to kill him. Long Chen, this is clearly the route. Where are you going? At this moment, Yu Chong was behind him, reprimanding him in a sarcastic tone. It's none of your business where I'm going. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He suddenly felt that there was some movement in the clouds, so he couldn't help but go over. However, Yu Chong saw that his attitude wasn't good and immediately started arguing with him. Brat, what are you saying? Are you courting death? Don't think that you can be so smug just because you defeated me last time. Let me tell you, you're not my match even if you ride a horse, Yu Chong said angrily. His tall figure walked in front of Long Chen and glared at him. Idiot. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He knew that he couldn't kill Yu Chong at this time, so he didn't want to waste his energy. Long Chen wanted to kill someone who was eyeing him covetously, and that was to kill in one blow. Just as he was about to go around him, Long Chen suddenly felt the ground shake. Illusion. At first, Long Chen thought that it was an illusion, but in this world, even Yu Chong's face changed. He hurriedly fell to the ground and listened to the movement on the ground. His face instantly turned pale. At this time, Long Chen heard the roar of beasts that cut through the sky, shaking the sky of the entire Ni Yang wonderland. The earth trembled violently, and from all directions, there were countless sounds of running. Rumble. It was as if 10,000 horses were running side by side to make such a sound. When Long Chen raised his head, he found that the clouds around him were turbulent. His eyes were calm, and he used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to look at the clouds in the distance. He suddenly felt that there were powerful soul auras, densely packed, rushing towards him from the depths of the clouds. Immortal Beast Tide. In Long Chen's mind, this term that Zhang Yuanteng had just told him appeared. Immortal Beast Tide. Yu Chong cried out in horror. He had heard of the horror of the Immortal Beast Tide, and now it was happening to him. Seeing that the Immortal Beast Tide was coming, he couldn't care less about competing with Long Chen. At this time, most of the weaker divine guards had already sensed that the Immortal Beast Tide was about to be discovered, so most of the weaker divine guards had already rushed to the sanctuary. Yu Chong said nothing and ran. In his opinion, without Yu Tao's explanation, Long Chen definitely wouldn't know the horror of the Immortal Beast Tide. This brat doesn't know anything. Just let him die here. Thinking that Long Chen would die under the claws of the Immortal Beast Tide, Yu Chong's hatred in his heart was very satisfied. Seeing Yu Chong running away, Long Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. I didn't expect that the Immortal Beast Tide would really appear. Just right, I can take advantage of this chaos and risk my life to enter the high-level domain to inquire about the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have this opportunity. I can wait, but Xiaosi can't. Thinking of this, Long Chen followed Yu Chong without another word. Looking at Yu Chong's fleeing figure, Long Chen smiled. Before this, he didn't dare to kill Yu Chong. But now, he could hear the rumbling of immortal beasts behind him. Perhaps in a few breaths of time, the immortal beasts would arrive. Long Chen could use this opportunity to push the responsibility of killing Yu Chong to the immortal beasts. To be honest, Long Chen had been tolerating them for too long. Today was the time for him to explode. While chasing Yu Chong, Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul and used the blue dragon battle halberd. The blue dragon battle halberd flashed with a cold light. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of the blue dragon battle halberd's final move. Long Chen silently closed in on his opponent. Yu Chong. Long Chen's soft voice rang in Yu Chong's ears. Yu Chong was originally burying his head in his journey when he suddenly heard Long Chen's voice behind him. He was so frightened that he trembled and then became furious. In his opinion, Long Chen should be waiting for the immortal beast Tide to arrive, but he actually dared to chase after him and play tricks. Fuck off. Yu Chong turned around and cursed. Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. When Yu Chong turned around, an extremely powerful aura suddenly pressed down on his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, in a daze, he seemed to see a bright white thread flying towards his head. Before he could react, a piercing pain appeared between his eyebrows. Then, his entire world turned black. Dragon Emperor's downfall. This was the final move of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. It was simple, but had unparalleled lethality. Long Chen stuck close to Yu Chong's back and used this move on him. Yu Chong didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so daring. Although Long Chen wasn't a wolf, he had a wolf-like character, forbearing and ruthless. And Yu Chong died because of his wolf-like character. After killing Yu Chong, Long Chen tossed the corpse behind him. Behind him was an endless number of immortal beasts. These immortal beasts hated Immortal Realm Divine Guards to the bone. Yu Chong's corpse would probably be destroyed in half an hour. Dead men tell no tales. I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to understand that offending me won't bring you any good end. You'll be the same, your brother Yu Tao will be the same, and the 9th prince will be the same. Looking at Yu Chong's corpse, Long Chen faintly revealed a cold smile. He stayed in the same place for a while. Through the spirit-devouring demon pupil, he could already see the immortal beasts coming from this direction. If he returned too quickly, Yu Tao would definitely suspect him. But now, the immortal beasts were right in front of him. If he said that Yu Chong fled first and was killed by the immortal beasts, Yu Tao wouldn't be able to prove it. So many immortal beasts, this must be the immortal beast Tide that Zhang Yuanting mentioned. Long Chen headed towards the direction of the sanctuary. The immortal beasts were making a lot of noise, their roars shaking the heaven and earth. Many Immortal Realm Divine Guards were rushing towards the sanctuary. Long Chen soon arrived, but before that, he met Zhang Yuanting. Chapter 306. Zhang Yuanting heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Long Chen was safe and sound. He said, "Long Chen, look at how I jinxed it. I just said that the immortal beast Tide is coming. But don't worry, we will head to the protected area now." The reason why Long Chen didn't go directly to a high-ranked domain was because he wanted to see Zhang Yuanting. Zhang Yuanting was a rare friend. After ensuring his safety, Long Chen shook his head and said, "No, I have something to take care of. Brother Zhang, if you see me as a brother, then don't ask too many questions. I have my own sense of propriety. This matter is very important to me, so I hope you won't interfere." After saying that, Long Chen did not say anything else. He walked past Zhang Yuanting and disappeared from Zhang Yuanting's sight at lightning speed. Long Chen's words shocked Zhang Yuanting. Because Long Chen's words were very harsh, Zhang Yuanting had not thought of a way to persuade Long Chen before Long Chen had disappeared. Zhang Yuanting could only helplessly head in the direction of the protected area with a heavy heart. At this time, the immortal beast Tide was approaching. Deafening roars could be heard everywhere. Basically, not many people noticed Long Chen. This was the junction between the 18th and 17th districts. Not only did the people of the 18th and 17th districts go from here to the protected area, but so did the people of the 17th districts. While Long Chen was talking to Zhang Yuanting, a young man surrounded by a group of Celestial Realm Divine Guards looked in their direction. When he saw Long Chen, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Isn't that young man the Long Chen who stole my limelight in front of Sword Demon? And that martialist from the Ni Yang army? How despicable! Song Yifeng's jealousy deepened as he thought about how the thing he had prepared to obtain had been obtained by Long Chen. In a flash, Long Chen disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yuanteng had no choice but to rush to the protected area. You run fast. However, this Ni Yang army martial artist is related to him. He is very annoying. Seeing Zhang Yuanteng's departing figure, Song Yufeng smiled sinisterly and followed. I'll kill one more as an appetizer. Long Chen will definitely go to the reserve, so we'll have a proper meal then. Song Yufeng thought happily. Long Chen once again killed a cloud mist hound of the 3rd grade of the Earth stage, and then looked around. The thick white mist had covered the entire Ni Yang's fairyland. Using the spirit-devouring demon pupil, he could see the souls of many immortal beasts gradually approaching. There were already many warriors who could not evacuate in time, and they were fighting with the immortal beasts. The immortal beast tide was caused by the immortal beasts from the high-grade or middle-grade domains. When they came to the middle-grade or low-grade domains, there would be a riot. The celestial realm divine guards of the middle-grade and low-grade domains were no match for them, so they could only hide and conserve their strength. As long as the celestial realm divine guards of the high-grade domains appeared, they would have the ability to suppress the immortal beast tide. Long Chen had already passed the protected area. Soon, he entered the middle-grade domain. After entering the middle-grade domain, Long Chen found that the spiritual qi here was much denser. Moreover, the grade of the spiritual medicine here was better. In the middle-grade domain, martial artists of the 4th to 6th level of the Heavenly River tier were generally present. Earth stage 4th grade to 6th grade immortal beasts were more common. If Long Chen had not cultivated the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, he would have met a tragic end, regardless of whether he was an immortal beast or a martial artist. With the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could avoid these immortal beasts and martial artists from a great distance. In the middle-grade domain, there were many Earth Stage 3rd grade cloud mist hounds. Long Chen avoided the high-grade immortal beasts and directly pounced on them. At the same time, he was also using blood refinement to qi to increase his own strength. What's going on? I've used blood refinement to qi a little too much recently, so I feel a little dizzy. The killing intent in my heart is very strong. Long Chen felt that every time he used blood refinement to qi, it was as if he had been poisoned. Although his strength had increased a lot, and he was also refreshed, there was always a cold killing intent in his heart that was gradually growing. However, this could be said to be the time when Long Chen needed strength the most. The life and death of Lingxi would depend on his performance this time. Long Chen did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. It was just that there was a little more killing intent and a bloody aura in his mind. He continued to move forward in the middle-grade domain. In the middle-grade domain, only the extremely important elixirs were guarded at this time. As for the other profound and yellow-level elixirs, Ni Yang's immortal realm would soon grow a lot, so it would not be affected. However, each of the immortal realm divine guards was a relatively talented figure. If too many of them were lost, it would not be so easy to recruit more and more martial artists. Therefore, every immortal beast tide still focused on protecting people. During this period of time, Long Chen saw a few stalks of mid-earth rank spirit herbs. However, because these spirit herbs had not matured yet, it was useless even if he plucked them. At this time, the entire middle-grade domain and low-grade domain were almost occupied by immortal beasts. If Long Chen did not rely on the spirit-devouring demon pupil, he would not be able to move so easily. In his field of vision, he had seen Earth Stage 6th or 7th grade immortal beasts along the way. Obviously, the strength of Earth Stage 6th or 7th grade demonic beasts could make great progress, but it was a pity that he had to be able to kill them. However, Earth Stage 6th grade demonic beast was a distant dream for Long Chen. At this time, the battle between the powerful immortal realm divine guards and the immortal beasts had officially begun. Long Chen quietly bypassed them and walked along the path. Soon, he was close to the high-level domain. Although there was no clear boundary between the high-level domain and the middle-grade domain, Long Chen could roughly guess from the changes in the surrounding spiritual qi and elixirs. It is relatively peaceful here, as if there is no threat from immortal beasts. What is going on? When Long Chen walked into a wilderness, he found that there were not even a few immortal beasts around, let alone people. There was a suffocating smell in the air. Long Chen vaguely had a bad premonition. He quickly used the spirit-devouring demon pupil to observe the surrounding soul fluctuations, but it seemed that there was nothing, not even an ant. There was no life within a radius of about 1 mile. What is going on? Is this the high-level domain? Long Chen looked around. At this time, his spirit-devouring demon pupil captured a powerful fluctuation that made his soul tremble. In an instant, it was approaching him. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and was shocked to see a giant beast floating in the sky. This giant beast's body was burning with fiery red flames. It had a pair of huge wings, similar to the wings of a bat, but the wings of a bat were ferocious and full of power. The giant beast had the body of a lion, fangs and claws were long and sharp. A pair of burning eyes looked coldly at Long Chen. That overwhelming pressure made Long Chen think that he had met a god at this moment. Such a huge pressure almost made him kneel, not to mention a fight. 9 Heavenly Fire Beast. Long Chen clearly remembered the name of this immortal beast. After Xiao Lang obtained the body of the sun-devouring demon wolf, Long Chen risked his life to find fire-attributed treasures for Xiao Lang. Among the items, there were some demonic beast cores. Among the Earth realm, the strongest fire-attributed demonic beast was this 9 Heavenly Fire Beast. Long Chen thought that Sanyang country did not have such a level of demonic beast, but he did not expect to see one here. 9 Heavenly Fire Beast, Earth Realm Level 9. This kind of immortal beast could almost kill Long Chen with a sneeze. Only then did Long Chen remember that there was no other life nearby. It turned out that this was the territory of the 9 Heavenly Fire Beast. It was a 9th level Earth Realm demonic beast, and its perception was even stronger than Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes. Therefore, before Long Chen could discover it, it had already discovered Long Chen. Long Chen's nerves instantly tightened. Why am I so unlucky? If this 9 Heavenly Fire Beast wanted to kill me, I definitely would not have the slightest ability to resist. Thinking of this, Long Chen's face turned pale. Lingxi and Xiao Lang were still waiting for him at Prince Yu's residence. If Long Chen died here, what would they do? Without Long Chen, Lingxi would have no future at all. This was the huge pressure in Long Chen's heart. A man had to bear the responsibility. Only then did Long Chen realize that he had been a little impulsive in his eagerness to obtain the 9 heavenly immortal fruit. Now that he had barged into the 9 Heavenly Fire Beast's territory, he deserved it. The only thing that made Long Chen feel fortunate was that the 9 Heavenly Fire Beast did not attack immediately after discovering his existence. Instead, it looked at Long Chen with a puzzled expression. As it breathed, flames came out of its nostrils. What is this beast trying to do? Long Chen did not dare to raise his head to look at it. He could only try to figure it out secretly. At this moment, the 9 Heavenly Fire Beast seemed to have lost its patience. After flying around Long Chen a few times, it suddenly let out an angry roar. Its huge body let out a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble. Long Chen knew that the 9 Heavenly Fire Beast was about to attack. Without saying anything, he transformed into his dragon soul form and used his greatest speed to escape in the direction he came from. At this point, he no longer cared if he would be discovered by others in a middle-grade domain. When Long Chen used his dragon soul form, the 9 Heavenly Fire Beast was stunned for a moment. Its body stopped in mid-air. In that short period of time, Long Chen had already leaped more than 100 meters away. It seems like it can sense my divine dragon's inherited essence blood and my dragon soul form. No, it shouldn't be a feeling. It must have sensed something on me that makes it apprehensive. Otherwise, it would have attacked me directly and killed me with a single breath, Long Chen thought as he fled. Even though it had transformed into its dragon soul form, the 9 heavenly fire beast only needed a split second. It flapped its wings and appeared behind Long Chen in a flash. With an angry roar, a surging flame engulfed Long Chen at an incredible speed. The 9 heavenly fire beast was huge, so its flames were like an ocean to Long Chen. It looked like Long Chen was about to be drowned. Chapter 307. Long Chen could already smell the fiery aura. The 9 heavenly fire beast's flames were extremely powerful. Even before it got close, Long Chen could already feel the burning pain on his back. The burning sensation made his body smoke. I'm really going to die this time. Long Chen was in extreme despair. If it was a 6th or 7th grade Earth-ranked demonic beast, he could still contend with it. However, it was indeed a 9th grade Earth-ranked demonic beast. It was estimated that its battle prowess was comparable to the peerless experts of the Zhangyan Kingdom, Sword Demon and the others. In this Ni Yang Immortals realm, it was estimated that it was the most powerful demonic beast. Facing such a powerful demonic beast, how could he survive? Little she. Thinking of Lingxi and feeling the crazy flames behind him, Long Chen's blood instantly boiled. He found it difficult to breathe. His chest seemed to be exploding again and again. His whole body was congested with blood. If he had not used the dragon soul transformation, his whole body would have been covered with bulging veins. How can I die here like this? I can't accept it. At this time, the flames behind him could swallow him at any time. Long Chen had reached his limit. He raised his head angrily and roared with unwillingness. Go to hell. At this time, Long Chen felt as if his body was about to explode. His blood was already flowing very fast, but now it was even faster. Countless amounts of blood seemed to have turned into small blood-colored dragons, which swarmed forward in his blood-colored light and let out a series of earth-shattering dragon roars. The primordial divine dragon was the most heaven-defying creature. At this time, it was like it was hibernating in Long Chen's body, but it was threatened by the 9 heavenly fire beast. Coupled with Long Chen's unwillingness to accept it, Long Chen kept feeling as if something in his body was about to break out and directly smash the 9 heavenly fire beast into pieces. That was the bloodline of the dragon. Roar. Long Chen let out a deep dragon roar. At this moment, he realized that the mysterious dragon Jade, which had been silent for a long time, was moving again. In Long Chen's sea of consciousness, the mysterious dragon Jade emitted a pitch-black light that enveloped a drop of divine dragon's inheritance blood. There was still 99% of the inheritance blood here. At this moment, a familiar scene happened again. Under the influence of the mysterious dragon Jade, the drop of inheritance blood was controlled and moved towards the dragon Jade. Being controlled in such a manner, the legacy blood essence seemed to be filled to the brim. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. Long Chen could vaguely sense that within the tiny legacy blood essence, there was an earth-shattering blood-colored divine dragon lying dormant. At this moment, it was howling and roaring furiously, trying to resist the power of the mysterious dragon Jade. However, it was useless. Similar to how Long Chen had comprehended the blood refinement into qi and the dragon soul transformation, the dragon Jade now had flowing blood veins. These blood veins were similar to the time when he had comprehended the blood refinement into qi. Blood escape, these two words appeared in Long Chen's mind. When he had comprehended the blood refinement into qi, these words had appeared in his mind. Only then did Long Chen understand the meaning of this heaven-defying mystique. As for the blood escape, it was only because of the threat of the 9 heavens flame beasts that Long Chen had been forced to use the mysterious dragon jade, which had allowed him to gain enlightenment of this divine ability. Long Chen hadn't even used it yet, so he didn't know how powerful it was. From the moment the mysterious dragon jade had reacted to the moment Long Chen had comprehended the blood escape, only a short period of time had passed. Just as the 9 heavenly fire beast was about to burn Long Chen to a crisp, Long Chen used the blood escape with all his might. He believed in the mysterious dragon jade, so this was his last chance to save his life. If even the blood escape didn't work, Long Chen would definitely die this time. Blood escape, activate. Long Chen, who was about to be engulfed by the flames, suddenly transformed into a beam of blood-colored light that instantly disappeared under the 9 heavens true fire beast's eyelids. The 9 heavens true fire beast only had time to see the beam of blood-colored light, which looked like a long snake, before Long Chen disappeared. In reality, this wasn't a long snake, but a legendary primordial divine dragon. When Long Chen used the blood escape technique, his entire body appeared to be in a liquefied state. He even turned into a blood-colored ray of light that instantly disappeared into the distance. However, this blood-colored ray of light looked like a blood-colored divine dragon. Long Chen couldn't even describe how fast he was now. In any case, he was certain that the 9 heavenly fire beast would never be able to catch up to him. His speed was even faster than the 9 heavenly fire beast, which was several times faster than him. The 9 heavenly fire beast hadn't expected Long Chen to be this fast. Hence, when the tiny figure in front of it disappeared, it finally reacted. It let out a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth as it roared and chased after Long Chen frantically. Under the blazing body of the beast, all the elixirs were charred black and destroyed. Long Chen wasn't worried, because in just a split second, the 9 heavenly fire beast behind him had already disappeared. Long Chen hurriedly made a turn. With this turn, it was basically impossible for the 9 heavenly fire beast to find him. Before he could rejoice that he hadn't died, a feeling of weakness filled his entire body. It was only then that Long Chen realized that the blood escape consumed a lot of his vital energy. He had only run for about 5 kilometers, but his vital energy was almost completely used up. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have been sucked dry by the blood escape. Suddenly, a blood-colored ray of light took the form of a human standing on the ground. Long Chen hurriedly turned his head around and heard a series of angry roars coming from behind him. However, the 9 heavens true fire beast was already nowhere to be seen. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Looks like I can't be so impulsive and impatient in the future, or I'll ruin things sooner or later. If I hadn't comprehended the blood escape in the nick of time, would have been dead for sure. If I die, little she. Sigh, it's only because of her that I'm in such a hurry to get the 9 heavenly immortal fruit. Long Chen felt a little helpless. His attention was now focused on the blood escape. Blood refinement into Qi, dragon soul transformation, devouring world of blood, and this blood escape are all heaven-defying mystiques. Moreover, they can be upgraded as I level up. The blood escape allows me to burn my vital energy and instantly gain a speed that's even faster than the 9 heavenly fire beast. The downside is that I can only run 5 kilometers with my current vital energy to maintain this speed. However, 5 kilometers is enough for me to escape. This blood escape is indeed an ultimate escape technique. With the blood escape, Long Chen's life would be much more secure in the future. Although the blood escape was not as dazzling as the blood refinement into Qi, it was indeed an ultimate life-saving mystique. If Long Chen used it well, he might be able to save a few lives. If not for the blood escape, Long Chen would definitely not be able to survive. Ancient blood spiritual dragon, ancestral dragon's blood essence. I can't be wrong. I'm the world's #1 ancestral dragon martial artist who surpassed the sun-devouring demonic wolf, as the burning sky demon emperor said. At the thought of this, Long Chen was a little excited. However, since his vital energy was exhausted, he had no choice but to take the Sky River pill and cultivate at the same time. It took him an hour to completely recover his vital energy. He had learned his lesson this time and found a secluded place to hide. Ordinary immortal beasts would not be able to find this place. After regaining his strength, Long Chen stood up and sensed carefully. He found that the movements outside were much quieter, and the roars of beasts did not seem to be as loud. It seemed that the immortal beast stampede this time was almost over. It seems that the 9 heavenly immortal fruit is not so easy to get. I've learned my lesson. Remember not to be impatient. Long Chen thought to himself. Just as he was about to return home, he suddenly heard the angry roar of the 9 heavenly fire beast. It hasn't left yet. It's really haunting me. Long Chen did not intend to pay attention to it and was about to leave. At this moment, he suddenly heard that the 9 heavenly fire beast seemed to be fighting with someone. The person who could fight with the 9 heavenly fire beast must be in the upper echelons of the Ni Yang immortal realm. Moreover, he had the protection of the blood escape this time. Long Chen did not hesitate and directly headed in the direction of the 9 heavenly fire beast's roar. Who is fighting with the 9 heavenly fire beast? Long Chen concealed himself as he headed in that direction cautiously. After passing a few mountains that weren't too high, he lay prone on one of them, and finally saw the 9 heavens true fire beast fighting him to the death. It let out a series of angry roars, and he could see that its body was already covered in wounds. This sword, the one fighting the Jyotian fire beast, was a young man. Long Chen couldn't see his face clearly from where he was, but from his tall and straight posture, as well as the way he brandished his sword, he could tell that this young man was definitely a super expert. However, what was even more attractive was his sword. It was practically a golden divine sword made entirely out of gold. In the process of fighting the 9 heavenly fire beast, it gave off waves of cold light. The material of this divine sword was definitely much more precious than real gold. Otherwise, it would have been able to withstand the crazy fighting power of the young man. To be able to fight the 9 heavenly fire beast head-on and using this golden divine sword, I know who you are. After coming to Baiyang Imperial City and being influenced by Xiao Lang, Long Chen had some understanding of the young experts of the Imperial City. Among the young members of the royal family, there were basically not many who were simple. Some people's cultivation was average, but they had military achievements and outstanding political achievements. Some people strictly restricted themselves and focused on cultivation, achieving extraordinary achievements. One of the most impressive achievements was the young man in front of him. Long Chen remembered that his name was Lin Zichen, the 4th prince of the current Sword Emperor. His weapon was the number 1 divine weapon of the Zhangyang Kingdom, the Emperor's Sword. Moreover, his cultivation level was the most heaven-defying 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Chapter 308. The person with the highest authority in the Zhangyang Kingdom was known as the Sword Emperor. The 4th prince, Lin Zichen, did not have any achievements in governing the country, but in martial arts, he had completely inherited the tradition of the Sword Emperor. He was known as the Young Sword Emperor, which meant that one day, Lin Zichen would become the real Sword Emperor. The 9th level of the Heavenly River tier was the most terrifying genius that Long Chen had ever met. Since young, Lin Zichen was practically the legend of the Zhangyang Kingdom. In the entire younger generation of the Baiyang Imperial City, other than Lin Zichen, there was not a single martial artist at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. The highest was only at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and that 7th level of the Heavenly River tier might not even be able to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier in his lifetime. Hence, in the Baiyang Imperial City, Lin Zichen's freakishness was unrivaled. In Baiyang Imperial City, Lin Zichen was equivalent to Long Chen coming out of the Burning Heaven Mystery Realm. In Yuanling City, the younger generation had no opponents, and even many experts of the older generation were not his match. One had to know that even in the Deity clan of the three major clans, the strongest person was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Songzhong City. There was even a rumor that in the imperial family, Lin Zichen, who possessed the emperor's sword, inherited from the emperor, had battle prowess comparable to the imperial uncle, the sword demon, who had already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier for over 20 years. He was one of the 3 super experts of the imperial family. And now, such a genius was right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen had to admit that just by looking at him, this young elite with sword chi gave him endless pressure. The Golden Emperor sword was waved time and time again, emitting huge waves. Heaven and earth were filled with the sword rays of the Emperor sword. The 9 heavenly fire beast let out a series of angry roars. Although its flames, sharp claws, and all kinds of magical powers were very powerful, they could not hit the agile Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was a soldier martial artist. At this moment, his soldier soul had already integrated into the Emperor sword and was intimately connected with the Emperor sword. In this state, Lin Zichen could display 200% of his combat power. The soldier soul of a soldier martial artist increased his combat power more than the beast soul of a beast martial artist. Moreover, the Emperor sword was the most famous peerless godly weapon in the entire Zhangyang kingdom. A sword martial artist with the Emperor sword and all kinds of nature-defying talents, even the 9 heavenly fire beast was not Lin Zichen's match. Long Chen was dumbfounded as he watched. Lin Zichen was really too powerful. The 9 heavenly fire beast could easily kill Long Chen, but it was easily killed by him. Every time the Emperor sword was waved, a large amount of blood rain would appear on the 9 heavenly fire beast's body. The blood splattered on the ground, and the originally clean ground was gradually dyed red by the 9 heavenly fire beast's blood. Long Chen was originally watching the battle under great pressure, but when he saw the blood splattered, his eyes instantly lit up. The blood of a 9th grade Earth rank demonic beast. Even a little bit of it would bring about an unexpected improvement. Long Chen's heart was boiling with excitement. Now was the time when he needed strength the most, but he could not kill a powerful demonic beast. If he had the blood of this demonic beast, Long Chen originally wanted to leave immediately to avoid being discovered and causing trouble. However, when he saw the 9 heavenly fire beast's blood splattering, he decided to stay. Time passed by slowly. Lin Zichen's extraordinary fighting strength and ruthless methods had widened Long Chen's horizons. He was indeed worthy of being called the #1 genius of Zhangyang Kingdom. He knew that the 9 heavens fire beast was extremely powerful, so he didn't clash head-on with it. Instead, he kept using teleportation to attack, and finally, he killed the 9 heavens fire beast. That huge corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up smoke and dust that filled the air. Honestly speaking, Long Chen coveted this corpse very much. If this 9th grade Earth rank demonic beast could fall into his hands, he would definitely advance a few levels. Of course, this was impossible. The corpse of an Earth rank 9th grade immortal beast was also very important to Lin Zichen. Thus, he quickly stored the corpse of the immortal beast into his cosmos sack, sized up the surroundings, and finally left, satisfied. From the beginning to the end, he did not see that there was another youth lying on the ground in the distant mountain, observing the process of him killing the 9 heavenly fire beast. I have to say, he is really strong. Whether it is his temperament or strength, he is really much stronger than the 9th prince. When Lin Zichen had completely disappeared, Long Chen felt a little emotional. This was not because he wanted to boost his opponent's morale and belittle his own, but because the other party was really too difficult to deal with. Before I have enough strength, I definitely cannot come into conflict with this freak. Presently, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, so he knew what he had to do. At this moment, Lin Zichen had already left, and Long Chen used his fastest speed to head towards the battlefield just now. This place had been burnt to a mess, and there was black, scorched earth everywhere. What covered this scorched earth was the blood essence of the 9 heavenly fire beast. It should have been quite a long time ago, so a lot of the blood essence had already dried up and become useless. However, there was still a lot that was useful. Long Chen did not waste any more time. He hurriedly used the devouring blood world, and all the blood essence of the 9 heavenly fire beast that could be moved, under the effect of the devouring blood world, rushed towards him and was swallowed by his body that was like an endless abyss. Finally, it turned into blood-red true qi, which flowed violently in the veins of his body. For Long Chen, the blood essence of the 9 heavenly fire beast was like a great supplement. Although the quantity was not much, the quality was very high. Now, Long Chen was 7 levels higher than the 9 heavenly fire beast. A small drop of blood essence, after being refined and filtered by refining blood into qi, could transform into numerous blood-red true qi, which flowed into Long Chen's body. It is time to break through to the 3rd level of the heavenly river tier. At this thought, Long Chen suddenly realized that there seemed to be no starry sky in the sky of Ni Yang's immortal's realm. Without a starry sky, it would be difficult to communicate with the power of the galaxy. Without the power of the galaxy, if he only relied on the heavenly river pill, it would cause the galaxy that he had formed to lack stability, and could really collapse at any time. However, perhaps it was not that terrifying. At this time, Long Chen could not care so much anymore. The blood essence of the 9 heavenly fire beast was gradually being refined by him. If he did not use this true qi to condense the galaxy, the large amount of true qi would sooner or later cause him to explode. Even if there is no starry sky, I can still condense the galaxy. Long Chen gritted his teeth, sat down cross-legged, and frantically circulated the true qi throughout his body. This time, he had devoured an especially large amount of true qi, so it was a little difficult to control. However, this was not Long Chen's limit. This superior dragon body did not give Long Chen much physical toughness, but in terms of the various natural endowments of the physical body, he was several times stronger than ordinary people, or even more than 10 times stronger. For example, in that aspect, it would definitely shock the world. Long Chen felt that if he did not condense the star meridian soon, his body would not be able to hold on, so he hurriedly took out more than 100 sky river pills from the cosmos sack and directly stuffed them into his mouth. Although his heart ached, it was impossible to step into the 3rd level of the heavenly river tier without sky river pills. More than 100 sky river pills turned into the power of the stars, helping Long Chen to start condensing the galaxy. Because in Ni Yang's immortal's realm, there was no visible galaxy forming at all, so Long Chen directly decided to condense the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang galaxy together and truly step into the 3rd level of the heavenly river tier. With the sky river pills and a huge amount of true qi, Long Chen easily condensed the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang galaxy and stepped into the 3rd level of the heavenly river tier. His strength increased a lot, but the only small accident was that the amount of 100 sky river pills was not enough. Long Chen spent more than 300 sky river pills to finally condense the Yin-Yang galaxy in his body. However, the true qi contained in the essence of the 9 heavens true fire beast was too much. Even if Long Chen reached the 3rd level of the heavenly river tier, there was still a huge amount of true qi stored in his body. In a situation where the 3rd level was not stable, Long Chen had to start advancing towards the 4th level of the heavenly river tier. Blood, slaughter. At this moment, Long Chen felt as if there was a cold aura pervading his mind. He suddenly felt that blood would make him very excited, and of course, so would slaughter. I guess it's because I've used too much refining blood into qi that my mind has been affected by the inherited blood essence. Long Chen felt a little helpless. However, in order to strengthen himself, this little influence should not be a problem. Thus, Long Chen began his breakthrough to the 4th level of the heavenly river tier. The difficulty of the 4th level of the heavenly river tier was much higher than that of the 3rd level of the heavenly river tier, and the number of sky river pills required was also much higher. Long Chen only had a total of over 2,000 Sky River pills, and they were quickly used up. Condensing the fourth level of the galaxy took him over 1,000 Sky River pills before he succeeded. When Long Chen used all his true qi to condense the fourth pair of stars of the galaxy, he was only left with 1 to 200 Sky River pills. Because of the essence of the Nine Heavens true fire beast, Long Chen soared from the second level to the fourth level of the Heavenly River tier, which was a crazy leap of 2 levels. Long Chen believed that with the mystical abilities such as the Dragon Soul Transformation and the Divine Fire Clone, although his current strength was not as monstrous as Lin Zichen's, it was still enough to deal with others, such as Yu Tao and Song Yuefeng, who was eyeing him covetously. What a powerful feeling! My body is filled with power. Feeling the power in his body, Long Chen let out a sinister laugh. His eyes were tinged with a faint blood-red color. What's going on? Although he was very powerful, Long Chen found that he could not control his body. It was as if there was a force in his body that was constantly urging him to do something. Long Chen thought for a moment and realized that it was killing. My body is very hot. Why do I want someone to fight with me so much? Long Chen thought doubtfully. He guessed that this was a symptom of refining blood into qi too much. It should be fine after a while, so he restrained himself a little, and there was not much left. Next, I should go back to the elementary domain and see if there are other opportunities. Chapter 309. After such a long time, the immortal beast tide this time was finally over. The celestial-level divine guards of the middle-level regions also came out from the protection zone to clean up the mess. Long Chen relied on the uniqueness of the spirit-devouring demonic eye to avoid many celestial-level divine guards, and after about 2 hours, he returned to the 18th district. The 18th district was also attacked by the immortal beast tide, and was now in a mess. More than a dozen Earth-level spirit herbs that were supposed to be guarded had disappeared, probably directly uprooted by those immortal beasts. After reaching the fourth level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen's eyes became more reserved, and his strength became stronger. Although the Ni Yang celestial realm did not form a heavenly river, Long Chen forcefully broke through, and the condensed heavenly river in his stellar veins did not show signs of instability. When the immortal beast tide came, Long Chen had killed Yu Chong. At that time, he was in the same group as Yu Chong, so this time, he would probably have a conflict with Yu Tao. Long Chen had already made up his mind. He believed that as long as he insisted that he did not do it, Yu Tao would not be able to do anything in public. As a result, Long Chen openly returned to the base. When someone saw that he was still alive, they were shocked and hurriedly called for everyone to come out. In the 18th district, most of the tall and sturdy men from the Heavenly Wolf gang surrounded him, staring at Long Chen like a tiger eyeing its prey. Only when Yu Tao came out did they make way for Yu Tao to walk in. Yu Tao's face was already so dark that it was almost dripping blood. He stood in front of Long Chen, and a murderous aura rushed towards Long Chen. Looking at Long Chen's fearless face, he was about to ask something, when Long Chen first asked, "Why don't I see Zhang Yuanteng? Where is Zhang Yuanteng?" Previously, Zhang Yuanteng returned to the protection zone, and Long Chen ensured his safety before rushing to the high-level region. Now that he returned, he acutely discovered that basically everyone was still here, except for Zhang Yuanteng. Yu Tao sneered and didn't answer him. Instead, he asked coldly, "Long Chen, don't worry about Zhang Yuanteng. I'm asking you now, where's my younger brother, Yu Chong?" Yu Chong. Long Chen laughed in disdain and said, "When the immortal beast tide came, he disappeared without a trace and still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's too weak and has already been eaten by the immortal beasts?" "What did you say?" Yu Tao's brows furrowed as baleful qi surged from his body. He approached Long Chen step by step as he spoke in a cold voice, "Long Chen, don't play dumb with me. When the immortal beast tide occurred, Yu Chong was clearly with you. Why is it that you're the only one who returned and he isn't? Hearing this, Long Chen laughed even harder. His unrestrained laughter caused Yu Tao's gaze to darken even more. Yu Tao, it's not like you don't know your younger brother. Last time, he only encountered 2 cloud mist hounds and was so scared that he immediately ran to find you. Moreover, during this immortal beast tide, if you say that such a weak coward was directly killed by the immortal beasts along the way, I will 100% believe it. Long Chen didn't back down at all and went tit for tat with Yu Tao. Bullshit. I think you're the one who killed him, but you're pushing the responsibility to the immortal beasts. Yu Tao's eyes flashed coldly as he probed. Long Chen had already expected this. If Long Chen panicked at this moment, Yu Tao would be able to see it with a single glance. Therefore, he had already planned how he would act. Thus, with a cold expression, he asked in return, according to what you said, where did Zhang Yuanteng go? Did you kill him? Zhang Yuanteng hadn't been seen until now, so Long Chen was a little worried. Although their relationship wasn't deep, Zhang Yuanteng had given Long Chen a lot of help. Long Chen had always been grateful. Now that Zhang Yuanteng might be in trouble, his blood surged in his head and his eyes gradually turned red. Seeing that Long Chen suddenly showed such a ruthless expression without the slightest bit of guilt, Yu Tao also believed that Yu Chang's disappearance had nothing to do with Long Chen. He was naturally very concerned about his younger brother's life and death. Now that the immortal beast tide had just passed, they could finally go look for Yu Chong. Yu Tao ordered the others, search the entire 18th district and see if there are any traces of Yu Chong. As for Long Chen, you better stay here. If I find out that you're the one who killed Yu Chong, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Under Yu Tao's orders, the others who had just finished their work all went out to look for Yu Chong. In this base, only Long Chen and Yu Tao were left. Now can you tell me where Zhang Yuanteng went? At that time, he rushed to the reserve, and you also went to the reserve. I don't believe that you don't know what happened. When he said this, Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. He discovered that after he had advanced to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, his heart of slaughter had become especially strong. This was just as Lingxi had said. The ancient blood spirit dragon was a legendary dragon of slaughter and blood, and Long Chen had inherited the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon. In terms of personality, it would also gradually be affected, and when he used the blood-refining qi repeatedly, the ruthlessness and uncontrollability of his personality became even more obvious. Zhang Yuanteng, I can't be bothered to pay attention to such an insignificant character. Long Chen, tell me honestly, what happened to my younger brother? Yu Tao did not give in at all. From Yu Tao's words, Long Chen could acutely sense that something had indeed happened to Zhang Yuanteng. Moreover, it was very likely that it was because of his relationship with Long Chen that Yu Tao viewed Zhang Yuanteng as an enemy, and thus wanted to cause trouble for him. When he thought of this, Long Chen only felt a surge of blood rushing to his brain, gradually clouding his mind. Yu Tao, I'll ask you again. It was you who killed Zhang Yuanteng, wasn't it? When he took 3 steps closer to Yu Tao, Long Chen's eyes turned blood red, and the veins on his neck bulged. He stared fixedly at Yu Tao, enunciating each word clearly. When Yu Chong had disappeared, Yu Tao had not yet threatened Long Chen. Now, seeing that Long Chen was actually threatening him, how could Yu Tao, who had been a bandit in the past, tolerate this? Long Chen actually dared to be so overbearing in front of him. However, no matter what the reason was, this was still courting death. Scram! Yu Tao roared, and slapped out at Long Chen. The true qi of the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier exploded with absolute power. Before Long Chen had advanced, he would definitely not be able to dodge this slap. If he was slapped, half of Long Chen's face would definitely be swollen. You want to fight? At this time, Long Chen was already 100% sure that Zhang Yuanteng had definitely met with misfortune because of him. Long Chen still clearly remembered that Zhang Yuanteng had spoken of his dreams, saying that he wanted to bid farewell to the boredom of the Ni army, and start a real life. He said that his goal was the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, and that he wanted to become the most core celestial level divine guard. But now, because of Long Chen, all his dreams had turned into bubbles. How could Long Chen not blame himself, and how could he not be furious? In fact, after using the blood refinement chi to reach the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, his murderous nature had begun to grow. After encountering this matter, Long Chen felt blood rush to his head. He stared fixedly at Yu Tao, his whole body filled with fighting spirit. With a light flash, Long Chen dodged Yu Tao's slap. His body began to explode with powerful blood chi, and his eyes became completely red. So what if I make a move on you? As the district mayor, though I have no way to kill you, Long Chen, I can at least cripple you. At first, I did not intend to touch you, but you actually dared to point fingers at me. You are purely seeking death. Today, even if I have to go against the wishes of His Highness, I will still teach you a lesson. Do you think you have the right to teach me a lesson? After dodging his slap, Long Chen gradually raised his head. One could see that even if he had not transformed into a dragon soul, his eyes were already blood-red at this moment. Endless blood-red dragon shadows were roaring madly in his eyes. Kill him. How dare he challenge you, the Supreme One? Kill him. Kill, 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 kill. Such a voice reverberated continuously in Long Chen's mind. Without another word, Long Chen pounced at Yu Tao. In the process, he had already taken out the blue dragon battle halberd. In this extremely short distance, Long Chen suddenly accelerated, turning into a bloody arrow that charged at Yu Tao. This time, he did not even use the Dragon Soul transformation. The Dragon Soul transformation was Long Chen's greatest reliance when it came to killing people above his cultivation level. Long Chen had not used it yet, because he was confident that he could kill Yu Tao without using the Dragon Soul transformation. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Emperor's Death. A streak of blood pounced wildly at Yu Tao, who was very close at hand. Yu Tao was shocked that Long Chen actually dared to make a move. In his impression, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. A mere 2nd level Heavenly River tier actually dared to make a move against him at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier? Wasn't this courting death? Long Chen made the first move, and this made things much easier. This way, even if Long Chen was seriously injured or died, the responsibility would not be on Yu Tao's shoulders. After all, among the celestial level divine guards, it was not a light offense to go against one's superiors. A place with a strict hierarchy would not tolerate the disobedience of those at the lower levels. Yu Tao did not think much of the streak of blood that suddenly attacked him. In his opinion, the attack of a 2nd level Heavenly River tier was at most an elementary Earth level battle technique. He directly punched out, intending to send Long Chen flying. If it were any 2nd level Heavenly River tier, using a medium Earth level battle technique, they would also be sent flying by Yu Tao's punch. However, Long Chen was different. Not only was he not at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, but he was at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor's Death was the most powerful move of the Blue Dragon battle technique, and not an ordinary battle technique. Plain, simple, and straightforward, this was the Dragon Emperor's Death. One burst out, and one was careless. In such a close distance, the outcome was decided in an instant. Although Yu Tao resisted with all his might, Long Chen's blue dragon halberd still directly chopped off half of his neck, causing his head to practically hang above his head. Fresh blood gushed out. Chapter 310. The vitality of a Heavenly River tier elite was very strong. Although half of Yu Tao's neck had been cut off, he was still not completely dead. His eyes were wide open, filled with endless despair and fear. Humans were afraid of death, and Yu Tao's current state meant that he was close to death. Yu Tao's mind was blank when he suddenly and mysteriously died. However, the cold young man standing in front of him, and the wolf's den in his eyes, forced Yu Tao to believe that this was the truth. He had died at the hands of Long Chen. In his heart, he felt that this was absurd. Was he dreaming? He hadn't even started to attack, yet his head had been chopped off by Long Chen. Long Chen's move just now had been fast, ruthless, and accurate. It had killed Yu Tao in a single strike. In an instant, it had killed everything that Yu Tao had painstakingly accumulated for decades. This was the death of the Dragon Emperor. While you are not completely dead yet, tell me the news of Zhang Yuanteng. Is he dead or alive? Long Chen did not remove the blue dragon battle halberd. The blue dragon battle halberd was still on Yu Tao's neck. Long Chen was sure that if he removed the blue dragon battle halberd, Yu Tao's head would definitely fall to the ground. At that time, he would really be dead. The impact with Yu Tao, the self-blame for Zhang Yuanteng's death, and the crazed killing intent in his heart made Long Chen realize that he actually could not control his own body. The primordial spiritual blood dragon is actually so terrifying, blood rushed to his head in an instant. After killing Yu Tao in an instant, Long Chen calmed down and thought about it. A chill ran down his spine. At this time, Yu Tao moved his mouth with difficulty. It was obvious that he still had something to say. Long Chen listened carefully and finally understood. Before Yu Tao died, he said 2 words. The first was, "You will die," and the second was, "Song Yifeng." After saying that, his head tilted to the side. After Long Chen took away the blue dragon halberd, Yu Tao's head fell to the ground. Long Chen stared at Yu Tao's eyes for a while. Even after his death, his eyes were still wide open, looking at Long Chen with unwillingness. At the same time, when he said the 3 words Song Yuefeng, he seemed to be looking forward to it. Song Yuefeng was the treasure of the Dewa clan. If Long Chen were to clash with them, he would definitely die. This way, Yu Tao could be considered to have gotten his revenge. This was the reason why Yu Tao revealed Song Yuefeng at the last moment. Long Chen could no longer care about what kind of trouble he would encounter after killing Yu Tao. At least, the 9th prince would not be easy to deal with. At this time, he only had self-blame for Zhang Yuanteng's death and hatred for Song Yifeng. Of course, just because Yu Tao said it was Song Yifeng didn't mean it was Song Yifeng. As long as Long Chen went to the 17th district and asked around, he would easily find out. Normally, Yu Tao would not lie before his death. In this case, Song Yifeng really deserved to die. Long Chen was speechless about this person's nature. He had only stolen the limelight in front of the sword demon, but Song Yifeng had actually tried to kill Zhang Yuanteng, who was standing beside him. Cruel, unreasonable, and arrogant. These were all the characteristics of the Wu tribe. Song Yifeng was even more so. Wu tribe, it's the Wu tribe again. After killing Yu Tao, Long Chen had just recovered from his state of killing. Now, when he thought of Song Yifeng, his body was gradually filled with killing intent. His guilt for Zhang Yuanteng and his desire to kill Song Yifeng were tangled in his heart. No matter what, I cannot let you die in vain. So what if it's the 3 great clans? With my current strength, it is impossible to obtain the 9 heaven celestial fruit in the Ni Yang Immortals realm. Why don't I bring Lingxi far away and wait until I reach the 9th level of the heavenly river tier? When I am invincible in the Ni Yang Immortals realm, I will come back to take the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Long Chen roared in his heart. In these 10 days in the Ni Yang Immortals realm, Long Chen had been very depressed. More importantly, Lingxi was still in the Jade Prince's residence. This made him unable to calm down no matter what. Today, he had killed Yu Chong and Yu Tao in succession, which was a manifestation of his outburst. Hence, the rapidly increasing killing intent on his body was related to the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and also related to himself. After killing Yu Tao, Long Chen thought through everything. I don't want to stay in the Ni Yang Immortals realm anymore. Damn it. Zhang Yuanteng's death made it difficult for Long Chen to calm his murderous heart. Without another word, he directly left Yu Tao's corpse here and headed straight for the 17th district. This time, if it was really Song Yifeng, Long Chen did not mind seeking justice for Zhang Yuanteng. After advancing to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen was like a gust of wind. He quickly arrived at the 17th district and headed towards his base. Now, because the 17th district had also encountered immortal beasts, more celestial tier divine guards were cleaning up the mess outside. As for Song Yifeng, the dignified young master of the Yamato clan, he was definitely enjoying his life in the base. Song Yifeng. This arrogant and despotic young man made the blood in Long Chen's heart grow. The closer he got to the base of the 17th district, the darker the blood in his eyes became. His breathing also became heavier. A faint blood-colored dragon pattern appeared in his eyes. The others quickly saw Long Chen's arrival. Because Long Chen had come in a threatening manner, they all went in to report. In the elementary district, because there was a need to deal with matters that were not as dangerous as the immortal beast tide, every district had a 5th level Heavenly River tier leader. It was the same for the 18th district. Song Yifeng had just been a celestial tier divine guard. Although he was at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, he was also assigned to the elementary district to increase his experience. Therefore, in the 17th district, there were a total of 2 5th level Heavenly River tiers. Because Song Yifeng had the background of a great clan, his battle prowess was probably much stronger than Yu Tao's level. The closer he got, the more Long Chen felt the ancient blood spiritual dragon's murderous urge begin to act up again. Kill him and avenge Zhang Yuanteng. Zhang Yuanteng was innocent, but he killed him. He definitely deserves to die. Anyway, I have to leave with Lingxi first. So what if I kill him? Now that I have comprehended the blood escape, even if I kill Song Yifeng, I can still rush out of Ni Yang City. These thoughts gradually occupied Long Chen's mind. A thick blood qi emanated from Long Chen's body. The strength of the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier was completely unleashed. There were many 4th level Heavenly River tier cultivators here, but none of them had such a powerful aura as Long Chen. Who is it? A sharp cry came from inside. Song Yifeng of the Wu tribe, surrounded by a group of 3rd and 4th level Heavenly River tier martial artists, rushed over angrily. When he saw that it was Long Chen, Song Yifeng's eyes turned cold and he smiled. Why? Did you hear the news and come here for revenge? You guessed right, that pitiful worm was killed by me, but I did not do it myself. Even if you report this to the Sword Demon, my father will be there to stop you. The moment they met, Song Yifeng unscrupulously revealed the fact that he had caused Zhang Yuanteng's death. It was clear how arrogant he was. How did he die? Long Chen stopped in his tracks. He tried to make his voice as calm as possible. Otherwise, if they fought, he really would not be able to control himself and attack immediately. How did he die? Is that important? Huh. Since you came all the way here to ask, I will reluctantly tell you. Didn't the immortal beasts come? Didn't he want to enter the protected area? I directly broke his legs, and he could only lie there and be torn to pieces by the immortal beasts. Song Yifeng laughed maniacally as he was surrounded by a group of people. Being able to suppress Long Chen like this, and seeing that he was angry but did not dare to attack, Song Yifeng felt very satisfied. In the Iron Tower, because Long Chen had stolen the limelight, the depression caused by this had finally disappeared. When the others saw Song Yifeng laugh, they also laughed. The people of the Wu tribe are 100% beasts. You bunch of dogs also laugh along with the beasts. Long Chen tried his best to calm himself down and said coldly to the others. His legs were broken and torn to pieces. These few words were like knives stabbing into Long Chen's heart, causing him to bleed profusely. What no one could see was the earth-shattering change that was happening in Long Chen's body. His blood was boiling, and countless blood dragons were roaring in his body. After being questioned by Long Chen, those who laughed and jeered did not have the slightest intention of restraining themselves. It was as if they were proud of this. For this group of people who had lost their souls, Long Chen had already sentenced them to death. You say we are dogs? What dogs? Lord Song Yifeng is the first young master of the Yamato family. The Yamato family is one of the three great families of our Zhangyang country. We are all on the same side. Little fellow, what do you mean by that? That's right, why are you so uneducated? How did your parents teach you? The group of people chattered and started to educate him one after another. You said that you broke his legs and let him be torn to pieces by the immortal beasts? Long Chen's gaze finally stopped on Song Yifeng. He lowered his head, and in his eyes, there was an astonishing murderous aura. Yes, that's right. But little fellow, what can you do to me? Do you dare to go against the Yamato family? You lowly creature, ah! Song Yifeng laughed so hard that he could not even straighten his back. Long Chen did not speak anymore. Instead, he took out his blue dragon halberd. At this point, words were useless. Long Chen directly pointed the blue dragon halberd at him and said disdainfully, "Duel, do you have the guts?" Everyone was startled for a moment, and then they started to laugh crazily. All right. If I don't teach this little fellow a lesson today, he will continue to cause trouble here. I'll teach him a lesson and send him away. Then, we can have a good time drinking and partying. Everyone, what do you think? That's for sure. With young master taking action, this idiot will definitely become a stupid pig in a few moves. P.S. Would like to recommend a book with amazing updates to my friends in the book shortage area. After it was published in December, it continuously updated at 10 chapters every day. Its update speed has surpassed mine, and it has become the first in the entire website. Furthermore, it still maintains a speed of 10 chapters every day. To pay tribute to my friends who update like crazy, monthly subscribers can support the new author, Mystic Cultivator of a Different World. PS2, in order to surpass him, this lunatic has decided to go crazy on this Saturday. He will write from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. for 2 days, just so that he can release 20 chapters at midnight on Monday. I hope everyone can read and support him on time. Chapter 311. Come out if you have the guts, said Long Chen indifferently. Then, he turned around and walked out of this place. Outside, there was an even larger space for battle. In truth, it was not that Long Chen did not know how powerful the Yamato clan was. Pine Middle City, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, was definitely not someone the current Long Chen could stand against. However, sometimes, he would not retreat just because the other party was powerful. To him, there were more important things, and that was dignity, bravery, and brotherhood. Although his friendship with Zhang Yuanteng was not deep, he would not allow others to trample on it, especially the Wu tribe. He even said to Long Chen that although killing Song Yifeng might cause him to be hunted down and it might be very tragic, people lived for their dignity. Death was nothing. Dying without dignity would be the real tragedy. He had already thought of this before he came here. Break his legs and tear him to pieces. Song Yifeng, I want you to be even more miserable than him. After walking outside, Long Chen slowly turned his head around. His eyes were filled with a strong hostility. He was like a bomb that could explode at any moment and kill everyone around him. Everyone crowded around Song Yifeng. They thought they were here to watch a good show, so they did not think much of it. They all wore smiles on their faces. "Young Master Song, you must beat this reckless brat until he looks for his teeth all over the floor. These days, there are some people who are blind and think that they can offend just about anyone." "Well said. He thinks he is invincible just because he has a little bit of strength. When he suffers, he will go back crying for his parents." "That's true. Our young Master Song's talent is number one among the younger generation of the Yamato clan. How could the son of Song Zhongqing be simple?" "Everyone, don't say any more. If you continue, he will be scared to death. If he does not dare to fight with me and let me have some fun, I will fight with you," Song Yifeng said with a smile. "Young Master Song is a genius. How would we dare?" The lackeys hurriedly complimented. With that, they all stepped back so that Song Yifeng could face Long Chen directly. At this time, the short Song Zhongqing finally raised his head and pointed his nose at Long Chen. "Are you done with your last words?" Long Chen asked calmly. "Last words, you are courting death." Long Chen had come directly to his doorstep. Song Yifeng's heart was already filled with anger, but he had not shown it. "A mere dog dares to steal the limelight of my Yamato family's #1 genius? If it weren't for you, I would have directly obtained Lord Sword Demon's recognition and become his disciple. Long Chen, you deserve to die 10,000 times. Today, I will show great mercy and let you die once." As he spoke, the aura of the 5th level of the Heavenly River Tier exploded from his body. Compared to Long Chen, who had yet to transform, the current Song Yifeng was much stronger. He took out a long and a short dagger from his cosmos sack and held them in each hand. The long dagger was about half a meter long, about the same size as a normal dagger. The broken dagger was less than 20 centimeters long. The two daggers were gold and black, respectively, and emitted a powerful aura that was no weaker than the blue dragon halberd. "Long Chen, die under my Earth Tier medium-level god weapon, Sun Moon Divine Blade." Before the battle, Song Yifeng shouted to boost his courage. With a tap of his feet, he turned into a whirlwind and charged at Long Chen. This Song Yifeng is the same as the other wolf tribesmen. He is short and agile. His strength and defense are his weaknesses, but his speed and agility are superior. His speed is really fast. Long Chen retreated a few steps as he used his dragon soul transformation. Song Yifeng was obviously much stronger than Yu Tao. Moreover, he was a fierce fighter. When Long Chen fought him, he had no choice but to use his dragon soul transformation to kill this wolf tribesman. "Brother Zhang, I have harmed you. Let's not talk about other things. Today, I will avenge you. If I don't kill this beast, I, Long Chen, will no longer be a human." Roaring crazily in his heart, Long Chen's feet shook as he turned into a violent dragon. The blue dragon halberd carried an earth-shattering might as it swept toward Song Yifeng crazily. This exchange allowed both sides to see each other's battle prowess. Song Yifeng's strength was indeed not beyond Long Chen's expectations. However, Long Chen's performance was beyond Song Yifeng's expectations. In his impression, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River Tier when they were at the Iron Tower. When he fought against the Sword Demon, he only won the Sword Demon's praise because he used a trick. But now, Long Chen had revealed a fighting strength that wasn't inferior to his in the slightest. "Impossible, it must be an illusion." Song Yifeng roared in disbelief. He increased his speed and his whole body turned into a whirlwind, sweeping towards Long Chen. The Sun Moon Divine Blade danced, wave after wave. Those beautiful lines that looked like halos were the sharpest blades of the Sun Moon Divine Blade. Sun Moon Wild Dance, Wind Shadow Kill. A glowing whirlwind instantly closed in on Long Chen. Under this fierce attack, the surrounding soil was uprooted, and pieces of black soil flew towards Long Chen. Then, under Long Chen's halberd, they were all turned into pieces. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Soaring Through the Nine Heavens. Long Chen wanted to test his strength against Song Yifeng. Hence, he chose to clash with Song Yifeng directly. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew. Clang, clang, clang. Long Chen could feel that when the blue dragon halberd pierced into Song Yifeng's attack range, it met with a strong resistance. The Sun-Moon Divine Blade danced wildly, in order to resist the power of Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. In a very short period of time, the blue dragon halberd had actually struck the halberd more than 100 times. Long Chen knew Song Yifeng's intention. He wanted to force Long Chen's blue dragon halberd out of his hands. However, he had underestimated Long Chen. Although Song Yifeng's speed was not bad, in terms of strength, he could not match up to Long Chen. Break! The azure dragon halberd spun and abruptly sent Song Yifeng flying. Immediately, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Seeing Song Yifeng being sent flying, everyone was shocked and rushed to catch him. Scram! Song Yifeng roared in midair and then staggered to the ground. If the previous Song Yifeng was like a proud peacock, now he was like a miserable drowned rat. Although he was not injured, it was like he had been slapped in the face. It was not a good feeling. Just now, he had calmly wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson. But now, after putting in so much effort, he was sent flying by Long Chen. No matter how thick his skin was, it was still burning hot. Baka! Song Yifeng's face instantly turned red. His face, which was originally not bad, instantly became extremely hideous. Looks like you really want to die. Long Chen, you are here to challenge me. Don't blame me if you die. Roaring crazily, Song Yifeng was like a wild beast, rushing towards Long Chen at an even faster speed. This time, Song Yifeng had gone completely crazy. The so-called pride and self-respect of the Wu tribe was actually the embodiment of madness and wildness. The current Song Yifeng was no different from a wild beast. Long Chen, a weakling in their eyes, had offended them. To them, this was a crime worthy of death. Is he going all out? Long Chen laughed coldly in his heart. In reality, with the dragon soar to the nine heavens, Long Chen had already figured out his opponent's foundation. Song Yifeng had practiced a Middle-Earth ranked body refining battle technique. His movement battle technique was also very good and was even close to a high Earth ranked battle technique. However, in a single round of attack, he was no match for Long Chen. This time, I will truly avenge you. Wu tribe, bastard, go to hell. Seeing that Song Yifeng was about to use an even more powerful technique, Long Chen's entire body began to burn with raging flames. What? Song Yifeng's eyes widened in shock. Then, he saw many fire clones emerge from Long Chen's body. These fire clones were all releasing powerful techniques. They were at least at the third level of the Heavenly River tier. There were more than 20 Heavenly River tier third level Heavenly River tier. Each and every one of them was like a bomb, instantly surrounding Song Yifeng. Song Yifeng's face was filled with shock as he frantically brandished his dagger, trying to completely destroy these divine fire clones. He did it. The divine fire clones that had pounced on him at the beginning were sliced into pieces by him. However, even more clones surged toward Song Yifeng. Heavens, what is this? Ah! Song Yifeng screamed in agony. Right now, he was as miserable as he could be. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state as he slashed at the endless divine fire clones. From time to time, some of the divine fire clones would land on his body and burn him, causing him to scream in agony. Seeing Song Yifeng in such a miserable state, everyone was stunned. They immediately reacted. First, they looked at Long Chen, who was coldly wielding the blue dragon halberd, with trembling eyes. They swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to rush toward Song Yifeng to save him. At this moment, Long Chen stood in front of them. I told you to be human, but you refused. You just had to be dogs of the Wu tribe. Now, I will wipe out all of you disgraces. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was completely drowned in anger and hatred. These people treated the Wu tribe as gods, so they must have bullied their own people. Moreover, they had just insulted Long Chen. A real man would not be humiliated. Long Chen had long understood this principle. The more benevolent he was, the more tolerant he was, the more his opponents would take advantage of him. By the time Long Chen pointed the blue dragon halberd at the remaining people, Song Yifeng had already been completely defeated by the divine fire clones. His weapon fell to the ground, and endless flames covered his body, burning fiercely. Song Yifeng had completely turned into a flaming man. He curled up in a corner and screamed in agony. When everyone heard his screams, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. And Long Chen coldly held the blue dragon halberd and sent them one by one to hell. Chapter 3:12. On the third floor, there were a total of 25 divine flame clones that were equivalent to cultivators at the third level of the heavenly river tier. They successfully burned Song Yufeng to death. Of course, Song Yufeng did not die immediately. Before he died, he was burned by the flames for more than half an hour. During this time, Long Chen wielded the blue dragon halberd and reaped the lives of others. Your parents gave birth to you, yet you fawn over the Wu tribe. You have no backbone, no soul. What difference is there from death? I will send you all to hell now. Long Chen slaughtered in a frenzy. A total of more than 10 people looked at Long Chen in fear, then collapsed to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. They insulted me. I must kill them all. They are the dogs of the Wu tribe. They must have harmed many of their own. These thoughts were currently entrenched in Long Chen's mind. Zhang Yuanteng's death, as well as the influence of the inherited blood essence, had caused the coldness in Long Chen's heart to slowly grow. He realized that only by slaughtering those who stood in his way would he be able to live a better life. Only by slaughtering those who stood in his way would he be able to live a better life. He would not have to submit to the tyranny of others. Dignity had to be earned through battle. I will now teach you what dignity is. Every time he used his battle technique, a life would be taken. When Long Chen realized that everyone around him had collapsed, Song Yufeng, who had been screaming for a full 15 minutes, finally turned into a pile of ash under the burning flames. Long Chen put away the blue dragon halberd and looked on blankly. Song Yufeng indeed deserved to die, and so did these people. However, when did my mind become like this? It seems to be a little out of control. When all his opponents had collapsed, Long Chen finally came to his senses. He did not feel any guilt after killing so many people. After all, they were all people who deserved to die. His worry was due to the primordial blood spirit dragon's murderous nature. Forget it. There is no free lunch in this world. The primordial blood spirit dragon is the ancestral dragon that rules over killing. It would be strange if I was not affected. I just hope that I will not become a complete demon. After killing Song Yufeng, Long Chen could no longer stay in the Ni Yang Immortals realm. Brother Zhang, I'm the one who caused your death. Although I've avenged you, I can't escape the guilt in my heart. Long Chen really felt bad for Zhang Yuanteng. If he had not come to the Ni Yang Immortals realm, Zhang Yuanteng would definitely have lived a good life. Moreover, with his talent, it would not have been a problem for him to achieve his dream and reach the 7th level of the heavenly river tier. The situation here, as well as Yu Tao's death, would be discovered very quickly. It would also be very easy for everyone to know that the murderer was Long Chen. After Long Chen put away the Azure Dragon battle halberd, he hurriedly headed for the exit. Now that the immortal beast tide had passed, most of the celestial level divine guards were busy. Thus, not many people noticed Long Chen at this moment, and it was even more unexpected that such a youth had actually killed 2 people at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. One of them was the most favored Xiaofan of the Deity clan, one of the 3 great clans. After finding the exit, Long Chen had already made his plans. His blood escape was extremely fast. As long as he left the Moon Compassion Lake, he would find a remote place and use the blood escape. If there were no extremely powerful elites nearby, it would be very difficult to discover him. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived at the Moon Compassion Lake from the Young Immortals realm. The celestial level divine guards were not on guard all the time. Even within a month, there would be time for them to change shifts and cultivate. Some people would use these times to come out and exchange immortal beasts for points, and then use these points to exchange for other items. Thus, it was not strange that Long Chen came out at this time. At the same time, there were also some people coming out in 2s and 3s from other entrances. Following them, Long Chen was very low-key. He arrived at the area used for trading in Yang City. All the buildings in Yang City were close to the city walls. At this time, Long Chen used the blood escape and quickly dashed over the roofs, dashed over the city walls, and then ran wildly for 2 or 3 miles without anyone being able to discover him. When he used the blood escape, he could escape from the 9 heavenly fire beasts of the earth ranked 9th grade. How could those ordinary soldiers of the Yang army see him? Finally coming out of the Young Immortals realm, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. For him, there were countless elites inside, and it was really too depressing. Young Immortals realm, Long Chen, will return one day. When that time comes, no one can stop me. Li Xuanji said that there is a 9-heaven celestial fruit inside, so there definitely is. That family head of the Yamato clan might soon discover Song Yufeng's death. I have to take advantage of this time to go to Baiyang Imperial City and take Lingxi away. Once I have enough strength, I will make a comeback. Thinking of this, Long Chen did not say anything else. He used his fastest speed and headed in the direction of Baiyang Imperial City. The Imperial City was not far from Yang City. After a period of time, the Imperial City was already in sight. This time, when he entered the Imperial City, there was no conflict like the last time. The guards at the city gates were no longer the same as before. Long Chen safely entered the Imperial City, then used his fastest speed and headed in the direction of Prince Yu's mansion. A total of more than 20 days had passed. He did not know how Lingxi was doing. Long Chen was worried, so he hurriedly rushed into Prince Yu's mansion. Long Chen was a newly promoted Immortal Realm Divine Guard. In the eyes of the other people in Prince Yu's mansion, he was one of the more favored characters. Hence, the guards at the gate and the maids all looked at him with respectful gazes, not daring to offend him. However, it was a little strange for Long Chen to return from Yang's Wonderland at this time. In Prince Yu's mansion, other than Old Yen, there were other chief stewards. It was just that their martial strength was not as good as Old Yan's. Long Chen could not directly rush into Prince Yu's mansion. Seeing that there was a chief steward not far away, he hurriedly went forward and asked, "I have an urgent matter to see His Highness and Lady Lingxi. Are they in the mansion?" As long as he asked, he would be able to roughly know Lingxi's current situation. "His Highness, your return is really unfortunate. His Highness seems to have gone to settle the matters of Goldfish Island. Lady Lingxi has also gone. Why don't you wait in the mansion? They might be back soon." Goldfish Island. Long Chen was stunned. Why did the 9th prince go back to Goldfish Island? Why did His Highness go to Goldfish Island? Long Chen asked curiously. "It's like this. I heard that a small branch of the Yamato family was annihilated on Goldfish Island a month ago. Hence, when the Yamato family found out about it, they rushed to Goldfish Island recently. Originally, this was not under His Highness's jurisdiction. However, because of Lady Lingxi's request, His Highness went there. Let me tell you, His Highness treats Lady Lingxi very well. He simply cares for her in every possible way. I have never seen a woman as beautiful as Lady Lingxi. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens and rarely seen in the mortal world. Oh yes, I heard that you have a good relationship with Lady Lingxi. You are blessed. When His Highness marries Lady Lingxi, your status will also rise. Marry. These two words violated the taboo in Long Chen's heart. In his opinion, anyone could be touched by the ninth prince, but not Lingxi. That was because Lingxi was Long Chen's woman. If the ninth prince wanted to touch her, no matter how high his status was, Long Chen would stab him to death. Yes, marry. The butler's face was filled with smiles. Marry your mother. Long Chen sent the butler flying with a punch. With a bang, the guy smashed into a pond, causing water to splash everywhere. Long Chen didn't say anything else. With a speed that no one could stop, he rushed towards Goldfish Island. Ninth Prince, looks like it's time for us to get to know each other. You've always been drooling over my Lingxi. As her man, if I don't skin you alive, how can I live up to my name, Long Chen? Anyway, I've already caused a big enough ruckus, so why not make it even bigger? Like a whirlwind, Long Chen swept towards Goldfish Island. On Goldfish Island, everyone was looking at the rows of Woku warriors in front of them. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. The attack this time had come without any warning. By the time they realized the Woku had already landed, it was already too late. Under the Woku's forceful order, everyone on Goldfish Island was gathered in a flat area. Chen Ping, Chen Lei, and the little girl Xiaoyu were all there. However, right now, their faces were as pale as dirt. Chen Feng and Chen Lei had some knowledge. With just one look, they could tell that these people were from a real Yamato family. Most of the warriors here were at least at the Heavenly Core realm, and there were more than a dozen Heavenly River realm warriors. For the Goldfish Island, this was a force that they couldn't defend against. Their strength was spread among the crowd. When they knew that they were going to die, everyone on Goldfish Island broke down. With the Woku's ruthless methods, there was no doubt that they were going to be wiped out. The entire Goldfish Island was going to be filled with wails and cries. Loud cries could be heard from the crowd. Many people had completely broken down. They fell onto the ground, trembling as they looked at the evil demons. Their faces were extremely pale. Even Chen Feng and Chen Lei's faces were pale. They looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. Last time, they still had some confidence. But this time, everyone on Goldfish Island couldn't escape the same fate, and that was death. In fact, before they died, they would be severely humiliated. The Woku had always killed the men in the most cruel way possible. As for the women, they had many ways to play with them. They wouldn't kill them immediately, but would play with them until they were tired of playing with them. Then, they would kill them directly or toy with them to death. I'll let you know that attacking us, the Woku, is the stupidest thing in the world. A man who was lying on a deck chair in the middle of the group looked at the trembling lambs with a pleased expression. Men, pick out all the women between the ages of 10 and 50. Dig a hole for the rest and bury them alive. As for the stronger warriors, break all their limbs and bury them alive. Chapter 313. The man's words were like a death sentence for everyone. Thick, dark clouds shrouded the islanders of the Golden Fish Island. They watched as the beast-like Wu tribesmen swarmed towards them with sinister smiles. There was no lack of Heavenly River tier elites among them. The most they could do was wait for death. Everyone was unwilling to give up. Even though the Wu tribesmen were very strong, and dealing with them was like throwing an egg against a rock, Chen Feng didn't choose to give up. They were already buried alive, so they might as well resist. To them, only by resisting would they have the slightest chance of survival. Only by resisting would they be able to make the Wu tribesmen pay the price. Citizens of my Golden Fish Island. Chen Feng's breathing was heavy, and his face was ashen. Seeing that the other party was about to pounce on them, he shouted at the top of his lungs, his veins popping out as he shouted, "The Wu tribesmen are no different from beasts. If we fall into their hands, we will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Listen up, we will die no matter what. Our bodies can die, but our souls and dignity cannot." That's right. Seeing that his father was trying to motivate everyone, Chen Lei also shouted, "What are the Wu tribesmen? They are just a bunch of dogs. They are indeed strong, but so what? We will die no matter what. Why can't we let them die? Everyone, attack. Let them know how powerful we are. We will not accept such humiliation even if we die." Chen Feng and Chen Lei's words made the blood of the people of Golden Fish Island boil. The warriors of Golden Fish Island were not well prepared. At this moment, they pushed the old, the weak, the women, and the children behind them. All of the warriors had the courage of a man. They held their weapons and circulated their true qi as they walked to the front. In a short period of time, hundreds of martialists from the Golden Fish Island had already stood up. They all glared at the Wu tribesmen, who were grinning hideously. Their eyes were filled with hatred and coldness, as if they were ready to die. "Even if I die, I will not let you bully my wife and children." That's right. If the land left behind by our ancestors is occupied by a bunch of beasts, how can we face our ancestors? The Golden Fish Island is ours, not these dogs. Brother, don't even call them dogs. Calling them dogs is an insult. The Wu tribe is worse than beasts. That's right. Let's see who's stronger today. I don't plan to live any longer. Today, I will fight to the death. Even if I die, I will kill the Wu tribe. Kill, kill, kill. Over 100 Golden Fish Island cultivators gathered together, with Chen Lei and Chen Feng as their leaders. They roared angrily, looking at the Woku tribe members without the slightest bit of fear. The immense mental power that was generated from this actually frightened the team that had quite a few heavenly river tears. Among this group of Woku tribe members, there were 4 at the 5th level of the heavenly river tier, and there was even a martial artist at the 6th level of the heavenly river tier. He was the one in the middle who was giving orders. He was a man who was about 30 years old. He was skinny and had a wretched appearance. At this moment, he was looking for a target among the crowd of Golden Fish Island with an obscene expression. From time to time, he would chuckle obscenely. The sound of him swallowing his saliva could be heard clearly by the people around him. At this moment, not only were the warriors of the Golden Fish Island blocking his line of sight, but they were also saying some disrespectful words. Their leader, Song Zhongzhen, was enraged. He roared angrily, "Baka, hurry up and attack. If we are delayed, I will take your lives. Today, I will enjoy 10 virgin girls. The rest will go to whoever kills the most." These words gave the Wu race martialists a lot of motivation. Each of them had a crazed and lustful look on their faces. They roared like wild beasts as they rushed towards the people of Goldfish Island. Under the leadership of Chen Feng, although the warriors of the Golden Fish Island knew that there was a great disparity in strength, the brave were invincible. They were already prepared to die, so the power that they erupted with was extraordinary. Unafraid of death. These 4 words could perfectly describe their current mood. Just as both sides were about to engage in a bloody battle, a loud roar rang out from the ground. A silhouette dashed into the middle of the 2 groups, causing everyone to take a few steps back in fear. This person's speed was simply too fast. Everyone could not help but be certain that this person was an extremely powerful expert. "Stop! Everyone, back off!" After that person rushed to the center, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly looked at the people of the Woku tribe. The imposing expression on his face instantly scared the people of the Woku tribe into taking a few steps back. Suddenly, the scene went silent. Following closely behind the young man in the middle was an old man and a beautiful young girl. At the feet of the young girl was a black Xiao Lang. For the people of the Golden Fish Island, Lingxi and Xiao Lang were all too familiar. Last time, it was Long Chen and Lingxi who had saved them. They had never expected that it would be the same this time. Tears of excitement welled up in everyone's eyes. If it's Sister Lingxi, then this must be Big Brother Long Chen. Xiaoyu's mood immediately changed from jealousy and sadness to excitement. She looked at the person in front of her expectantly. However, she realized that the person who had scared the people of the Woku tribe away with just one sentence wasn't Long Chen, but another handsome young man. Why isn't Big Brother Long Chen beside Sister Lingxi? Could it be? Xiaoyu tilted her head. She couldn't figure it out. Even she had such doubts, let alone the others. At that moment, the people of the Golden Fish Island also looked at the man in the middle. They were grateful to this young man and guessed where Long Chen had gone. They looked at Lingxi, who had an ugly expression on her face, and couldn't figure it out. Long Chen and Lingxi had such a good relationship, so there was no reason for Lingxi to betray him. However, he had appeared with another man. What was going on? At that moment, the ninth prince, Lin Tsangtian, turned around and flashed a smile that made everyone feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. This ninth prince indeed gave off a stronger feeling than the previous Long Chen. No wonder Lingxi had appeared with this man. The ninth prince's gentle smile infected many people of the Golden Fish Island. Then, he turned around and stared coldly at the Song Central City, who was commanding the Woku tribe. Where did this son of a bitch come from? Men, give him to me. Ah, so it's His Highness, the ninth prince. Halfway through his speech, Song Zhongzhen clearly saw the appearance of the ninth prince. He didn't stabilize his body, and directly collapsed on the deck chair. Half of his body was covered in mud, but he didn't care at all. He quickly got up and led the people of the Woku tribe to the ninth prince. He nodded and bowed, and said, "So it's your highness. I didn't have eyes just now, so I didn't notice. I'm Song Zhongzhen of the Yamato clan, and I'm the cousin of the clan leader of the Song Central City. Does your highness remember me?" Although they were both at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, there was a huge gap between their statuses. Song Zhongzhen hadn't paid attention just now, and had insulted the ninth prince. At this moment, a storm was brewing in his heart. He looked innocently at the ninth prince, and only hoped that the ninth prince would spare his pathetic life. "Song Zhongzhen, what did you say just now?" There was a sinister look in the ninth prince's eyes. He lowered his head, and said in a cold voice, "I've remembered your words. If it were any other time, I would definitely cripple you on the spot if you dared to speak to me like this. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll reluctantly spare you. You immediately take your people and scram. I'll protect this goldfish island. As long as I, Lin Tsangtian, am here, the Woku tribe will never be able to cause trouble here." What? Song Zhongzhen was really scared out of his wits. Thankfully, the ninth prince had already said that he would reluctantly spare his life today. Although he didn't understand why the ninth prince wanted to protect this goldfish island, he completely understood when he saw Lingxi. He was shrewd, and knew that at this moment, the most suitable thing for him to do was to scram. Thus, he hurriedly nodded and bowed, and said, "Yes, yes, your highness. I'll immediately take them and scram. We'll never come back again. Hurry up and scram. Everyone, scram." Under Song Zhongzhen's tactful supervision, all the Woku tribe members only dared to tuck their tails between their legs. In front of the ninth prince, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After they left the Goldfish Island, someone finally couldn't help but ask Song Zhongzhen, "Boss, why does the ninth prince want to protect this goldfish island that has nothing to do with us?" "You don't know, but the 3 idiots who tried to reclaim the goldfish island were killed by an immortal-level divine guard under the ninth prince. That immortal-level divine guard is accompanied by a beautiful woman and a horse named Xiaofan. This woman definitely won't let us massacre the Goldfish Island. Most importantly, the Imperial City has been abuzz these few days. His Highness has been bringing this woman around to sightsee and admire the moon. If it isn't because he likes this woman, what else could it be? Could it be that His Highness likes you? Song Zhongzhen said excitedly. Then, the Goldfish Island actually dared to touch the people of the Woku tribe. Are we just going to tolerate it? I don't know. Let's go back and report this. The 9th prince wants to show off here and pick up girls. We have to run for our lives. Seeing that all the people of the Woku tribe had left, the 9th prince's furrowed eyebrows finally relaxed. He turned around and looked at the people of the Goldfish Island with a friendly smile. It was the first time that they had seen such an amiable expert. Chen Feng had also heard that this person was the prince of the imperial family. He was undoubtedly the most powerful young man in the Zhangyan kingdom. No wonder he had appeared by Lingxi's side. However, where had Long Chen gone? Chen Feng had some understanding of Lingxi. In Lingxi's heart, there was absolutely only Long Chen's figure. As for the 9th prince, he had no idea what was going on. At that moment, the 9th prince saw that Lingxi had walked in front of the people of the Goldfish Island. His eyes moved, and he walked to Lingxi's side. It seemed like he and Lingxi were a perfect match. P.S. Tomorrow at midnight, there will be 20 episodes of the climax. Please look forward to it. Chapter 314. Lingxi frowned slightly at the 9th prince's deliberate action of standing with her. She subconsciously took a few steps to the side. At that moment, Xiao Lang lowered his head and inserted himself between the two of them, pushing the 9th prince to the side. Only the 9th prince had a flash of anger in his eyes, but he concealed it well. He smiled brightly and said to the crowd, "Hello everyone, I am Miss Lingxi's friend. I am also the current 9th prince of the royal family, so you don't have to worry in the future. As long as I am alive, those guys from the Yamato family will definitely not dare to cause trouble on Goldfish Island again." For the people of Goldfish Island, this was great news. For the people of Goldfish Island, this was great news. No matter who the 9th prince was, they had to express their gratitude. Hence, everyone thanked him one after another. Some even knelt down. However, the 9th prince reacted quickly and rushed over to help them up. He said gently, "You don't have to thank me, and you don't have to be so polite. As a member of the royal family, it is my duty to protect my people. This is my duty, so you don't have to thank me. You should thank Lady Lingxi. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known that such a thing would have happened." Although the people of Goldfish Island were puzzled as to why Long Chen wasn't here, they saw that the 9th prince didn't seem to be a bad person. In fact, he seemed to be a very good person. Gradually, they had a good impression of the 9th prince. As for Lingxi, they had an even better impression of her. Hence, everyone thanked Lingxi one after another. Seeing that the people of Goldfish Island had finally been freed, and seeing the happy smiles on their faces, Lingxi felt happy for them. However, with the 9th prince beside her, Lingxi couldn't help but feel unhappy and worried. "I wonder how Chen is doing. I had no choice but to ask the 9th prince for help today. However, seeing that the people of Goldfish Island have been saved, Chen should be very happy." Lingxi was very satisfied when she thought of this. "Miss Lingxi, may I know where Brother Long Chen is now?" After saying a few words of thanks to Lingxi, Chen Feng went straight to the point and asked in confusion. To the people of Goldfish Island, the help that the 9th prince had given them today was greater than what Long Chen had given them previously. However, they had a strange feeling that Long Chen was more likable and amiable, while the 9th prince was a little pretentious. "Chen has gone to Ni Yang's Wonderland to be in Wonderland Divine Guard, but he will be back soon. Lingxi was a little excited when she mentioned Long Chen. Wow, Ni Yang's wonderland. The people of Goldfish Island gasped in admiration. Ni Yang's wonderland was not a place that ordinary people could enter. They were happy for Long Chen that he was able to become an Wonderland Divine Guard. However, they did not realize that a mere Wonderland Divine Guard was nothing compared to the identity of the Ninth Prince. The Ninth Prince seemed to have turned into a bomb that was about to explode when he saw Lingxi talk about Long Chen. He forcefully swallowed his anger and said to Lingxi, "Little Shi, we should go back. Today, I will take you to the seafood restaurant in the Imperial City. There are many rare exotic delicacies there." Hearing the two words, Little Shi, Lingxi's expression changed. She stared coldly at the Ninth Prince and did not give him any face. She said word by word, "Your Highness, didn't I say it before? Please don't call me Little Shi. Only Chen can call me that." The coldness in her voice scared Xiaofan and the others. The people of Goldfish Island looked at each other. Those with some brains could roughly guess what was going on. It seemed that the Ninth Prince wanted to snatch the beauty away. In other words, the Ninth Prince had saved Goldfish Island. It was completely bullshit to say that it was his duty to do so. He just wanted to please the beauty. Before, they were full of respect and love for the Ninth Prince, as well as great gratitude. Now that they thought about it, it seemed that the Ninth Prince was just a so-so. So, they shook their heads. Between Long Chen and the Ninth Prince, they preferred the straightforward and hot-blooded Long Chen. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. I really thought that the Ninth Prince would be so kind. I find it strange. Doesn't the Yamato family serve the royal family? Those people just now were the royal family's minions. Don't talk about it. If the Ninth Prince gets angry, we won't have a good time. He didn't really want to save us. He might kill us at any time. Discussions like this, as well as Lingxi's blatant disrespect, made the Ninth Prince furious. His breathing became heavier as he stared at Lingxi. His eyes flashed. Lingxi was not afraid of him. She clenched her teeth and said softly, "How is it? Are you angry? No matter how angry you are, it's useless. At most, you can kill me. I'm not afraid of death." Lingxi's attitude was unyielding. Looking at the national beauty in front of him, the Ninth Prince's anger turned into helplessness in the end. He waved his hand at the people from the Golden Fish Island and said, "You guys are fine. Go and do what you need to do." Miss Lingxi. Xiaofan couldn't make up his mind. It was obvious that the Ninth Prince was chasing them away. "Uncle Chen, please take them and leave first. After all, Goldfish Island will be fine in the future. I will ask Brother Chen to bring me here often to play," Lingxi said with a smile. She was much more obedient when facing the people of Goldfish Island. "All right then. Miss Lingxi, be careful. Our Golden Fish Island welcomes you at any time." After saying that, Xiaofan had no choice but to reluctantly watch as Lingxi and the people from the Golden Fish Island left. After everyone had left, the Ninth Prince looked at Lingxi affectionately and said, "Lingxi, these days, I have put in a lot of effort to make you happy. Don't you understand my sincerity for you?" "What is sincerity? Is it edible? I'm very hungry now. I want to eat." Lingxi widened her eyes and looked at him without backing down. "Don't change the subject. What I said is true. Tell me, in what way can I not compare to Long Chen? In terms of appearance, strength, and background, I am not better than that brat. Why can't you think about it?" The Ninth Prince said anxiously. His voice even sounded a little choked up. Ordinary girls would have been killed by him in an instant if they saw him in such a state of grief. "You want to compare yourself with Chen? Are you kidding me? Let me ask you a very simple question. Can you die for me?" "Chen will," Lingxi said coldly. "Don't joke with me. why would you want to die for me? The ninth prince didn't quite understand. That's why I said that you don't know what love is. What right do you have to say that you like me? Isn't it because I am beautiful? When I was nothing before, Chen still took good care of me, Lingxi said happily. Nonsense. Don't misunderstand. Alright, I promise you. If Long Chen can do it, so can I. Dying for you isn't something difficult. In order to move Lingxi, the ninth prince really threw caution to the wind this time. Of course, he wouldn't do it. Then die for me to see. Lingxi took a few steps back and looked at the ninth prince indifferently. The coldness in Lingxi's words shattered the ninth prince's heart instantly. Looking at the beauty in front of him who didn't care about his life, the ninth prince felt that the hard work of the past month was simply ridiculous. Alright, I will ask you one last question. Are you willing to follow me or not? Think about it carefully. You only have two choices. The first one is to follow me. The second one is to follow me. However, Long Chen will die. At this time, the ninth prince finally couldn't bear it anymore and revealed his true colors. Flustered and exasperated, you finally revealed your fox's tail. Lingxi wasn't surprised at all. She had expected this day to come. When the ninth prince realized that all his efforts were in vain, he would definitely go crazy and reveal his true colors. The ninth prince had always relied on power and strength to conquer others. How could he sincerely move others with his feelings? Lingxi was not stupid. She was very smart. From the day Long Chen entered the Ni Yang's fairyland, she knew that the ninth prince would go berserk one day. She didn't tell Long Chen and instead persuaded him to go to the Ni Yang's fairyland so that Long Chen could focus on finding the nine heaven celestial fruit and not care about her. Of course, she dared to break off relations with the ninth prince at this time and provoke the ninth prince to go berserk. This was not a reckless act. Before, Lingxi and Xiao Lang could communicate through their souls. After a month of practice, this communication became very smooth. At this time, Lingxi was talking to Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be bad if he uses you to threaten me. Chen will find the nine heaven celestial fruit for me. My current body is the source of trouble. I don't want it. I will return to Lingxi's sword. No one can hurt me anymore. Before this, Lingxi and Xiao Lang had already discussed this method. If they had no other choice, they could only use this method. The ninth prince was aggressive. The day when he turned into a demon would come sooner or later. It was not easy for Lingxi to delay until today. Otherwise, why would Lingxi agree to the ninth prince's invitation to go sightseeing? Sister Lingxi, I still don't feel at ease. I am now at the 4th rank of the Earth rank. This guy may not be able to defeat me. Xiao Lang did not escape at this time. Instead, he still stood in front of Lingxi. At this time, the ninth prince gritted his teeth and revealed a ferocious look. Lingxi, I have to say, you are forcing me. Lingxi took a few steps back and looked at him coldly. She did not say anything. At this time, she was using her soul to urge Xiao Lang to leave. However, Xiao Lang did not follow the plan. Instead, he stood in front of her fearlessly. My big brother asked me to protect you. Before he appears, I will not retreat even half a step. Chapter 3:15. Alright, since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Don't blame me. I originally wanted to treat you gently, but you made me choose to be rough. You forced me to do this, Lingxi. You forced me to do this. At this time, the ninth prince's eyes were a little bloodshot. The stubborn look in Lingxi's eyes caused him to completely explode. The image that he had put on with great difficulty was completely destroyed this time. What do you mean I forced you to do this? It's clearly your own problem, but you want to blame it on others. Don't you know that magnanimity is the most rare character of a man? Although Chen is sometimes unreasonable, he is much more reliable than you. Lingxi had no intention of giving in at all. To be honest, she hated this ninth prince very much. She had grown up in an environment where her status was even more distinguished. She had seen young geniuses who were countless times more distinguished than the ninth prince, and she herself was such a prominent existence. However, the ninth prince wanted to use his status to keep Lingxi by his side. This was undoubtedly the behavior of an idiot. Lingxi had never valued Long Chen because of his status. Chen, Long Chen, right? He's merely at the second level of the heavenly river tier. Any one of my subordinates would be able to kill him. Believe it or not, if I send a message now, he will die in the Young Immortals realm. The ninth prince's eyes gradually revealed a ferocious look. In this world, there is no force stronger than my imperial family, and in this world, there is no woman that I, Lin Zhangqian, can't get. Lingxi, you bitch, you actually don't want me to get your heart, so I'll get your body. At this time, the ninth prince had already lost control. He walked step by step towards Lingxi, his whole body exuding a shocking aura of viciousness. Elder Yen didn't dare to be meddlesome. The ninth prince obviously wanted to use violence against Lingxi in broad daylight, and as a subordinate, he could only avoid it. However, he still had to deal with Xiao Lang, so he took a step forward, preparing to deal with Xiao Lang. You dare to call me a slut? Lingxi's eyes were filled with anger. She had never hated someone so much before. Looking at the ninth prince now, she was as disgusted as she could be. It was so disgusting that Lingxi couldn't be bothered to say another word to him. She thought of Long Chen in her heart. From the dramatic meeting at the beginning to the dribs and drabs of their daily interactions, every detail replayed in Lingxi's mind. This was especially true when Long Chen had jumped into the bottomless abyss for her sake in the Star Demon prison. From that moment onwards, Lingxi had placed her heart firmly in his hands. She believed that there was no one else who would do such a thing for a woman like her, who could no longer be considered to be a living being. Chen, after this disaster, I really don't know if we can meet again. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. I really miss you. But I know you are working hard for me. To be able to get to know you before I die and walk such a long path with you, I can only say that this is the fortune that I've cultivated for several lifetimes. I've always thought that if having my body destroyed by this sword is the greatest sorrow of my life, then meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. In fact, this fortune is even greater than this sorrow. Truly, I have no regrets in this life. As she thought about it, tears welled up in her eyes. Crystal clear tears appeared in her pure eyes. I also fantasize about marrying you one day and living a carefree life, but that's just an extravagant wish of mine. Everyone is having a hard time, and it's even more so for us. Since Baiyang village, we've been constantly faced with calamities, but you've always stood in front of me and never retreated. You're a real man. My father once said that a real man is undefeatable. Maybe it is because I don't have such good luck and I don't have the blessing to accompany you. There were too many unknown futures in front of Lingxi. Even if she had a strong heart, she would still feel fear, because Long Chen was not by her side at this time. As the ninth prince approached Lingxi, Xiao Lang said anxiously, "Sister Lingxi, listen to me. I have another way. I can use the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame to create a cage and trap these two guys." Lingxi was startled. This was something Xiao Lang had never said before. You must have consumed a lot of energy and suffered a lot of injuries. I probably won't be able to control the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame for the next 10 days, Xiao Lang said helplessly. This meant that as long as it was used to create the cage, it would lose most of its fighting strength. The most heaven-defying thing about the sun-devouring demonic wolf was that it could level up. As for attacking, it was not particularly good. The ninth underworld demon ancestral flame was Xiao Lang's most powerful attack. Lingxi still shook her head and said, "Xiao Lang, go. Don't worry about me." Lingxi's stubbornness made Xiao Lang so anxious that his eyes turned red. He turned around and looked angrily at the ninth prince, panting heavily. Lingxi was stubborn, and so was he. No matter what, he would not take a step back. "Lingxi, you must be very helpless at this time, right? Unfortunately, Longchen can't save you at all." The ninth prince laughed sinisterly. At this moment, he, who had decided to make a move, had already used the power of the sixth level of the Heavenly River tier. That overwhelming power was practically a nightmare for Ling Shi, who currently had no strength to even truss a chicken. That huge pressure instantly caused Lingxi's face to turn pale. Ling Shi was incomparably anxious. At this moment, she had already resigned herself to her fate. She could only use her soul to communicate with the wolf cub. She anxiously told the wolf cub to run away, but the wolf cub didn't listen to her at all. The wolf cub's body rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a battle state. The huge sun-devouring demonic wolf gritted its teeth, and glared at the ninth prince. At this time, Elder Yen stood beside the ninth prince, and said coldly, "Your Highness, let me deal with this beast. You focus on enjoying yourself." "That's great, Elder Yen, then I'll have to trouble you. We'll each deal with one. You deal with this beast, and I'll deal with your beauty. Let's see who's stronger, okay?" The ninth prince said with a laugh. "With your Highness's power, you'll definitely be able to fight for 3 days and 3 nights, Elder Yen said shamelessly. As soon as he said this, the situation had already reached a point where it could explode at any moment. Lingxi could not call Xiao Lang away, and there was already despair in her eyes. If anything happened to Xiao Lang, she would not be able to answer to Long Chen. "Are you finally going to despair? Lingxi, let me dote on you." There was a fiery light in the ninth prince's eyes, and he was just about to grab Lingxi. At this time, Lingxi, who was facing the outside of the Goldfish Island, suddenly saw a figure break through the waters of the Goldfish Island like a tornado, forming a turbulent wave that swept towards the Goldfish Island. With a loud bang, the huge wave crashed onto the Goldfish Island, creating a huge splash. A blood-red figure holding a blue dragon halberd landed on the ground of the Goldfish Island. He stomped on the ground with his feet, and his entire body was like a cannonball as he landed between Lingxi and the ninth prince. At that moment, the entire Goldfish Island was trembling because of him. Looking at the blood-red back that was covered with red scales and spikes, Lingxi burst into tears. This familiar voice was obviously that of Long Chen, whom she had always wanted to see in her dreams. At this moment, Lingxi thought that she was dreaming. However, when she pinched her arm, the clear pain made her realize that everything she saw was not a dream. That straight back once again stood in front of her without any hesitation. Regardless of whether it was the mountains or the seas in front of him, regardless of how many blades and swords flashed in front of him, Ling Shi, who was behind him, would always be safe and sound. That's right, when Long Chen heard the news that Lingxi had come from the Prince Yu's residence, he rushed over at full speed. He was even afraid that he would not be fast enough, so he directly transformed into his dragon soul and appeared in front of the ninth prince in a completely battle-ready state. When he saw that it was Long Chen, Xiao Lang also did not dare to believe it. However, an expression of ecstasy quickly appeared on his face. Among the three of them, Long Chen was undoubtedly the backbone. Without Long Chen, Xiao Lang would not be able to do anything himself. Now that Long Chen had arrived, with Long Chen's personality, this meant that a battle to the death was about to happen. Xiao Lang could feel that the current Long Chen was filled with violent blood qi and killing intent. From this suffocating feeling, Xiao Lang had already sensed that Long Chen's cultivation had reached at least the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, and now that he had transformed into his dragon soul, he had already surpassed an ordinary cultivator in the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. This firm back view only took an instant for Lingxi and Xiaolang to be completely at ease. At this moment, Long Chen's blood-red arm was raised lightly, and Lingxi retreated behind him. "Little Shi, watch from the side. Today, I will let you see what a man is." Long Chen's tone was very calm, but it contained unparalleled might. The killing intent revealed in that hoarse voice made the ninth prince feel a little apprehensive. Lingxi did not think anything. She did not know how strong Long Chen was now. As long as it was Long Chen's words, she would listen obediently. Long Chen asked her to retreat, and she retreated a long distance. Hot tears filled her eyes as she looked at Long Chen's back view. Long Chen. The ninth prince was very depressed. Long Chen had not even been in the Niyang fairyland for a month, so why was he here now? He did not care about Long Chen's appearance, and asked directly, "Why did you run out of the Niyang fairyland?" At this time, the ninth prince was still discussing about the Niyang fairyland. It was really a little stupid. Do you really want to know? Use your head in exchange for it, and I will reluctantly tell you. Let me tell you, I have chopped off quite a few heads recently. Today, I will add one for you, Lin Tsangtian. What do you think? Long Chen pointed the blue dragon battle halberd at the ninth prince, and said calmly. There was endless killing intent in his voice. Chapter 316. Most of the people from Golden Fish Island had already returned, but there were still 2 people who returned after walking for a short distance. They were Chen Feng and Chen Lei. They could tell that the ninth prince had designs on Lady Lingxi, but Lingxi didn't care about him. Chen Feng was a little worried, so he snuck back with his son to take a look. When they were hiding in a nearby call, they saw Long Chen's figure when they raised their heads. Long Chen? Didn't he say he was going to be a celestial tier divine guard? Why is he back? Chen Feng was a little surprised. Father, let's not talk about this for now. Long Chen and the ninth prince are obviously at loggerheads because of Lady Lingxi, and they are about to fight. The ninth prince is a member of the imperial family, and which prince of the imperial family isn't a peerless prodigy? What if Long Chen dies? Chen Lei was a little anxious. When Long Chen first came to Golden Fish Island, Chen Lei was suspicious of his good intentions. However, when Long Chen really helped Golden Fish Island out of danger, Chen Lei finally acknowledged Long Chen and felt a deep sense of guilt for his previous actions. We are only at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, so we are no match for them at all. Let's watch first. If there is anything we can help with, we will not hold back. Yes, Father. Ah, they're fighting. At this moment, Long Chen sent Lingxi to a safe place, and stood side by side with Xiaolang to welcome the ninth prince and Elder Yan's battle. Xiaolang, that Elder Yan is also at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, and you are only at the 4th level of the Earth tier. You can do it, Long Chen said in a low voice as they advanced. Xiaolang nodded, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. The ferocity of this demonic beast was not much weaker than the killing intent exuding from Long Chen's body. Looking at Long Chen and Xiaolang overestimating themselves, the ninth prince smiled gloomily. Senior Yan, why don't you lure that bastard away first? I'll prove to Lingxi how useless Long Chen is, and how much better I am than him. Senior Yan nodded. Without saying anything, he threw a provocative look at Xiaolang and then walked away. Xiaolang understood. He lowered his head and let out a deep roar. His forelegs slightly bent and suddenly shot out like an arrow, chasing after Senior Yan. Although it was only at the 4th level of the Earth tier, with the uniqueness of the sun-devouring demon wolf, it was not impossible to defeat Senior Yan. Moreover, Xiaolang had 2 great treasures. One of them was, of course, the most terrifying 9 underworlds demonic ancestral flame, and the other was Long Chen's current ultimate killing move, the divine fire clone. When Long Chen entered the Ni Yang Immortals realm, he told Xiao Lang all about his experience in cultivating the divine fire clone. At this time, Long Chen already found traces of true fire seeds on Xiao Lang's body, which meant that Xiao Lang seemed to have learned the divine fire clone. Similarly, the ninth prince also had traces of true fire seeds of the divine fire clone on his body. There were a total of 25 seeds, which meant that the ninth prince had cultivated the divine fire clone to the highest level he could cultivate. On the side of Senior Yen and Xiao Lang, the battle immediately started. On the side of Long Chen, both of them looked at each other gloomily. Both of their auras were soaring rapidly. What surprised the ninth prince was that Long Chen's aura was not inferior to his at all. When they first met in Yuanling City, Long Chen was still an ant under his hand. In less than 2 months, Long Chen's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Today, he could even fight with Lin Tsangtian. For Lin Tsangtian, Long Chen was a genius who made him feel threatened and afraid. At first, he thought that Long Chen could be used by him, but when the beautiful Lingxi appeared, the ninth prince found that Long Chen would only become his enemy. But he did not expect it to be so fast. You have indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. Among the geniuses I have seen, besides my fourth brother Lin Zichen, you are the most terrifying person. However, you still have to die in my hands today. The royal family is not something you can imagine. Does the royal family only know how to talk nonsense? Long Chen said sarcastically. On the other side, Xiao Lang had already started fighting. Golden Fish Island was near the imperial city. After killing Song Yifeng, Long Chen did not dare to be careless. He held the blue dragon halberd tightly and roared as he charged towards the ninth prince. Competing in weapons? How dare you show off in front of me with a mere medium earth-level weapon? The ninth prince smiled sinisterly. He did not even frown when facing Long Chen's fierce attack. He took out a divine sword from his Qianquan bag. This was Long Chen's first time fighting against a sword martialist. At this moment, the most nervous person was Lingxi. She knew that Long Chen was not a match for the ninth prince in terms of true qi. Even if he had the dragon soul transformation, he still would not be a match. Long Chen's greatest reliance was the blue dragon halberd. Now that even the blue dragon halberd was being suppressed, there was basically no hope of victory. Big Brother Chen. This predicament caused Ling Shi's heart to tremble. As Long Chen advanced, he also noticed the divine sword in the ninth prince's hand. This was a crimson divine sword that was burning with flames. It looked like it was forged from jade. Although it was ordinary, it did not lack any sharpness. On this divine sword, the most prominent feature was the 9 fire essence beads embedded within. These 9 fire essence beads exuded a blazing aura that instantly caused the surrounding temperature to rise significantly. I'm sure you have heard from Elder Yen. High Earth level, fire essence sword, combined with a 6th level Heavenly River tier sword martialist like me, can even fight against an elite at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. What more a trash at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier like you? The difference in strength was very clear. Long Chen could not possibly be a match for him. Thus, the ninth prince was not nervous at all. He looked at the flustered Lingxi out of the corner of his eye, his face full of pride. Who's the trash? We'll only know after we exchange blows. Long Chen brandished the blue dragon battle technique, and with a vast offensive, he instantly arrived in front of the ninth prince. The dragon battles the star fields exploded with endless starlight, and innumerable tiny dragon shadows shrouded towards the ninth prince. This true chi was around the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, and could explode with 100% of the dragon battles the star field's power. This was also the strongest move that Long Chen could use, the dragon battles the star fields. Instantly, the ninth prince's clothes fluttered in the wind. Scarlet Demon Sword Technique, one sword engulfs the wind and clouds. The ninth prince smiled calmly, and with a soft shout, the fire-essence sword in his hand swept out. A fiery red sword shadow suddenly slashed out, instantly meeting with Long Chen's dragon battles the star fields. Waves of violent sounds of weapons rubbing against each other could be heard. Even Long Chen himself felt very uncomfortable hearing that sharp sound. Dang! Brushing past the ninth prince, Long Chen was directly sent flying by the sword. This made him understand that if they clashed head-on, he was indeed no match for the ninth prince. Not only did the ninth prince possess the fire-essence sword, but also because the sword spirit existed in his sword, it allowed his body to completely merge with the sword. In this way, he could unleash more than 200% of his battle prowess. This was the nature-defying aspect of military martial artists. As a type of military martial artist, sword martial artists were naturally very outstanding in this aspect. Being sent flying by the sword, Long Chen was not injured. The ninth prince, looks like he's only a so-so. The moment the battle started, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned blood red, and those endless dragon shadows in his body began to roar again. This caused Long Chen's head to instantly fill with blood, and his battle intent and killing intent rose rapidly. Not long after, it was as if Long Chen had transformed into a bomb. He could explode at any time, and annihilate the ninth prince. Lingxi is my woman, and a toad like you dares to have designs on her? You are not seeking death, you are forcing me to make you die a horrible death. Die. A thick bloody aura engulfed Long Chen's entire body. You say that I am a toad, but you are the toad. Just based on the fact that you, Long Chen, don't have my status and strength, are you worthy of Lady Lingxi's outstanding beauty? The ninth prince smirked coldly. After a short conversation, the two of them were once again engaged in battle. In fact, from his previous exchange with Long Chen, the ninth prince was already secretly shocked. Long Chen was only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, but the battle prowess that he could unleash was already very close to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens. Crimson Demon Sword Technique, 10,000 miles of crimson ground. Strike after strike collided, and the Blue Dragon Halberd and the Fire-Tempered Sword clashed. A sharp sound rang out, and this sound was extremely uncomfortable for Lingxi to hear. Her face was slightly pale, and she had no choice but to retreat in a panic. Even as she retreated, her eyes continued to stare at Long Chen, her expression filled with worry. At this moment, Long Chen was steadily losing ground under the ninth prince's attacks. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Long Chen would be defeated. A sword cultivator at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier wielding an Earth-level high-level divine sword was still a little too powerful for Long Chen. That scarlet ground of 10,000 miles was a crazy combo. The ninth prince's sword swept toward Long Chen again and again, and it was like raging waves, forcing Long Chen to retreat again and again. Lingxi couldn't tell what was going on, but the ninth prince could. He could sense that although Long Chen was retreating in defeat, there was a violent killing intent in his eyes. That thick bloodlust caused the ninth prince to feel slightly apprehensive. The most terrifying people were those who had already gone mad. Right now, one could tell from the bloodshot eyes of Long Chen that he had definitely gone mad. As expected, you're a difficult guy to deal with. However, this further strengthens my determination to kill you. Long Chen, I wonder how your cultivation of the Divine Fire clone is going? What do you think if I let you die in the hands of the Divine Fire clone? A sinister voice was heard from the ninth prince's mouth. Divine Fire clone. At this moment, Long Chen had finally withstood the ninth prince's attack. He knew that the ninth prince didn't have any more time to waste with him. He was going to use the Divine Fire clone, so Long Chen naturally couldn't hold back. If you want to use the Divine Fire clone, I'll accompany you. Just as Long Chen said this, there was suddenly a burst of scorching heat from Xiao Lang's side. With Xiao Lang as the center, raging flames started to burn. A total of black fireballs suddenly exploded, and then, densely packed black wolf-shaped divine fire clones appeared with a bang. 125. The ninth prince was completely stunned. Chapter 317. The group of people from the Wu tribe left the Golden Fish Island with their tails between their legs. Because of the ninth prince's interference, their beautiful dreams had all turned into bubbles. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little unlucky. At this moment, one of the martial artists at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier asked Song Zhongzhen, slightly unwilling to give up. "Big brother Zhongzhen, are we going to slip away just like that? So many beautiful women are going to slip away just like that. Moreover, the people of the Golden Fish Island once killed the people of my Yamato clan." "Baka, so what? Is His Highness the ninth prince someone we can offend? Don't mention this again. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you suffer." "Yes, yes." The person who spoke quickly shut his mouth. The indignation in his heart was his own business. Song Zhongzhen was right. The Yamato clan couldn't afford to offend the ninth prince. None of the members of the imperial family could be offended. Right at this moment, a wave of leaves swept across the area, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Matsuyama Masaru. That huge aura caused everyone to take a few steps back, except for Matsuyama Masaru. Clan leader. After seeing the appearance of the newcomer, the people of the Yamato clan hurriedly knelt. As Song Zhongzhen's younger brother, he naturally didn't kneel. However, he was a little timid in front of his big brother. He hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what are you doing here?" "That's right, I listened to your orders and wanted to destroy the Golden Fish Island, but His Highness the ninth prince didn't allow it, so I was preparing to return." "Big brother, your expression." Song Zhongzhen was filled with reverence when he realized that Song Zhongzhen's expression had become extremely sinister. The hostility in his eyes was extremely terrifying. "Big brother, what happened?" Song Zhongzhen was a little uneasy, so he hurriedly asked. "Yefeng was killed in the celestial realm." Song Zhongzhen spat out these words eerily, then passed them and rushed in the direction of the Golden Fish Island. Even after his figure completely disappeared, Song Zhongzhen was still in a daze. "What? Yefeng was killed?" Song Zhongzhen was stunned. Yefeng was his big brother Song Zhongzhen's most beloved son. He was also very good-looking and was a purebred Wu tribe member, yet he was actually killed. "Baka, who is the murderer?" Matsunaka Masaru let out an angry roar and punched a nearby tree, shattering the trunk of a huge tree. Unexpectedly, the tree fell down with a loud bang, crushing the Wu tribesmen and causing them to be thrown off their feet. Matsusaka Jin didn't care about this. Big brother is heading in that direction. He must be chasing after the murderer. "Everyone, follow me and take revenge for Yefeng. How dare he kill the young master of the Wei clan? I want to tear him into pieces and crush his bones." The group of Wu tribesmen transformed into ferocious beasts and headed back the way they came. By the time Xiao Lang used the 125 divine flame clones, the ninth prince had already stopped attacking. He was completely stunned. Each of the 125 wolf-shaped divine flame clones wasn't much different from a real sun-devouring dire wolf. A total of 125 sun-devouring dire wolves spread out and covered most of the surrounding area. "Be careful." The ninth prince was still in shock. According to his understanding, the divine flame clones should only be at the 3rd level. Xiao Lang obviously used the 4th level. More importantly, how could a demonic beast learn a human's combat techniques and mystical abilities? If someone else had told him this, the ninth prince would definitely have thought it was a fantasy story. However, he had seen it with his own eyes. No matter how hard it was for the ninth prince to believe, he had to believe it. The 120 clones of the divine fire appeared so suddenly that even Elder Yen, who was suppressing the wolf cub, didn't have time to react at all. The 125 sun-devouring dire wolves let out deafening howls and pounced at Elder Yen without hesitation. Xiao Lang was a 4th-level Earth-tier demonic beast, which meant that each of these 125 sun-devouring dire wolves had the battle prowess of a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. Even a cultivator at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier would die if he was surrounded by 125 cultivators at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier in an instant. Thus, the 9th prince was already pale. He hurriedly went to help Elder Yen, but at this moment, Long Chen blocked his way. "What's the rush? Your opponent is me. If Elder Yen dies, you will die too." Long Chen's tone was cold. When Xiao Lang used the 4th level of the Divine Flame clones, Long Chen was already preparing. "Get lost." The 9th prince couldn't care less about what Long Chen said. He slashed his sword at Long Chen, and suddenly, a long trail of fire shot straight at Long Chen. This was definitely a mid-level Earth-tier battle technique. It wasn't any weaker than the 10,000 miles scarlet ground that the 9th prince used. 9-spin fire shield. Both of Long Chen's hands stirred, true chi surged out, and a rotating fire shield appeared in front of him, which immediately grinded the 9th prince's sword to pieces. His body once again blocked in front of the 9th prince, and the azure dragon halberd in his hand burst out with a powerful impact, and the halberd stabbed towards the 9th prince's head. If the 9th prince continued to rush forward, his head would definitely be smashed. "Long Chen, go to hell." Being blocked by Long Chen again, Elder Yen was already in danger. The 9th prince, who was originally at ease, was now really furious. Without saying anything, the flames on his body surged, and in an instant, a total of 25 flame avatars appeared around him. His divine flame clones were exactly the same as Long Chen. His purpose was very obvious. Since Long Chen was so difficult to deal with, he directly used the divine flame clones to entangle him, or even kill Long Chen. Elder Yen was currently an important arm of his, and he couldn't let Elder Yen die in the hands of a small figure like Long Chen. If the news got back to the imperial city, Lin Tsangtian would die of laughter. The divine flame clones quickly rushed towards Long Chen, surrounding Long Chen. At this critical moment, the 9th prince missed a point, and that was, how did Xiao Lang's 125 divine flame clones come about? Could it be that Xiao Lang was a demonic beast of the Burning Sky secret realm, and he already knew how to do it? The 9th prince could only explain it in this way. "Do you really think that the divine flame clones that I cultivated were really given by you?" At this moment, Long Chen let out a burst of laughter. In his laughter, there was a loud bang, and raging flames burned on his body, suddenly exploding. Suddenly, true fire seeds burst out, and quickly formed a square formation around Long Chen. The densely packed human-shaped divine flame clones were almost the same as Xiao Lang's trees, which meant that Long Chen's attainments in the divine flame clones were no worse than Xiao Lang's, and were even stronger than Xiao Lang's. Long Chen had completely learned the 4th level of the divine flame clones during the boring time when he was patrolling in the Ni Yang fairyland. This was his trump card, and it was also the reason why he dared to go against the 9th prince today, even though there was a huge gap between them. When Xiao Lang had already displayed the divine flame clones and was about to kill Elder Yen, Long Chen finally broke out his trump card. The real divine flame clones have 4 levels, and the one who really got the inheritance of the Burning Sky secret realm is me. Your 3-level divine flame clone is just a defective product. Long Chen sneered, and a total of 125 divine flame clones, densely packed, followed Long Chen, and crazily rushed towards the 9th prince. It was true that the 9th prince's divine flame clones were much stronger than Long Chen's, but they were not as strong as Long Chen's. Finally knowing the truth, the 9th prince knew that when he was in Yuanling City, he had been fooled by Long Chen. At this time, Elder Yen was in danger, and his anger grew crazily. He thought that he had defeated Long Chen, so he talked a lot of big words in front of Lingxi. At this time, he was forced to such a point by Long Chen, and the ninth prince only felt that he had lost all his face. Since I was a child, no one has ever dared to provoke me like this. Long Chen, even if you are smashed to pieces by me, it will not dispel the hatred in my heart. Seeing that the 125 divine flame clones had already surrounded him, the ninth prince did not care about Elder Yen anymore. Long Chen had divine flame clones, and so did he. Therefore, he manipulated all the divine flame clones and fought with Long Chen's divine flame clones. For a moment, flames were flying all over the sky. Chen Feng and Chen Lei, who were hiding at the side, were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Long Chen and Xiao Lang would be easily defeated, but they did not expect that they would not be defeated, and they would even cause such a scene. Lingxi also looked at this scene in a daze. At this moment, the young man full of miracles didn't care about looking back. He hid among the countless divine flame clones and charged at the ninth prince. There was no fear or retreat in his eyes. There was only an unyielding fighting spirit. The 125 divine flame clones and the ninth prince's divine flame clones collided with each other. Balls of fire exploded in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Lang's countless divine flame clones finally pounced on Elder Yen. Although it was difficult to kill Elder Yen, it succeeded in completely suppressing him. At this moment, Xiao Lang rushed to Elder Yan's side. Under Elder Yan's incredulous gaze, Xiao Lang spat out a mouthful of ninth underworld demon ancestral flame, which directly engulfed Elder Yen. Crackle! The sound of ice freezing rang out incessantly. When the ninth underworld demon ancestral flame passed, Elder Yen had already turned into an ice sculpture. When Xiao Lang's divine flame clones lightly touched him, he immediately turned into small black ice particles and piled up into a pile. Upon seeing this scene, the ninth prince knew that Elder Yen was as dead as a doornail. A cultivator at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier actually died at the hands of Xiao Lang. This caused fear to appear in the ninth prince's heart. The 125 divine flame clones in front of him, as well as Long Chen's cold gaze, caused the usually arrogant ninth prince to suddenly feel his scalp go numb. Impossible! The ninth prince let out a frenzied roar in his heart. He did not believe that Long Chen was qualified to oppose him at all. Whether it's you or this beast, both have to die. Lingxi will only be mine. Go to hell and continue daydreaming. Long Chen's cold voice rang out beside the ninth prince's ears. The densely packed divine flame clones had already successfully broken through the defenses of the ninth prince's divine flame clones. One by one, they attacked the ninth prince in a suicidal manner. Do you think you can kill me with these things? The ninth prince's fire-refined essence sword was in a frenzy. It swept, slashed, and stabbed. Every movement could cause Long Chen to lose quite a few divine flame clones. However, the time had come. Chapter 318. One by one, the divine fire doppelgangers were completely smashed into pieces by the berserk ninth prince. However, Long Chen was more like a wolf at this moment. While the ninth prince was like a ferocious tiger venting his anger, Long Chen used the method of concealment, using a large number of divine fire doppelgangers to conceal his body. The ninth prince completely vented the blow caused by Elder Yan's death on these Long Chen's divine fire doppelgangers. He completely didn't notice that Long Chen, who was under the cover of the divine fire doppelgangers, had already arrived behind him. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. All the divine fire doppelgangers suddenly became disorderly, and crazily surged towards the ninth prince. No matter how fast the ninth prince's sword was, in the face of so many divine fire doppelgangers with battle prowess at the third level of the heavenly river tier, he couldn't resist them in a short period of time. Many of the attacks of these divine fire doppelgangers directly hit his body, leaving green and purple marks on his body. This caused the originally graceful ninth prince, who had thought that he was the center of attraction, to instantly become extremely ugly. In this state, he was actually still thinking about Lingxi, which definitely confirmed the words of Long Chen, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Just as he was about to get rid of all these annoying divine fire doppelgangers, and then kill Long Chen and Xiao Lang, capturing Lingxi back to Prince Yu's residence, it was at this moment that the ninth prince suddenly felt a fatal danger behind him. This was the moment when the threat of the divine fire doppelgangers was the most concentrated. The ninth prince had been paying attention to the divine fire doppelgangers all this time, and completely didn't expect that Long Chen had already hidden behind him at this time, and used a fatal move on him. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Emperor's Death. A thin blood-red line pierced towards the ninth prince from a close distance. Long Chen had used both Dragon Battle in the Star Fields and Dragon Soars through 9 heavens in front of the ninth prince, so it was very easy for the ninth prince to deal with it. In his opinion, Long Chen only knew these 2 moves. The 4th level of the Godfire doppelgangers was definitely an accident, and this Dragon Emperor's demise that the ninth prince had hidden until the end, when he was surrounded by so many Godfire doppelgangers, was even more unexpected. The lethality of the Dragon Emperor's demise could not be seen by outsiders at all. Only the ninth prince, who suddenly came to his senses, could feel that the world had suddenly turned blood-red. Everything around him had disappeared, and only a roaring primordial divine dragon was in front of him, pouncing towards him. This divine dragon was really too big, which made the ninth prince so afraid that he could not resist it at all. He dodged and retreated with a pale face, but found that it was of no use at all. He couldn't dodge this move at all. Spirit-devouring demon eye, open. The Dragon Emperor's demise originally had a great spiritual deterrent. This could be said to be a kind of majesty that belonged to a dragon, and Long Chen used the charm power of the spirit-devouring demon eye to maximize this spiritual confusion. In this way, what the ninth prince saw was already different from what ordinary people saw. Die! Long Chen roared, and the blue dragon battle halberd of the Dragon Emperor's demise stabbed into the ninth prince's chest, piercing through it in an instant. Blood and internal organs were shaken out of the chest by Long Chen's huge force, splattering all over the ground. The ninth prince's chest, which was originally fine, was instantly smashed into a hollow state by Long Chen. After pulling out the blue dragon battle halberd, Long Chen seemed to have done something insignificant, shaking off the various foreign objects on the blue dragon battle halberd. His internal organs were completely smashed by Long Chen, but the ninth prince still did not die. His bloodshot eyes looked at Long Chen in disbelief. He could no longer say a word. Pain, regret, despair, fear, these emotions filled his eyes. I can only say that there has never been anyone that I, Long Chen, cannot kill. Everything is just a matter of time. Ninth Prince, your time is up today. Before the ninth prince died, Long Chen looked at him calmly and said his last words. Hearing this, the ninth prince finally understood. He understood that he was not dealing with a clown from a small place, but the most terrifying genius. He had unparalleled cultivation talent, which was not terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that he had an unparalleled temperament after having unparalleled talent. With fear in his heart, the ninth prince's body slowly fell. When he fell to the ground with a thud, the surroundings were silent. Xiao Lang had just killed old Yen. Lingxi stared at the tall and straight youth without blinking. Chen Lei and Chen Feng also had their mouths wide open. They were simply dumbfounded. Xiao Lang didn't feel anything. He had always felt that Long Chen was an existence that was difficult for him to surpass. Even he could defeat old Yen, so it was natural for Long Chen to kill the ninth prince. Lingxi, on the other hand, was very clear about the gap between the two of them. Long Chen had given her too many shocks. At this moment, when she saw that Long Chen had actually won, defeated and killed the ninth prince with an absolute reversal, and brought her absolute safety, tears welled up in her eyes again. The fairy-like girl had a jade-like face, and her watery eyes were slightly red. The pitiful appearance of Lingxi was especially heartbreaking. After such a long time, he finally met Lingxi again. Being able to look at her so clearly made Long Chen feel satisfied. There was a pure power in Lingxi's body. As long as Long Chen carefully looked into her eyes, he would be able to calm his mind. He woke up from his coldness and smiled faintly. With a flick of the blue dragon halberd, he grabbed the refined fire essence that the ninth prince was still holding in his hand. There were a total of 9 refined fire essences embedded in this refined fire essence sword. For Xiao Lang, this was a great supplement. Of course, Long Chen would not let it go. Moreover, in Ni Yang's fairyland, Long Chen had almost used up all the Sky River pills. Hence, he gently picked up the ninth prince's Cosmos sack and held it in his hand. Because the Cosmos sack usually had a mark on it, Long Chen did not dare to use the ninth prince's Cosmos sack. Instead, he directly transferred the ninth prince's things into his own Cosmos sack. After a little calculation, he found that the ninth prince had at least tens of thousands of Sky River pills on him. This was the largest sum of money that Long Chen had ever obtained. Of course, compared to the excitement he felt after killing the ninth prince and finally being able to go far away with Lingxi, these tens of thousands of Sky River pills were nothing. Long Chen moved with the tips of his feet and immediately appeared in front of Lingxi. Looking at this delicate young girl who was looking at him with tears in her eyes, Long Chen's heart ached slightly. He stretched out his arms and held Lingxi firmly in his arms. Feeling the softness and warmth of her body, Long Chen whispered into her ear, "Little Shi, this time I was wrong. I was very wrong. I allowed you to be in danger. From today onwards, I will definitely not leave your side. Believe me, as long as I am here, no one will be able to touch you." Sob sob. Lingxi was so moved that she couldn't speak. She leaned against Long Chen's chest and couldn't help but sob. Her tears even stained Long Chen's clothes. This time, she was really frightened. When Long Chen wasn't around, she found that she was unimaginably helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that she was forced to, it would have been very difficult for her to deal with the ninth prince for so long. This bastard actually dared to have designs on my woman. He's really too daring. If a toad like this comes, I, Long Chen, will kill one. If a pair comes, I'll kill a pair. If 10,000 of them come, I'll kill them all. Long Chen said in a joking tone when he saw that Lingxi was unable to control her emotions. Being pampered like this, Lingxi felt warmth and happiness. She raised her head and stared blankly at the resolute youth in front of her. She didn't know when it started, but there was only one figure in her heart. She couldn't let go of anyone else. Because of Lingxi, Long Chen directly killed the ninth prince. This was Long Chen's greatest achievement. Because the other party was the most powerful person in the entire Cangyang kingdom. He was also one of the strongest experts in the Cangyang kingdom. He was the ninth son of the legendary Sword Emperor. This meant that from now on, Long Chen had to quickly leave the Cangyang kingdom with Lingxi and Xiao Lang. Otherwise, as long as he was within the borders of this kingdom, he would be endlessly pursued. As for the 9 heavens celestial fruit, Long Chen had already decided. Of course, when his strength was almost enough to surpass the Baiyang imperial city, he would definitely return. Today, he was escaping, but one day, he would return openly. Little Shi, I'm sorry. I haven't obtained the 9 heavens celestial fruit yet. That thing is much more difficult to obtain than I thought. If I want to obtain it, I need to be at least at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen said with some guilt. It's okay, Chen. I know you've tried your best. Besides, I'm also very good now. I can hug you. As she spoke, Lingxi blushed a little. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Long Chen's waist. The softness in his arms was indeed very attractive. However, at this crucial moment, Long Chen wouldn't be distracted by this. He held Lingxi's face, looked into her clear big eyes, and said resolutely, "Don't worry, I will definitely hand the 9 heaven celestial fruit to you. It's just a matter of time. One day, I, Long Chen, will return to the Baiyang Imperial City. At that time, no matter what Sword Demon, Sword Emperor, or Lin Zichen, they won't be able to stop me." "Chen, are we leaving?" Lingxi raised her head and asked. "Yes, we must leave the Zhanyang nation immediately. I've killed the favored youth of the Yamato clan in the Ni Yang Immortals realm. The clan leader of the Yamato clan is at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. If he chases after us, we're finished." That Pine Middle City was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Even if Long Chen had a few more arms, he wouldn't be a match for him. However, just as he was about to hurry on with Lingxi, Xiao Lang, who was beside him, suddenly trembled, and revealed an anxious expression. Seeing Xiao Lang's expression, Long Chen's heart trembled. He suddenly turned around and used the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demonic eye to look clearly. Everything in the surroundings had basically turned into nothingness. Only a powerful spirit was rushing over at a speed that was countless times faster than Long Chen's. Pine Middle City. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.